Welcome to the treasure room.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Prepare for vault door opening.
Hi, I am Sparkle, the legendary gamer dog. Welcome to Vault 45 Teamwork Tycoons. Settle in for an evening of fun with your host Kismet. Let's teleport inside.
You already know we're off to a crazy start when I'm already pressing the wrong buttons. Hello and welcome, everybody. Put a 1 in the chat if you can't see and hear me. You will show up right over there. Look at how snappy that is, everybody. Zips right in here. Good to go. We're going to play this awesome game, Satisfactory. Already in the game right now. I got my thing loaded up, ready to go. You can see we are mega building in here, and we're going to work on our mega power tonight, everybody. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be super fun. So settle in. Wearing my Twitch shirt today, my Twitch partner shirt that I do have. Too bad that YouTube doesn't send out a YouTube partner shirt. I'd wear that from time to time. But such is the way. Maybe I have to make my own YouTube partner shirt. So what we've been doing is we've been working on this railroad here, everybody, to bring all the oil back to our primary base because we are building a gigantic mega power plant that we are going to utilize all the oil and all of the coal everywhere that we can find it, and then, of course, train it back to that particular location where we can then use that for our power plant. But first, we got to get the infrastructure in there. I mean, I could build a power plant, but it doesn't have any resources. I mean, it has some, but we definitely want to go in and get all of this going. And you can see we've set up some hyper tubes. We've set up some what I consider to be mega blueprints, and they actually snap to each other, so they're modular mega blueprints. Yeah, I'm gonna show you about that today. Show you all my gaming secrets, everybody. So settle in. Settle in. We're going to get it all going. Now I'm streaming live, of course. Again, if you're new to my stream, my name is Kismet. They call me the Gaming Tycoon. I've been gaming for 50 years. We're streaming to Twitch. We're streaming to YouTube. Also to X, aka Twitter, Facebook, Trovo, and Kick, all at the same time in 1080 HD for all your guys' enjoyment. So thanks for coming in and hanging out. And we're going to get into it, everybody. Want to get into it? First, we're going to say hello to everybody in the chat. And look at me starting up where I even got you guys from 15 minutes ago right there. There you go. What's up, Paul? Thanks for coming in, showing some love, bringing in that Kismet love train. I see it right there. There you go, getting that dancing on. I like it. I like it, getting warmed up. We got Dragon Wolf coming in, showing that love, giving a tip of the hat there, bringing that hype. I like it. We got Rotisserie G bringing the love as well. What up, G? Dragon Wolf bringing a lot of hype right there. Look at all that hype. Then we also have Tab in there, bringing that love and hype. Appreciate it big time. Bangs on the door to open up. Well, you know, sometimes I got to fix some things right there at the end before to make it all work around here. It's a miracle this stream starts up every single time, everybody. It really is. I have so many things going at the same time. And you guys can see what my screens look like. I've posted them before. But I have so many windows open. I guess I could count them. 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 40 windows open at the same time. Yeah, a whole lot to do a whole bunch of different things. Different chats that runs my stream deck, that runs the audio, that does all of those things. You get the idea. This way I can see all the alerts. I can see all the stuff that's going on here in the stream. And that's why I have 6 monitors, right? So I can monitor, because otherwise all that 40 windows would be jammed into one screen, which is possible. You'd have to switch between the screens all the time to see what's going on. But it seems to be working awesome today. So we're going to get into it. Let's go ahead and say hello to more peeps in the chat over here, and then we're going to dive in. As it makes me want to dive right in. I'm trying to remember what I did last time. Whisk coming in with a 1. We got Dragon Wolf with a 1. Tab also let me know everything's working. I appreciate that. PETA as well. Here is some Kiscats for you guys. For letting me know everything is going. Tab with an 85 stream streak as well as Whist. Wow, every single stream, man. Wow, you guys are crushing it. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you. Your twin was in my town earlier today. He left an autographed skateboard for anyone to pick up. Well, go pick it up, man. Go pick it up and send it to me. That would be awesome. Wouldn't that be amazing that you found it? That you found the thing and then you sent it to me and then we had it on stream and then I contact Tony Hawk and say, hey, can I get a photo with you? I got your skateboard. That would be an amazing turn of events, but that's okay. That's okay. Yes, I saw that on the Discord. That's pretty funny stuff. I saw him in person too. I mean, he's just another person, everybody. See, I don't look at people who are famous like that, like, you know, but in my day, everybody, he was godlike because he had massive skating skills. So that's why we revere Tony Hawk around here. So there you go. One of the greatest skaters of all time, for sure. And also one of the people who really popularized it, made it very popular in those days. Because, you know, everybody wanted to be like Tony Hawk. They wanted to get in there and have some fun. Wombat coming in with the hype as well. Let's go ahead and get into it. Everybody got to try to remember what I was doing, but we'll figure it out as we go. Here we go. First thing we want to figure out is the game sound. Trying to fix all my game sounds so I have to adjust them all the time. Let's say right there. Maybe 8 it down, 75. Trying to make it where I don't have to keep adjusting this every single time I get into a different game. Because for some reason, Fallout is really low and everything else is really high. So every time I go in and out there, and I've checked every single setting 500 times, everybody. Believe me, I have. It's annoying, but I just do what I got to do. I just bring the other ones down since that one needs to be turned up. All right, here's what we're going to do, everybody. We're going to go over here. We're going to try to remember what we were working on. I think we got this rail line done all the way out here. So let's go ahead and run out there and see what the status of it is. Now, you can see I have all these hypertubes that I did set up. Oh, here we go. Down the loop-de-de-loop. Here we go. Woo! This is not as efficient as going straight down, but it's definitely fun, everybody. So we go around the loop-de-loop. I think I put a bypass in here, too, that goes the other way. Yeah, right here. Yeah, there we go. Oh, now we're getting some speed. Oh, we got that off branch there, too, that we can bring the train back up over there. We'll get into that later on. We got Fred down there saying hi. What up, Fred? And, oh, I think we were building a hypertube cannon on this side, too. I totally forgot until just now. Yeah, there's a hypertube cannon over here. I'm going to show you guys that. I was building that last time. That really works to help you get back faster. But look at this beautiful stuff here. We've got to work on the supports, I see. Oh! Time to make it rain over here. All right, there you go, everybody. By the way, that just works by itself now. When you claim that make it rain, it automatically puts the put the caps in the chat for you. I don't even have to do it anymore. I've automated it. So congrats, everybody who's got 1,000 Kiz caps from a tab for making it rain. And again, we're just going for a little ride here. Out in the beautiful, handcrafted world of Satisfactory here, by the way. Everything handcrafted. This ain't no procedural generation right here, everybody. This is all hand done. And they did an exceptionally great job. And we coming in. They got a bunch of new features coming in experimental. 1.2, including car paths and all of that. I don't go play every single experimental, everybody. I'm still working on my my mega build here. And hopefully I can keep my build. Sometimes you can't. Sometimes you got to definitely back up your save before you update and go from there. But the cool thing is, once you save these blueprints, you can actually play through the game again, and then you can use those blueprints in that next playthrough. Oh, here we go again, spiraling around. Woo! This is fun. Now I have to actually push the camera to the side. Oh yeah, I forgot there's radiation there. We got to deal with that radiation. And going into the fog. I think we hit a waterfall at some point, don't we? Somehow I'm remembering waterfall. This is far. I forgot how far we did this. This is clear on the other side of the map. Holy mackerel. Yeah, here comes the waterfall. Whoosh, right over the waterfall there. Very nice. And way over here to the absolute other side of the entire map, everybody. I forgot it was this far out, man. Oh, man, this is the furthest I think I've ever run a train track. Again, been saving it for this playthrough. Whoa! Yeah, there's our hypertube cannon right there. Holy mackerel, that's a really long one. Let's give it a little testy test over here. Here we go. Whoa! Look out! Whoa, 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 we're breaking physics now. Wow, look how fast we're going. Whoa, 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 whoa. Holy mackerel, we're kicking some booty right here. So fast the game is lagging. Yeah, this is a local game too. Imagine if it was on the server. Holy mackerel. All right, this thing's jamming. Now what we need is I hit E there, by the way, so I went up instead of down. What we need is a hypertube cannon that goes the other way. That's going to take us back to here. I think this is what we were doing last time. We were testing that hypertube cannon. All right, awesome. All right, confirmed, works. Very nice. And I see that we had our hypertube cannon along the back here, so I think what I'll do is I believe I made a blueprint for it last time. Let's see if I called it. Yes, I did. Okay, this is the Hypertube Mega Launcher. Wow, okay, nice. Now, which way does it start is the real question. I don't know where the entrance is. Probably, maybe I made the arrow the proper way it should go. I hope so. I guess we'll find out. We're going to hit H, and then we're going to nudge it into position here. And we'll probably rework that later. All right, so we'll go ahead and build another one that goes the other way. And this way we can test our, since it's so far, we can test our stuff without having to wait for us to go all the way across it every single time. Now, actually, a thing that I can do, if I had the production going, is that I could just use a teleporter. And we'll get into teleporters and stuff like that. We have unlocked everything. We could finish the game. We've already finished it several times. But we want to go ahead and see if we get this hypertube cannon going here. We'll take this one out here. And we'll put that into there. But we got to take this one out. Take this out and then make that go into there. There we go. And then we want to tie all this power together. And then maybe we could tie this power into wherever this other power is. Over there. Okay, that's going to be in the way if we go that way. Let's go this way. Also, by the way, they are bringing in the ability to chain your power among your actual factory machines. So if you have like a bunch of machines, you can just go from machine to machine to machine without needing the power poles anymore, which is a long time coming, everybody. I'm so glad they finally added that. And then here's the launcher part that's going to launch us, except for I think I could just go over here and add an entrance. Let's try that. Transport. Yes, I think I just add an entrance there and then turn that entrance on. Okay, that did not work. Now I gotta get my way out. Okay, did not work. Let's try this. Oh boy, alright. You can't have a gap or it'll drop you out of there. Alright. Yeah, it's not lining me up. Okay, no worries. We got this. We got this. Trying to see why I built that launcher, and now I know why I built the second one. Because you got to have the one that that pushes you into the actual thing like that. There we go. And then this one here. And then... No? Do we have it backwards? I think we might have it backwards. Backwards. Hard to pick this up weeks later. Yeah, it's like this. We'll just hold down the control key and half nudge that. There we go. Got to get the entrance aimed the right direction. Might have the whole thing turned the wrong way. Yeah, I think I have the whole thing turned the wrong way. Apparently the arrow goes the other way. That's okay. We got a blueprint thingy, so we can just pick the whole blueprint thingy out. And then we will swap it the other way. All right. I remember what I was doing. Okay, so I had the arrow going that way, but the arrow is going the opposite way, the way it's going. I say we do something like this, and then we just test this side first. Let's just run it over there. And we got to tie this back into our launcher here. No, we want the other one so we know we're going in the right direction. This one. So this one's going to come in that way and go this way. That way. I'm reversed for you guys, so I have to figure it out. All right, so this is going to come up and go into this side thing, and then this is going to go this way, in theory. All right, let's see if this works. Hey, there we go. All right. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on. Reverse, reverse, reverse. Now you hold W to go back the other direction. Slow yourself down. Okay, confirmed that it goes the other way. Again, I don't remember. That was weeks ago, everybody. Weeks ago, I've been working on the stream, man. I built a rocket ship for you guys. Broke the speed of Kismet. Exactly. Again, you can't break the physics in this game by using your hypertube launchers. I got a massive one going here. Again, built these blueprints. Now, by the way, everybody, you can find these blueprints on my Patreon. If you are a Patreon supporter, you can go up there and grab these blueprints. I put them up there a bit ago. You can check them out and utilize the hypertube cannon as well. Okay, so 100% confirmed. But we definitely want to double up just like we did on the other one. And again, we maybe want to make a note of the direction of the thing in the blueprint itself, because it's the reverse direction of where we had it before. Okay, so we'll put this out here. We can rework all of this later. That's not a problem. But it's definitely the opposite direction the way we had it. And this needs to go into here. So again, we'll take this one out. Take that one out. take this, run that into there, and we will connect our power like this. We'll take this one that's running right where the train tracks are going, take that one out, and use this one because it's going to be up higher and the train can go hopefully underneath it. We'll find out. We'll test that later. All right, now if we have this right, we should be able just to go in here. Aha! Whoa! Okay, that's awesome. Woo! Woo howdy! Yeehaw! All right, here we go, everybody. Holy mackerel, that goes fast. Look at me going down these spirals. Holy mackerel, that gets you from one side to the other fast, doesn't it? Holy moly, and we're already there. We're already there. We went completely to the other side of the map in like 10 seconds. Wow, okay, nice. Love it. All right, GG's. Very nice. Now, do we have a train in this train station? Far oil pickup. Let's see. Do we have a far oil train? We do. Okay, where's our far oil train at? Far oil train. Let's see. There's the far oil train. It's already over there. Okay, so it's back on the other direction. So we already got the train going. So we don't have to do any of this. It's already picking this up. Well, we should probably wait and see. Now, the first thing we want to double check is to make sure that this is filling. Yes, it is. And it's loading. Okay, loading. All of it looks good. We've got our backlog of oil here that's distributing into all of this. And down here, this oil is coming from our oil pump, right? And we're way off on the other side of the map, way over here, everybody, right there. And we were just way over here on this side. So we just zipped across the entire map in just a few seconds. Again, that's called a hypertube cannon. All the way across. Actually, we went up and then zipped all the way across. And here comes our far oil train. It's on the way back to us. Oh, I see one of them boxes. Got to take care of them boxes. But this is just going to run and run and run. And you can see that we have it overclocked as well. Your best use of your overclock, I think. Wow, look at all this stuff I got on me here. Let's get rid of. Oh, we don't want to get rid of those. What can we get out of our inventory here? That's a good question. Probably can put these back. What about this? No, that's full. All right, well, we'll keep that. It's for our jetpack. How about this? That's full too. Yeah, we'll get rid of that. How about this? That's full, so we get rid of all of those by holding down Control, and you drag it. It will drag all the same type into the trash. I don't like to have my inventory completely full because then I start dropping stuff everywhere. But your overclocking here, everybody, with your power shards is one of your most valuable abilities in the game. You want to start doing that as quickly as you can, especially on power extraction, because now this node is as powerful as it's ever going to be, right? It's going to extract 450 per minute. And that 450 minute is getting split into 3 separate cars so that it can build up a backlog, and those cars can go ahead and come and grab that backlog. Now, we're waiting for the train to get here to see if it does grab the backlog and then where it delivers that oil as well. And we can look on the map to see where it's at. It is crossing that part that we were, right here, far oil train coming across. And we want to think about where we want to get our oil next. Now, we've already got this oil over here also running back across the map to over here. We've got this oil. We've also got a bunch of coal here that we can go ahead and run. I guess we could try to tap all these and combine all these and then run them to this station, or we could try to find... What the heck was that noise? We could try to find a... sounds like something was shooting at me. We can try to find a center point of where all that coal comes together along the track line. Like right here looks like a good spot. See how it's coming through? Right there. So we could tap in all of these and run these to here, run that here, run all these here. I'm surprised that I haven't run these here. Why didn't I run these down to here? Maybe they're on the top of the other side of the hill here. But that's okay. I can go here. And maybe I'll just run this all the way through here and try to combine it in a single spot where our train... look, it's going down the spiral. See it going in a circle? Again, it's a great way to go up and down, everybody, especially if you do a perfect spiral like me. It's a great way to get that going. We got coal here as well. That's a pure node, too. Holy mackerel. Okay. So we've got lots of nodes that we can tap into right here and then add it to our oil train, or add another train that does just the stuff. Yeah, it totally sounds like somebody's shooting at me down there. It also looks like we've got some Caterium here. Yeah. It's not break time. Not break time. We just got started. Don't make me take caps away. I never do. I never do. But thanks for coming in and hanging out. I'm going to give you your things back. Now, remember, you can only do that once, by the way. Oh, did you do fire? Did the fire come up? I missed it. Let me know in the chat, everybody. Did the fire come up? I'm going to go ahead and put that back. All right, there we go. All right, I don't know. Did it fill it up? Oh, it's got the crude oil in it. All right, we're going to take the train back. Doesn't look like it loaded itself because I think the train is full, which means the other end is full. We got to work on all of our supports today, too. We'll try to get those going. But this is kind of cool, everybody, because you don't have to hold anything. It'll just do it on its own, and you can just let it rock and roll, which is pretty awesome. Looks like they're working to me. Looks like the sounds are working to me. There's no command that's all aboard, by the way. There's no command. It's choo-choo, by the way. That's not a command. Yeah, try it again. Remember, that does go into a queue. So if it doesn't do it right away, it sometimes queues it. And you got to make sure you type it right, too. Make sure you're typing the right commands. Oh, yeah, it's not coming up. I see the choo-choo in there. All right, let's figure out what's up. Let's figure out what's going on. It's always something. Let me see. Can I play it? There's a problem. That one's working. Let me see. Why is it not working here?
Added a motivational message.
Oh, there it goes. Yeah, sometimes it just takes a second because it's in a queue. So if you do 15 commands at the same time, it's just not just completely spamming the stream. So it's on a bit of a delay on purpose, so you guys don't be spammy. If I find you being spammy, I will take your power away because I can block individuals from using the commands, by the way. So don't make me do that, everybody. I don't like to be everybody's pop over here. I have to, like, when you're doing 50 commands at the same time. The all aboard command is on the spreadsheet. But is it a I'm going to add it one day, or is it the one that's actually there? Let me go see. Let's go look on the spreadsheet. Let's see. Streams command list. Let's see. I don't see it on there. Yeah, moderator. I don't see it. I'll search for it. All. Yeah, command ideas or suggested. That's an idea that I might one day add to the stream. So make sure that you look at the little colored titles above those sections. So one day that will actually work. When somebody gets a moment like me, because I'm the only one that's going to be doing it, everybody, just so you know. I'm the only one who does all this hard work. That one's not implemented yet. And it may or may not ever be implemented, depending on how much time I have and if I decide I want to add it to the stream. There you go. Yeah, if it says I'm 7 days to die, most likely it just remembered from last time. Because I do have multiple versions of Discord running. All right, let's go ahead and see where it's going to drop this off. Doesn't look like it's dropping off anywhere. Working its way through our other thing here. You can see I got a real complex system going here. Probably the most complex train system I've built because I've been waiting for it to go release and then really go and mega build like we're doing now. Another perfect Kismet spiral. Notice how it doesn't do this. It doesn't porpoise, which is something that happens when you're riding like a sea-doo. You'll hit the waves and you'll porpoise up and down. But notice how perfectly clean it is right there, going 117 kilometers per hour there, or kilometers per hour. All right, let's go ahead and go this way, and we're going to see where this ends up. Oh, it's that one back there. I remember now. We were making this one that goes here, and then see, this train is waiting for this one. Awesome. Oh, we haven't built the storage yet. Oh, we don't have any storage for this oil. I see. I see. All right, that's where we left off. Yeah, so it is on unload. I like how it's processing there. It's processing because this is going to try to unload it. And it's going to decide whether it unloads. Yeah, we haven't built the storage. Okay. And we'll centralize all this storage later, but right now we're just putting the storage off the side. You can see it way off in that one over there. So we got some work to do over here. All right, so we're going to hit G to just get the catwalks. I'm going to hold down Control, and we're going to slide along these catwalks here. And we're just going to go ahead and take that out, do a little modification of our edge here. Again, these are already pre-done blueprints as well. So I spent a lot of time in the beginning making these. Let's zoop these in. Very nice. And then we'll go 2 out here, I believe it was. The 2 out, yes, okay. So we're just basically going 3 out all the way around. Notice that it picked up the color of the previous foundation. And then we went through and we made all these mega blueprints that make this super easy. So all I got to do is get my fluid buffer, which you can see is already kind of set up here to go ahead and either input or output, right? Like right now, we want to actually do this one as an output. So we want to have the front side, right? We want to have it this way. Right, so this is an input here. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and have this output here. We're going to make sure that this is lined up. There we go. Let's see, the arrow is going to be lined up to the output. Then we're going to put the output in both the one there and up here, so they're kind of coming out double, and then they come down and be fed into our giant power plant that we're going to build right over here by the waterfall. It's going to be super fun, and we'll have that good to go. All right, we'll go ahead and do that first one. And then the cool thing is here, you can utilize the previous one that you did to line this one up. And again, I just go and look real close, make sure that's good. That might be a little too close. Yeah, a little too close there. Kind of feel like we got to offset that a little more. Let's go see how this one is over here. I kind of feel like more centered in the center one. Wait, I think it's one more out. Yeah, it's actually, well, if you don't count that one, it's 3 this way. Yes, and then it's in the center of that 3. Now, one of the cool things they did add is not only blueprinting, but the ability to take stuff out as a complete blueprint. So you don't have to take it out one at a time, which is awesome. And again, one of the hardest things for me, everybody, is remembering what the heck I was doing last time. That's for sure. That's for sure. For sure. Okay. But yeah, those commands are working, as you can see, but you're just trying a command that is not put in there yet. Like I can type it in right here. Actually, let's redeem that fire and see if the fire comes in. Because I didn't see it, but I thought I heard it. So let's do it. Oh, someone already did it. Yes, someone already did, so now I can't do it. Let's go ahead and do another one here. Let's do choo-choo again.
Due to popular demand, I have added a motivational message.
Yeah.
Choo-choo, mother.
Yeah, they either all work or none of them work. That's how that goes, everybody. That's how the stream is set up. It'll happen from time to time. Let's try channel redeem as well.
Bye.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, channel redeems are working, and commands are working. So yeah, all working just fine. All right, let's go ahead again. Get back to what we were doing. Getting distracted by technical stuff, which often happens. I try not to do too much technical stuff on stream because I'm here to play some games. I'm here to entertain all of you, and that's what we're all about here in this stream. And it's very easy to get distracted by side quests, if you know what I mean. If you've ever played any Fallout or any other games. Very easy to get distracted. All right. That's probably why we didn't get this done last time. We got all distracted with our hypertube cannons, no doubt. All right, looking good, all lined up nicely. Okay, that's much better. We want to have a bit of an offset because we're going to be running all these pipes and want to make sure that we have enough room to do so. Let's go ahead and go to my pipe set down here. You notice I'm changing my bars down here. Now, this is an output, so we want it to come from here and we want it to go in here. Now, I like it to be nice and snappy where it is doing horizontal, vertical right there. Very nice. And then right here, horizontal, vertical, so we have a nice pipe run. Now, the reason why we want to have it offset toward the storage is because the one at the top is going to go the reverse direction. Notice that I am running it in the reverse direction, so I went this way first, and then this one I'm going from here back because that will control the direction of the way that it offsets. So we want to go ahead and make sure that we offset that properly. There we go, and that should then begin, and we can see it right over here. We should be able to see that some of that oil coming out of there. I see this is like in a stuck mode, so we might have to take one of these out. Because sometimes what happens with blueprints is that this is not quite connected to this. So what we're going to do is let's go ahead and redo this one here at the end. It means that this one here, the fluid platform, is not connected properly to the train station itself. So we're going to do that. And we're going to see if that fixes that problem. Nope, still got an issue. That is not good. Okay. What can we do? Obviously, our train is working. Well, best thing to do is, if it's not working, take the stations out and re-put them in. So we're going to do that. We're going to take this one out. Let's do the last one first, and then we're middle mouse button. Get this one going. We'll take that one out. We'll put that in. And let's see if we're getting that power now. Nope, something very wrong. Let's put it on unload. Load. Oh boy, technical problems already. All right, let's just redo our tracks as well. See if that's an issue. Something's gone horribly wrong. Well, we'll go ahead and tell it to unload and see if it actually puts some in there. It says zeros in there. Something definitely weird going on with our tracks here and our storage. That could have been a problem last time, and I'm like, I'll deal with it next time. And it's now next time. Let's go ahead and run these out again. Run this the other way. See if we can get these to work today. Feel very accomplished if we can get our oil pumping in here to the backlog. And then eventually, of course, we'll attach all of this to a central storage where it will hold all that oil and then hold all the coal eventually as well. But we need our train to come back. Let's see if our train's still going. Yes, there we go. We got Boxy train, X3 train, X2 train, X1 train. Is there other train way the heck over here? Aha, here it is. All right, far oil train is still running, so that means at least we didn't mess up the track. We know that it's still running from over there. And we know it has oil in there. We just got to figure out why it is not unloading that oil. And again, it might be the train station itself as well. And we might take the train out, put the train back in again, and then test it that way. It might be the train itself that's causing this kind of thing. Normally what it'll do is it'll show you the interior of the fluid freight platform. Like if I go ahead, I got to make a station first. If I make a train station, just like over here, and then I put the fluid platform on it, it should... Oh, that one's doing the same thing. Huh. I hope my whole game save is not broken. That would suck. Let's go over here and look at these. Always want to compare it to the ones you did before. See, those are working. You can see the actual thing. Maybe it just does that because there's no oil in it yet. I can't remember if that's a thing or not. That is pretty weird. I find that to be pretty weird. It does seem like it has power because I can see this is running here. How about this here? Let's go ahead and flip this on. That does have power. We can see it's on. It's going to... we're going to run out the B side. Which side is the B side? This side to our hypertube. And we can see our hypertube has power. Test it. Oh yeah, it's working. No, power's good. Because the power's coming along the track, and then that track hits this station. That station then runs the power out here, and then that power runs over here to our switch, and then runs our hypertube entrance. All right, how's our train doing? Far oil train. All right, it's chugging. Now, I'll have multiple trains on this far oil train, and the reason why you want to have multiple trains is because what'll happen is you'll just have this one train, and it won't be fast enough to bring the oil fast enough to supply to whatever you're doing from this far. So you definitely want multiple trains. All right, here we go. No, wrong train. Psych. Not the train. Not the train. What's up, WFO Racing? Thanks for coming in, hanging out. I appreciate everybody coming in and chilling out in the channel. Hello, kids. I hope you're doing well today. Good to see you. You as well, WFO. Thank you. Appreciate you. What kind of power source are you using? I am currently using oil right now. And as you can see, I have some mega builds that I've done here. This is for the Christmas holiday. Over here, we have what's known as modular vertical stacked builds. These are kind of what I call super builds. They're kind of in between. You got your basic builds, your super builds, and then your mega builds. Mega builds would be more like this and this, where you're making it a bit more fancy. Same thing with the train station here. Here we go. All right, come on. Let's unload here. Let's see what happens. Come on, we want to see it taking the oil and putting it in the thing. Oh! Oh, I think we got it. So yeah, see, it's been doing that weird thing where when I connect the containers and the train station that it doesn't always work. I have to take those out and put it back in. And then we should see this start to run. We're going to see these open up. There we go. All right. And they're starting to flow their way into this storage. And it's working. All right. GG's. Yeah, there we go. Now we got our interface. So, yeah, it does do that little spinny thing when it's empty, apparently. I don't remember doing that in the past, but it could have done that in the past. I don't know. I have thousands of hours in Satisfactory. I've played through, I don't know, 30, 40, 50 times. A lot of times, finished the game 30 times. I've finished the release version several times. And we can finish the game right now, everybody. We're on phase 5. I could have finished it 50 times by now. But we're now in what I call the next level of Satisfactory. Is when you're building stuff to make it beautiful, or you're building stuff to make it massive, and you're not necessarily trying to win the game. Because I can dazzle you a little bit, everybody. Are you ready to be dazzled? So yeah, dazzle me, Kismet. I am at the end of the game and can finish the game with a total amount of power of 21,750. And you're like, no way. Oh, yeah. Finished the whole game with 21,000 power. I proved it possible in this playthrough. And you're like, well, Kismet, I got 150,000 power and I got 50,000 plates going. Why? Why do you need that? Remember, efficiency first, and I'm your official Fix-It corporate trainer, everybody. So keep that in mind. My job is to teach you how to be efficient with your power. Remember, it's still producing all this stuff, everybody. All this stuff is running on that 21,000, including accelerators, all sorts of stuff, even our kind of frivolous Christmas stuff there. And way over there, you can see that is our oil power. Now, of course, we're taking the oil power, we're turning it into fuel, and then the fuel into turbo fuel right now. Now, that over there is going to become obsolete because we are going to mega build all of the oil over on this side. So we will run all the oil and all the coal over here and build a massive structure here just for power. Because these games and most things in life, including IRL, are based on power, everybody. The more power that you have, the more things you can run at the same time, the higher quantity of things you can make. But you don't necessarily have to do all of the stuff in the entire game. But we are going to. We're going to do every process of every single thing. We're going to explore every single inch of the entire game. You can see it's bringing some various different components and depositing them here, and then of course it runs over there. And that side's like our super build, and we're going to take all that out, and we're going to build our mega build over here. And we have a lot of our basic stuff already in place, like this stuff over here. This is Caterium here. This is plates over here. Then over here, this is concrete. And this just constantly goes into Dimensional Depot all the time. When it comes to concrete and plates, I have 5 dimensional depots running. That means it's going to go in there at 5 times the normal rate. I have it completely upgraded with our immersive spheres. So anytime I'm using massive amount of plates or a massive amount of concrete, which you do on just about anything, it's going to automatically run that back in there at its maximum speed. So that I don't have to go and pick up resources all the time. I could just actually not even go with any resources, and it will automatically put all that stuff in the Dimensional Depot. That's also what it's doing over here. It's actually making resources, putting them in the Dimensional Depot for me, so I don't have to go and track them down anymore. It's one of the great things about the later part of the game is that you can get that whole process set up. It's pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. But we're just having fun using our mega blueprints and snapping them together as well. There you go. Yes. What's up, Iron Master? Yes. What up, Pioneers? What's going on here? We are mega building. We are having a great time. So yeah, I like the fuel. Now, nuclear power is also fun. I've done nuclear power as well as the thing that's above nuclear power, which I forget the name of it. I've done all the stuff. I've played through and finished the game multiple times. I've tried all the mechanics, and we're going to try them all again in this playthrough. There we go. There we go. What biome would you folks suggest might be the funnest for a randomized nodes playthrough? I say you just close your eyes and then randomize it and then click one of the things. Just make your cursor go like this and then click. That's the one. I played every biome start multiple times, and I personally prefer, if you really want to have an amazing start in the game, everybody, if you are playing the standard game, you want to start where I'm starting at over here. I think it looks like a bunny, but then again, I'm an artist and that's what happens. But right here, I feel like it's like a bunny because, like, here's his eyes right here, right? And he's got a little paws with a little bushy tail back here. And he's kind of aiming forward. He's kind of sideways, like standing on his head kind of thing. I don't know. That's what I see anyway. It's kind of like when you look at clouds and you see like a dragon or Mickey Mouse or whatever. But this is right over here from the forest biome. So if you start in the forest biome, you're going to start right over here in this wider area. And then you just kind of run along this edge. You go up this hill, and you will find a bunch of pure nodes. So you've got 4 iron pure nodes, and you can have those at the beginning of the game, so they give you a massive boost to your start. But they did add a mode that allows you to randomize all the nodes now, so you don't know where the nodes are, which is pretty cool. And we'll play that. We'll play it when 1.2 comes out eventually. But, of course, that'll be much later. These mega builds, everybody, and mega playthroughs, they take thousands of hours. So I just try to get this one done. And, again, we're running trains clear across the whole entire zone. We're getting every bit of oil and every bit of coal, bringing it back here so that we can get it going. So I suggest the one that you like the most, right? And I suggest play them all, and then you'll find out which one you like the most. That's the best. This game is so chill until phase 4. I think it's always chill. I think it's always chill. And again, I'll show you all my gaming secrets in here. By the way, you can watch every single bit of this playthrough on YouTube, youtube.com/KismetBP. I do have playlists. So, and they're also in episode numbers. Like this is episode 30. So you can go back to episode 1, see how I got started, see how I got massive amount of resources, where I started at on the map, because I'll show you where I started, and then how I basically supercharged my playthrough and got all the way to the end of the game with only about 20,000 power. That's all you really need to finish the game. I've already finished it multiple times with just a low amount of power. But now we're just having fun building massive structures, everybody. And that's one of the fun things about Satisfactory. The trains are really awesome. It's really fun to set up all this big network and build big things so that we can automate every single process. That's the goal of this particular playthrough, is that we're going to automate every single thing, and that's going to take a lot of power. Now, one of the things that we can do now that we have collected some of our oil, and we have a good amount of oil, is we could replace our current power over here. But I don't really need to because, again, my factory runs so massively efficiently that I don't need to really add any power. I can't just finish the game, GG's, all good. But it's more about the fun of not only building it, but building it in a beautiful way, right? Where you have it very cleanly built. Your tracks are really awesome. In my case, I make mega blueprints, and those mega blueprints snap together. So they're modular mega blueprints where you can snap this whole entire setup you see here together. And then you can also snap all of the train segments together. And then you can go ahead and build out all your supports and all that stuff, which is something that we need to work on here in just a second. We need to go over here and see if our train is coming through. I'm going to wait for it to come through one more time, and then we'll ride the train back, unless the train already went by and we missed it. We've got a quick wire train. We've got our X2 train. I don't even know why that's there. We got something over here going on. Oh, the truck ran out of fuel. Yeah, that's my kind of having fun truck over there. Where is our far oil train? Okay, it's still going this way. It's still taking its time across there. Now, did we build another... I thought we had built another hypertube launcher over here somewhere. Let's go see if we found one. Maybe down here at the bottom? Oh, I see it. Yes, there it is. I'm right. I built one. Is the geothermal power worth it? I have never really used it. So I think that answers its own question, doesn't it? In fact, you don't even need the nuclear power. You can see I'm just using, really, it's turbo fuel. So taking oil, turn it into fuel, turn it into turbo fuel, 20,000 power, you're good. In fact, you can make 20,000 power worth of just coal power and finish the entire game if you wanted to. All right, here we go. Hypertube launcher. Woo! We're cooking now. Let's go. We're going to outrun the trains. Yeah, we got to make sure that we hit our stuff here. There we go. And down the perfect spiral, by the way. I don't just make a spiral. I make stuff perfect. It turns out awesome. There we go. Again, we're going to go all the way to the other side because we're going to work our way back and we're going to work on our supports. So you can see we've got these giant spans of railroad track. As well as we have to go in and work on those supports. Now, you don't need the supports. It'll just float like Minecraft. Everybody will float in the air, and you don't have to worry about it. But in this particular one, because we are mega building, we are going to do every single support. We're going to do all the embellishments, like the railings you can see on the side. If you don't notice, when you're on the train, there's these lights that you go by, like in a real train. See the light here? It's just like when you're going by it on the train. So very cool. So I added all that fluorescent. Remember, these are all blueprints as well that stack together. And of course, all my patrons do get a copy of all of this. Doesn't matter what level you support, by the way, on Patreon, whether it's $1 or more, you have access to all these blueprints that you can utilize, and I appreciate it because I put every penny right back into the stream. So I don't think it's worth it, but if you want to do it, go for it. Also, I don't think vehicles are worth it. I typically don't use vehicles, but they did do a lot of cool stuff with the vehicle pathing, which is normally the problem with vehicles. So I'm definitely going to try that out in 1.2. And I've played every update of Satisfactory since it came out. I played Satisfactory on day one. I played every single update and loved every single one. Pretty awesome. Look at this. We got some northern lights going on. Beautiful. Beautiful out here. Under the waterfall. And way to the other side of the map. Now, if you missed it, everybody, we just went from over here, which is one of my favorite starting zones, right over here, and we went up, and then we went clear across all the way to this side over here, and it's going to drop us off right there. Whoa! Uh-oh, went back in. Let's just go ahead and just go. We need to fix this, too, so this doesn't draw me back in right there. We need to loop that back up like we did the other one. So let's go ahead and loop this up like this. Now, see, this one will send you in a certain direction, which is how I want this to go. So we can take out this side over here. So when we come out of the hypertube launcher, it'll just drop us off, which is what we want. Like this. And I could have turned it where I could have went this way instead. And I might want to... I might want to do that instead so I don't end up down there. So this one is, and it's weird that that's not the default. I think I have this reversed. Yeah, I think I have that reversed. So when I come through, I want the default to be that I stop and not end up down here. So we'll fix that real quick as well. So we're going to connect this to here, and then we're going to take this hypertube launcher and loop it back up here like this. And so when we go through here, it'll go, and then boom, send us in the direction that we want to go, right? But coming back the other way, we should end up over here. Oh, we don't have an entrance here. Oh man, we got some work to do. We gotta finish this up right here. Okay, and then we've got to get our B line going here. This is going to go into there. We got to color that too. Let's put that as purple. Okay, we're going to need some power over here. We'll do the same thing we did over on the other one. We'll run a power pole here, and we'll run this over here so that has power as well. Okay, so if we go in here, this should send us to the left. Okay, good. And we're just going to kind of go a little bit, and then we're going to turn around and we're going to come back and see which way it defaults. We're coming back this way. Right, now again, I shouldn't have to hit anything. It should automatically default me. There we go. Now we fixed it back the way it was. It should automatically default me to coming to a stop because that's the most useful option when I'm coming back. But again, if I do want to launch, I should be able just to go over here and do it. And we'll fix all this up, so that's part of that as well. Let's look at our foundations down here. How are we looking on our supports? All right, so we do got to work on our supports. Look for any baddies you might want to get in our face. Let's go ahead and check in on our ammo. All right, we got a little bit of ammo. We've got our... Where's our little thing here? Oh my god, we got more stuff on us. Man, we just keep picking stuff up. All right, get those steel pipes out of there. We should have put all this stuff back down into the boxes. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but that's okay. We'll do that later. Yeah, I need my little thingy. I got my rebar gun. I'll just use my rebar gun. There we go. We got our explosive rebar, so we want to take stuff out. Boom. We can just use the explosive rebar, which is my new favorite thing, by the way. I've never bothered to use it until this playthrough, because I've been saving it as well. You hate the swamp biome? It is rough. That is a really tough part, but there are a lot of good nodes in there, by the way. Yes, I think that's a great way of extending the life of the game is to randomize it like it does in 7 Days to Die. That's why I've played 4,000 hours in 7 Days to Die. I have 100 plus playthroughs of 7 Days to Die. It's because I can just randomize the map and I don't know where anything is. And then you might have some good starts, you might have some bad starts, so sometimes it might be even more tough because of the mobs you might get in the beginning. It might be easier another time. That randomization is really important, I think. Because once you've played the game as many times as I do, you know what all the nodes are. And plus, I know what the nodes are in this game because I put down a bunch of my radar towers. So, and I spread those radar towers out so efficiently, I can see where every single node is in the game. And then I can tap into every single node. So that's the cool part. That I can tap into it and then drag them in. Like right here, we've got some crude oil that we need to grab from there. And then more coal up here, and then lots of oil up here at the top. We'll hopefully try to get some time into that as well. But we're really just trying to set up our oil for right now. And when we see the little check mark, that means that we've actually tapped into that node, right? That we've used that node, and that node is being run back. Ones without check marks means that we're not using those yet. Like over here, you can see that we have a bunch of impure nodes. We have 6 impure nodes, which is about 450. I forget why I had that there, so I'm just going to remove that. I think that was... I know what that is now. That is... I got to remove one of those crash landing things. I hear the train. Train's picked up some stuff. It's got some oil. Oh, yeah, it's good. All right, it's running that oil back. Okay. So we got that done. Now, we're just going to do cosmetic stuff. I'm going to show you how to do, utilizing my blueprints, how to very easily add supports under here so it looks totally legit, like it's actually being held up as well. So I have some blueprints that are just about support. So we got our lower support here, which is this part, which goes at the bottom. And again, I have my own personal style. You might have your own personal style. And I try to change it each time. Try to push yourself creatively to do different things. I've got to remember which one it is, by the way. Separate under. Yes, there it is. That's what I'm looking for. And again, we've got this blueprint that's already ready to go. or we can just go ahead and put that right under there, and then we're going to go ahead and see where this is best here. I kind of feel like we'll go on the other side, and we're just going to run these right down the center. Now, we have one way out there, so we'll go ahead and do those two, and then we'll say right above this here, we'll go ahead and do that. All right, that looks good. Except for our support, our other support is not lined up. So we're going to have to fix the way that's lined up. Who is that bringing in the Kismet Love Train? Big JP coming in, everybody. Show him some love. That's 87 months of sub love right there. Holy mackerel. Let's show him lots of love. Anytime you see that Kismet Love Train come in, everybody, throw some hearts in the chat or some GGs. Whatever emotes you want, you go ahead and throw them in there. Just show some love for the peeps that keep this stream going, because it is a massive undertaking every single time. Because Kismet, I don't do stuff at, like, the baby level, everybody. I do stuff at, like, the mega level, as you can see. As you can see, everybody, streaming to 6 different platforms live, because I don't care what platform you're watching, everybody, and I don't care what platform you're playing games on, everybody. It doesn't matter to me. We're all gamers up in here. The whole thing is that you have the platform that you enjoy watching, and you have the platform that you enjoy gaming, and we should be able to play together no matter what. None of this walled garden crap. We should be able to play with the people we want to play when we want to play with them. That's it. That's it. Nothing beyond that. I don't care what console you got or any of that stuff. I think that's ridiculous. That only helps the game companies, not the consumer themselves. What should happen for the consumer is we should be able to do whatever the heck we want. Because we paid our money, or we paid our dollar bills for the ride, and we want to ride that sucker. Want to ride that ride. All right, now you can see I picked that up with middle mouse button, and now what I'm going to do is go ahead and set this to vertical, and you can see that it goes into the ground there, and it has 1, so I go up by 2 like this, and then notice that it automatically orients itself. If you do this just right, you can go ahead and very quickly just go ahead and add that in right there. Now this allows me to adjust it based on the terrain, and then we should be able to go in and get our lower support, and if you get underneath here and aim right under here, it's going to go ahead and line up. And now, super easy. There we go. Lower support in there. Looks totally legit, like it's holding that up. Looks great. All right, this might be a little close to our piping system here, but we can move our piping system because I kind of feel like that's a good spot. And I could actually run this around and go that way. I could move this further over there. I kind of feel like I actually want this over a little bit. And again, this is all cosmetic, everybody. You don't really need to even put these supports here, but I like to. I like to really get into it, because normally I don't put any supports in at all, because the last thing you want to do is put in a bunch of supports and then realize that you got to redo all the supports again. And I've done that way too many times, and I'm like, nah, I'm not doing supports until I know that's what it's going to be. I know that's how it's going to look for the whole rest of the game. And again, we'll take this out, and we'll reroute that here in a moment. Then we have our lower support. Got to get a little underneath it here. And then there we go. Look at that. Perfectly fits in there. Beautiful. And again, you notice the green arrow here? That's pointing in the direction of the train line run. So it actually does have an orientation. Okay, so we got to get this over to here, but no problem. We can just go ahead and get our pipes here. And I am using the Mark II pipes, and we're just going to run them like this, put a little curve on it, something like this. There we go. We just run that right around that support, tie it right in over there. Very nice. Oh, we need to put our pumps in on the other side as well. Just dawned on me, because I saw the pumps here. All right, we can go ahead and get rid of this. We were building our hypertube launcher there. Yes, we were. We're having a good time. All right, I guess I could have just cleared the blueprinter. I could have just said clear blueprint, but oh well, old school. I remember, everybody, I was playing the game when they didn't have zooping, so I put down thousands of foundations one at a time. I'm old school. I'm as old school as you could be. I'm the OG gamer, too. I've been gaming for 50 years. I pioneered gaming. Absolutely did. Since the very beginning. I've loved every second of it. Love what you love to do, everybody. Don't let nobody stop you. I don't care if you like gaming or music or whatever it is, or baton twirling. I don't care. Whatever lights you up inside, everybody, whatever you really, really enjoy, I say do it, and you answer to no one. You answer to no one. You do what you love to do. It took me way too long in my life to stop worrying about what other people think and do what I love, right? That's what I suggest you do no matter what age you are. All right, so we got that going. We did our supports. Now we want to run underneath here. Now, the cool thing is, everybody, if you notice, I'm just floating. And that's because I have my hover pack, which I really love. And the train tracks above me are actually giving power. So I can't just float underneath the train tracks and work on all of these supports pretty easily. Now, since we have so many to do, I'm just going to go ahead and get in the zone here. And if you have any comments or questions, feel free to throw them in the chat and let me know. But I'm going to go ahead and switch over to my little set here. You can see I have a set for running train lines and also for doing the supports as well. 9 is the one we want, right? 9. Where's my 9? I'm pressing 9. There we go. And again, you want to make sure that you have the green facing in the right direction. And support there. All right, let's keep going. And this is one of those things that you just want to, buckle in and do as fast as you can. And again, this is going to sit down in the water. So we're going to go ahead and just take those bottom two. And this blueprints are all designed to make this super, super easy to just put these supports in. Again, you can use my blueprints, or you can just use mine as a template and build your own particular style of what you want the coloring to be and how you want it to look. Do you want it to be round or square, or be a triangle or a hexagon? I don't know, whatever you feel like you want to do. Whatever floats your boat there. All right, right to there. And of course, we got to watch out for mobs along the way. But again, we already did the hard part, everybody, which is getting all the tracks lined up and all that stuff. And getting the train running. Ooh, radiation down there. Taking some damage. I'm damaging fix-it property. I'm going to get busted. Nobody tell corporate. And here we go. This is awesome. Again, this is probably the most elaborate I've ever built in any playthrough ever. So you're watching history in the making right here, everybody. Absolutely. And again, I've been waiting for it to be truly release. And this one, we're going to rotate so that green is aiming in the direction. We'll check that one. Oh, we got two of them going the wrong direction. Well, that one's kind of going the right direction. We want it to go this way. All right, again, double check that. We can just take the blueprint right back out again. And this time we will watch the direction of the green arrow. And again, that's just little details that really add up. Oh, I see what it is. These guys. Again, this explosive rebar is awesome. It's really easy to aim at stuff and blow those things up to get them out of your way. So you can get on to building your supports here. All right, there we go. Now we got that looking good. You see our tower way up there on the hill, surveying the whole area. Not only for ore nodes, by the way, everybody. Whenever I'm running by these, but I pick these up. These are actually called bacon. Not kidding, they are bacon leaves. It's pretty funny. Or bacon alcaric or whatever it is. Oh, look at this. We got a bad boy. Come on, bad boy. Watch this. This is one of my favorite things. Here we go. Come on. Come on, Spidey. Right over here. Come get me. Come on, right here. Here I am. I'm right here. I'm so easy to get. Look at me. Oh, later, sucker. And now he's down there. I can just back up, and then now it's hard for him to find me. I'm over here now. But he will be sneaky. Now, the second you turn your back on that spider, he'll make his way up here. He absolutely will. But while he's trying to find his way to me here, I'm going to try to get some of this done. Oh, yeah, there he is. Let's send him a little bit of love. Miss me. Now, the great thing about the pack here is that I can't just move around. And I can throw some explosives his way. Now, sometimes you lose sight of them. That's probably the scariest thing, everybody. I don't think seeing the monsters is scary. I think it's when you don't see them. That's the scariest. Kind of like if you ever watched Jaws, everybody. The scariest thing is that you didn't see the shark until the end, because you never knew when that shark was going to pop up out of nowhere and whatnot. Again, see, I can just kind of dip out the way because he always goes straight. So you wait for him to jump, and you just keep going a certain direction. There we go. We wiped him out. And then we go down here. We can grab our loot. Again, it's a hazardous around here, everybody. Very hazardous. All right, middle mouse button. and more of our supports here. Again, you want these to be 2 up so that this thing's going to fit under here. Check your direction of the arrow. And now we have them all going, and look how it sinks right in the ground. So awesome. Ooh, this is going to be a tricky one here. Do we want to sink it in the ground, or do we want to just have it kind of sit on this upper part? I'm thinking in the ground, so let's go like this. Oh, there goes the train. Ah. Again, much easier when you have your blueprints already set up. So if you pre-think it out, everybody, you're like, okay, I'm going to need this. I'm going to need columns. I'm going to need this. I'm going to need tracks. I'm going to need all the embellishments. Like you can see, I have a bunch of coiled cable running down the side. Like that's where the electric power is running. That is completely just embellishment, everybody. And we're going to have to come back and connect some of that together and make some of that work in certain areas, because we do have some supports and things that we have to work with. As well. We can see we've got an angled one going here, and we can see we have an angled top part along with this thing underneath here that's holding it down. And so we're going to go ahead and run that down. Again, back it up by 1, 2. And now we're just going to fill it in. All right, again, getting in the zone. Here we go. We don't mind me speeding up. I actually go at a slower pace when I'm streaming because I can go so fast that you won't even see what the heck I'm doing, everybody. And I don't like that when I'm watching streams. So, you always go from your personal experience, everybody. At least I think so. So I slow down when I'm on stream. But when you get the general gist of what I'm doing, like I'm going to have to do this a whole bunch of times, I think it's okay if I speed up. Again, if you got any questions, you let me know along the way. We'll get this going. How you been, Big JP? How you been, man? Hopefully you've been well. Or at least good enough to enjoy another day. Like a lot of us who have medical conditions. Just try to get another day in. All right, I kind of feel like that might be a little high on that one. That one's kind of right in that kind of zone. Let's see how I like it. No, that's fine. That's fine. I like it. Let's see if the arrow is going the right way. Nope. Not going the right way, so we will take it out using our blueprint mode and re-snap it in there again. And again, since we already did all of our power running using our train tracks, don't have to worry about that either. Just easy mode all the way back. Now we do have some stuff by the waterfall to work on. That's going to be pretty unique as well. I like it always is trying to rotate it in such a way that makes it harder on me to have to redo it every time. I don't know if the game's just trolling me sometimes. I don't know. But it always seems to do that. We could just be watching the arrow, I guess. That arrow is pointing in the direction in which the trains are going. That's how I made the blueprint. Yeah, it's got to be fun when we get there. All right, how are we looking? Okay, so that's already 2, so we don't need to add any there, just the under support. And then it's going right here into our perfect hypertuber. But again, I have the ability, I have blueprints to do this. It's so easy. You just add the bottom one, which would be A, and then you add B, and then you add A2, and then you just keep doing that over and over again. You make a perfect spiral every single time. Now, what's the difference between a spiral and a perfect spiral? A perfect spiral is one that doesn't cause your train to go up and down and up and down, because if you ever build a spiral, you'll know that it does that. As well is that they're not just two offset, because that makes it do that up and down thing. And it slows your train down. So if you do the perfect spiral, you have the perfect offsets. And what I did was I used the angled, like you were kind of walking up on a platform like this. And again, you go back and watch it on the stream, everybody, me building it originally, because you can watch all of these. So I took the ramp like this and then zooped it up. And then I went and put a flat ramp here, a foundation. Again, I'm just doing a 1 meter because I like it to go up as slow as possible so that it's not slowing it down. And then it will reach maximum speed. And then, and see, just like this. Oh, just like this. And then what this does is it tells you where the in the middle points are, right? So here's the middle point of this. That's our start point down there, middle point, and then middle point, and that's how you learn how to do all of that. Or even easier, you just become a patron and get all the blueprints and just use mine. Whichever you feel like. All right, and these supports are already in here. As you can see, we have a center support. We have our cool hypertube running here. So we're just going to go ahead and dip up above this. And we're going to go ahead and follow where the rest of our supports are here. Oh, okay. We've got 2 supports here in the end. Kind of feel like I want it to hit right here. Now, again, I have the power to adjust whatever I want it to be. So I can go in and say, you know what, I want to move this support. So it's right here, and it's going to line up down there. I'm going to feel right there, and we're going to check it first before we remove anything else. We're going to run that vertical down. Maybe up just a little bit. Let's try it up a little. Bingo. All right, there it is. Okay, then we come back by 2. Again, this is the nice thing about this whole system is that I've set it up where I can modify it in the moment. If I feel like it needs to go another way. Where's our arrow? Right, like that. There we go. And there it is, emboldened in the overpass there. Now, if I wanted to drive through there, I'd be in trouble and hit the pole. But all right, now we want to just go ahead and take all this out. I'm just going to press and release control so that I don't accidentally take out stuff I don't want. And then control. There we go. We'll take that out. So we'll have this support go here. And then this one will go way down here. Once you get one of them in position, you pretty much know how to put all the rest of these in there. Look at the size of that support, everybody. Awesome. This is kind of in my way here, so I'm going to go ahead and move it here. I don't remember why I have that there. I'm sure there's some reason. Might even be a temporary reason, but I'm just going to go ahead and put that in there. Oh, by the way, I could have done something really cool. I always forget until after I've already done it at least once. Is I can just take the power pole and aim at the pole, and then you can actually divert that power line along that pole. I could have just put it here and then moved it over, and it would have just reconnected everything. But you can just do that and see it diverts it to that other pole, which is really cool. But I hate having extra poles if I don't need them. So pull that out of the way because we want to go ahead and make sure that that power is still connected. Again, we can't wait to try that 1.2, everybody. We will try it out when it comes out in full release. They did say that it's getting there, where we might have it in the live version soon. And we will definitely back up our saves first, and then we will. Yeah, look at that, nice. And then we will go ahead and just try this particular one out in 1.2 and see if it works. And we'll try out all the new stuff. And it will actually change the way that we do our factories because of the ability to chain your machines together. That's going to fundamentally change the way you do your power runs, and it's going to be awesome. They're not getting rid of power poles, by the way. You still will have the ability to use power poles because they're especially useful at the beginning of the game, I find. Mother Nature in my way. Fix-It does not approve of Mother Nature in the way of efficiency. Just so you know. It's not my policy, but it's the corporate policy here, everybody. Nature should not interfere with your ability to get things done. So there we go. Remember, the whole human race is on the line here. We got to get this going. All right, and I just embedded it into the rock, which makes it look like a legit support. That'd be a cool support over there on the edge, but we're not going out far enough, so I'm just going to go ahead and run it down here. And I have these just to, remove some foliage out of the way. Also, helps you see if mobs are going to get up in your business. Oh, do I want that to go all the way down? I think I'm going to let that go all the way down and kind of go a bit into that rock. And again, you're making choices on every support because, you've got different elevations. And that's what makes this so nice, is that you can just be creative as you're going along and say, do I want it to go all the way down or do I want it to sit on that ledge? In this case, I think it looks more legit all the way down. And right here, and again, here's a great trick on this one. You just shoot in between and get them both. Notice I also do the back ones first, and the reason why I do the back ones is so that my front ones are not in the way when I go to do the back ones, which I've done before, and I'm like, why do I keep doing that? Why do I keep making that same mistake? And then you got to kind of unlearn your mistakes, Very nice. All right, we're getting this done. Look at how much we're getting done today, everybody. We're crushing it. All right, plants, sorry, you got to go. You're in the way of progress over here. And that's what we want to call it. My power line's going right through the middle of my thing here. I don't like it. I don't like it, so I'm going to fix it. Too bad you can't use one of these along here. Can you do that? Oh, hey, you can do it with the big ones. I never even tried to do it with the big ones, everybody. Look at that. You can divert the line on the big ones as well. Hey, that's cool. I love trying new stuff, everybody. Sometimes I just think, hey, I wonder if that works. And confirmed. It works. There we go. So now we just diverted it nice and easy. What I did is I middle mouse button. Then I went and I aimed at the power lines. And you can see that it snapped to the power line. Then you click it and then it'll be free to move. And then you can move it and divert where the lines are going. So it's not going through our support. So very nice. All right. Hey, we learned something new today. We're already on it. Or we relearned something that we forgot before. I know it worked on the smaller ones, but never thought about doing it on the bigger ones. And now we have. Now we know. And I always leave stuff to learn in the game as well. I do like to leave stuff to do. But in this particular playthrough, we are going to try to do everything in this mega run. And I love to just get into the zone of building, because that's what this game's all about. It's really just a full-on building game, everybody. You're building, collecting resources, producing power. Really, that's the primary thing you're doing. Build, resources, power. Oops, don't need these bottom two. What's up, Fred? That's my buddy Fred. He's also a safety inspector. He inspects all of my builds for me. You'll see him around. Give me the dirty eye if I'm not building properly to code. All right, same thing here. We're going to go ahead and take this, put this here, push this back, get rid of this one, and then tie this one into wherever we had it. Again, we'll come back and we're going to remove all of those eventually, where we will... able to run those. Sometimes hard to tell which way the green is going. Kind of can't see it anyway, it's sunk into the ground. This one over here, definitely going to be very sunk. Looks awesome though. Again, right into the rock face. Okay, what do we got over here? I think we're getting most of these. Oh, going into the water on this one. Again, since we already ran all the trains and we ran all the power, that makes this part really easy. That's why you want to do this last, everybody. You really do. Because you've already got your power run. So just hanging out down here and running these lines is so easy. Now I can't go into the water itself, or I will back up a little bit here. Or I will not be able to use my building mode. Oh, you're being feisty. All right, get in there. I got it's weird. It's weird snapping. I hate that. Boom. There we go. This one's interesting. It's way over here. Kind of feel like we actually want that one to be on this side since we have one right there. So again, we'll make a creative decision here and we will readjust that to be on this side. And we'll just take this out. This is all aesthetic, everybody. You don't need this at all. I could just leave it floating and it would be just fine. It will still work. But I don't like it to clip and I don't like it to look like it's non-legit. I like to play games like if I was really there, that's what I would do. I would make it look like that, and then see, now you have this, and then you have a lesser span in between the supports, so it looks more legit. And then down here, and then two up. Again, these are some really industrial supports here, because, you know, you'd think that this track and all this stuff would be pretty heavy, right? You'd think that stuff is pretty heavy for sure. Trying to back up a little bit so I can see where the green was. Reload my thing here. I have a feeling I'm going to need to clear some brush. Oh, actually, already kind of cleared. Always watching to see if the green is there. Yep, green's going the right way. And that's just another aesthetic thing that I'm doing, is having that green go a certain direction. This one also same thing. It's like a really long span there. Yeah, so it's really a creative thing, how you want to make it feel. Right? And design is really all about feel. How it makes you feel emotionally when you look at that design. Now, some people don't get emotions when they look at design, and some people do, like me. And it's usually based on the colors and the way that it's laid out and all of that. Because not only do you want to do all the functional stuff, photos and text and, you know, all your graphics and stuff like that, but then you want to take a moment to see how it feels. Does it feel crowded? Is it too far out this way? Is it too far out that way? And whatnot. And I've been a graphic designer for 30 years, everybody. I pioneered and did every type of graphic design that you can do. That's right, 100% achievement in real life. Worked for the top companies in the world. Been very, very lucky in everything that I did. But, you know, it didn't come easy, everybody. I'm a work hard kind of person, as opposed to, you know, just a person who instantly can learn stuff, right? I'm work hard smart, as I like to say. Now, we've got these here. They're going to be hanging. Now, we can run these all the way down, but we're going to do something a little different on these. We're going to try to make them kind of hooked into the edge here. Not sure how I'm going to do that yet, so we'll just go ahead and experiment a bit and figure that out. If I can press the right buttons, there we go. Let's go into our foundation and see what we got. What are we feeling? Maybe of kind of like a inverted ramp holding it up, or we could have a rounded edge that just goes and kind of flattens out like this. Oh man, that is touchy. All right, I'm going to hit H so I can nudge it around. There we go. Something like that, where it kind of just flattens out. And then we have a flat supports there, where we run some heavy foundations, or we could run rods through there. What else we got? We've got our inverted corners, where we could use our inverted corners under there just to give it a little bit of style. Yeah, it's really an aesthetic thing, what you want to do. So we could put it on edge there and then just have these rounded corners and then do something that goes there. We also have our rounded smaller pieces here that we could use. Maybe have it where it is rounded on one side. Well, something like this. And then if we aim at the side of this, it should snap in. There we go. And then this side is actually square, and then that is what's holding it into the thing. Now, to make that maybe something really industrial like this with the rounded things, and then we want something that's about that same thickness, which is like a half foundation. And then just half foundation it right into the rock. Oh, now, see? Yeah, that's cool. I just made that up, everybody. Just made that up on the spot. I love that. That is awesome. All right, very cool. All right. Again, I love it when a plan comes together, but you just unleash your creativity, get it going. We're going to paint it all red to match our foundations. I like it. I like it. Maybe something here, though. Maybe something here with a kind of a angled. Let's go ahead and see if we can find maybe some sort of corner that will work there. Not that corner. Not this corner. Where is that corner? Like this corner. No, the other way. The up way. The up way corner. Where is it? We got these round ones. This one. Well, that's what I think I already used. All right. See, no matter how many pieces you got, everybody, you always want more. You always want more here. And again, we could do an up corner, but that's only going to take care of that. Nah. Nope, I was right the first time. With the rounded edge. Like that. Yeah, I like that. I like that, and then the rounded bottom. Okay. Now we know what we want to do. Now we're going to go do it. Or maybe we could just take this out and then just to make it a little bit more kind of symmetrical. Make it sit like that. Yeah, it's like a cross, little cross foundations. Actually, I like that better. All right, we're going to go with that. And then what we'll do is we'll middle mouse button. Oh, that does not look like it's been colored in. Hold on, what's going on here? Huh. It doesn't have the same texture as this one. There's something weird about that, and I don't like it. Let's fix it. Like it's offset or something. Yeah, it's snapping in there in an offset way. There's definitely something funky chicken about that. Look at the way it lines up. Maybe rotate it. Oh, got to rotate it around the other way. That's weird. That's weird why it would offset from one rotation, because it's basically the same width all the way through. If you rotate it one way, it's offset. You rotate it the other way, it's not offset. It has to do with build direction. All right, very nice. Now we got an idea what we want. Again, middle mouse button that. Or actually, we'll middle mouse button this one because those are easy. And we'll go over here. We'll get this done. Now, well, you know what we should do? We should take a moment, just make a blueprint out of it. Then we can just go ahead and sit the blueprint right up there. So we got 4 of these, and then these over here. We'll just probably put 2 in there, and then if we need more, we'll add more. So we'll make a quick little blueprint. We'll just go ahead and throw in some foundations here. Wait, already got some foundations. I can just go here to my foundations, wherever they are. Foundations, there we go. Get my level 6 foundations. Let's say, we'll just do the blue ones. And you can see I can just put that down. It'll just put foundations all across there. And then level 3 blue printer. By the way, great trick to the blue printer is just hit H. And even if it's hanging off the side, because this is really just temporary, it'll still let you put it down. It overrides that, hey, you can't put this down because it doesn't have enough supports underneath there. Overrides it, so you don't have to worry about it. Okay, so now we know what we want to do. We want to make sure that the front side of it is where the arrow side is. So we'll go in and we'll just middle mouse button that over there. So we don't have to refigure it out again. And it's going to be like this. So we're going to make that there. 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 Again, try to make it look nice and industrial strength, nice and thick, that it can strong enough to hold that up. And then middle mouse button that, because it's also going to pick up all the texturing and everything of that particular thing. And that's what I wanted to do. Oh, you know what we should do? Oop, this is offset. This is doing that weird offset thing too. Okay, hold on. Let's fix this first. We probably want to adjust this so that it's more like these over here. Or really to match those, which it does. It's already matching those. Yeah, it's already matching those. Okay. Just making sure that our colors are consistent. And that we don't have any gaps or weird things that are going on like we had there. Yeah, it's offset. If you do it that way, not offset. Rotate it around. Yeah, that's a weird thing. They should definitely fix that. It should be able to fit there no matter which way you rotate it. It's like it has a left side and a left-hand piece and a right-hand piece. So if you rotate it one way, it's like a left-hand piece. You rotate it the other way, it's a right-hand piece. And you can see it here in the edges that it's supposed to be like this one can be over here and that one can be over there. Like that. So if I pick this up and I put it like this, it's actually offset in a weird way. I can hit H, hold down Control, and just nudge it and see if it goes into position, but it doesn't. So it's actually acting like it's going outward because of the way that it is in the grid, and that's okay. We'll just deal with it. I like it. Looks good. And then we'll give this a name. First thing we're going to do is select the icon. We will say Foundation, and we'll just do a real thick foundation here. We'll go ahead and set the color to red for our trains. Up over here. And then we'll say floating wall support, train wall support. MK Mark III. For attaching your train supports to walls up high, like running by waterfalls. And again, all these blueprints that I create will eventually be available on my Patreon. Every time I make new ones, every month or so, I will take them all, compile them together, and give you the full set each and every time. So you don't have to go back and find previous sets. I always give you the full set each time. Running by like waterfalls, MK3 blueprint, just so we know what it is. In there and save. There we go. That's why I put the MK3 here. That represents the blueprinter that particular thing goes on, because you can't take MK3 blueprints and put them on the MK1. It doesn't work. But you can take stuff that you built in MK1 and just actually use the blueprint itself and not try to load the blueprint, but just put the blueprint down on a level 3 and it will work. You can use multiple of those as well. Great example is, now that we have that saved, is I can go to the blueprints here, grab the floating train support, and I can actually put it down on the blueprinter like that. And then I could save that, and then I'd have 3 of them in the blueprint as well. But don't really need to do that. We're going to go ahead and just clear it out, so in case I forget later that I didn't want that to be 3. Clear that out, take the blueprinter out, and then we can use our blueprint mode to take all these foundations out. Easy, easy. And now we've got a blueprint that we can use for our cool supports here. So let's go to it. And again, I like to have my blueprints where they're modular and they're easy to expand if you want to. So we're just going to hit H, and we're going to nudge that into the center line like that. And then very easy to pick this up. Not in blueprint mode. There we go. Get out of that blueprint. There we go. I'll get out of blueprint mode. There we go. Yeah, make sure that it is going the same way, or you'll have this weird offset. I don't know, the game tries to troll you. I feel like every time I pick something up, it doesn't pick up the orientation. I feel like that's a big thing they really need to work on, is picking up the orientation of an object when you pick it up. Because, again, in this particular case, you can see that does make a difference, because then you have, see this weird offset stuff that's going on? It does make a difference about orientation. So hopefully one day they add it. I also want them to add a circle tool that when I'm drawing out, I can draw it out like a train track. Like a train track, you can go ahead and draw it and put a curve in it. And I noticed that they're also adding the track tool for the vehicles, that vehicle tool that allows you to do curves. Well, why don't you just make a foundation tool that allows you to do curves? Duh. I mean, like, duh. Oh, and that is not centered. Oh, Kismet got to fix that. All right, now we got to fix all that. We going to fix all that. We're going to take this back out. Yeah, I don't know why they don't add that. I think it would be amazing. And you wouldn't have to cheese it to make rounded structures like you have to do now. You have to massively cheese the angles and all of that. You got to know how to make all that. You got to do basically workarounds to make it work. So again, orientation, direction, and a rounded or curved foundation tool would be awesome. They also, when I see, I went to zooped and it rotated it the wrong way, even though I just had it the right way. A little stuff like that can add up to extra time. It just took us all that time to do that. Again, that can add up when you're trying to counter, when the game is trying to counter what you're trying to do. It definitely adds extra time for no reason. Doesn't add to the gameplay, just makes it a little bit more time consuming. And frustrating if you don't know why it's doing that. I happen to know why it's doing that because it always tries to reset back to default rotation. See that? How it resets back to default rotation? That's just annoying. Again, they should definitely fix that. All right, all the way back on this one. And again, we'll get that rotation right. All the way back. Again, look at that. Cool, right? Very cool. All right, loving it. Moving on. Moving on. 2762. What are you asking? 2762. You're talking about the BSE number. That is the best stream ever number. Now, a while ago, obviously, because I'm in 2,762 and I started with number 1, I decided that I'm going to elevate my stream. And I said, you know what? I'm going to try to make every stream the best stream I've ever done. And we started what's known as the BSE, the best stream ever. And so I have done that for 2,762 streams. And of course, I have thousands of streams before that as well, because I've been streaming for over 10 years now. But that's what that number stands for. It stands for the best stream ever. Stream. Also, it allows you to reference the stream. If you're like, hey, Kismet, because I get that all the time. Hey, Kismet, when you played 7 Days to Die or Satisfactory for the first time, what was the number of that stream? Well, I can say, hey, that's number, 1,750 or whatever it was. I don't really remember what the number was. But I could just say that's the number, and then you could go Kismet BP. Hello, what's up? You can just type on YouTube Kismet BP, because that's my YouTube channel. Sadly, I can't have just Kismet because they won't give it to me because they suck. But you just go Kismet BP and then search for BSE and then that number, and bam, it'll pull it right up for you. Again, my job, I put thousands of hours in it to make your job easier for when you want to find stuff. So if you want to find this episode later on, you just write down BSE 2762, and you're like, man, I really learned some cool stuff about doing blueprints and about doing supports, even if they're hanging supports like we got here. Look at these cool hanging supports. That's awesome. And how to do all of that. Now you can come back and reference it when you go to build your own stuff, right? Like, how did Kismet make that so modular that he could just go ahead and run that and then just do that over and over again? Well, that's all in those playthroughs. They also have episode numbers, so if you do want to go back and say, Kismet, how'd you get started in this playthrough? Well, you just go back to episode 1, and there you go. Again, that's thousands and thousands of hours on my end, everybody. That's a lot of effort. A lot of effort on my end. And I just went through and rebuilt my entire stream. I rebuilt all the graphics first, and then I went in and rebuilt the entire stream from scratch. I deleted everything that I'd built up over 10 years. I backed it up, though, first, and plus I have a working knowledge of how it works, as I'm the one who built it. And rebuilt it entirely from scratch, and instead of it being like a Ferrari, it's like a rocket ship. It is running super smooth, everybody. And again, every now and again you want to do that too. You want to go ahead and go out with the old, in with the new kind of thing, but not just to be out with the old, in with the new, but make sure that it has a function or a purpose. In my case, it clears out all the stuff I don't need anymore, and then streamlines the stream so that it runs really well and that it's not lagging or any of that stuff. Ooh, that's a long support there. Whoa! Got too far away. See me almost fall there, everybody? Almost fell to my doom. I'm going to put that last one in. Almost fell to my doom there. Got a little too far away from the power. We would have went for a little swim down there. I got to watch out for that. All right, there we go. I think we got them all done. Holy mackerel. Man, we are cooking with gas today. Look at us go. Look at this beautiful waterfall action. By the way, if you fall down there, you dead. You dead. That's an instant death right there. But it will put your stuff from wherever you last were. So if I land right here, and then I jump off and I die, my stuff ends up right here. So at least they don't penalize you where you can't get your stuff back. So not that I have anything that I can't just make again. And we already have all of our supports going all the way back. We got our supports clear across the entire map, everybody, from one side to the other. So it goes all the way from right over here. You can see our trains coming in. All the way across to where we are right here in the middle part here by this kind of opening. Goes all the way around, all the way across to the far side of the map. And I will consider that done. That's GG's right there, everybody. That's 100% done. I love the supports by the waterfall with them being the hanging supports like that. Very cool. I like all of that. Now, what are we doing next? So now we got that done. It's going. We know it's grabbing the oil. It's bringing it back. That one's all good. We've got some oil up here that we can work with. Let's see. We got any other oil down here in the lower side? Again, we're just getting all of our oil first. We'll come back for all the coal. We'll add sections to the line, and we'll combine all these together. But this one's really close. This one's right above where I'm at. So what I'm going to do is just go ahead and put a marker there. Like this. Come on, Mr. Marker. There we go. Just somewhere close to it so I can then go ahead and highlight it. And then I can just look around and see where that is. Oh, there it is. And then I can go up, Daisy. Might not be able to go up far enough here. Got to go over here and use some of our power poles that we have for vertical climbing. Again, I run power poles to do exploring, everybody. Really great way to do it. Look at this. We got our thing almost done up there. Oh, we got some radiation here. But yeah, it's off that direction. And it's quite a ways out there. Oh, I can see it though. See, you can see it right between the trees. Right there. So you can see that. It's highlighted so you can see it. So we've got to get the ability for it to go up and grab that and bring it back and utilize what we've already got. Now, we already have a loop over there. But we can build another one. Kind of feel like you definitely would want to square it out. Man, put a perfect spiral next to the waterfall that goes across to the thing. I'm liking this idea. I'm liking it. There we go. Feel like we need a big power pole over here. Let's get a big boy. Let's go ahead and put the platform in. Juice it up with some power. We'll go this way. So right there. Kind of feel like we want to go over there, figure it out, and then backtrack it back over here. You see we got a bunch of radiation stuff down there we got to watch out for. I say we just go ahead and run some of these through here. Let's go. Again, because I'm running the power poles, it allows me just to float through here, be way above the mobs. I could also use my my little power thing that allows me to slide along here. My little zip line. Oh, we got some loot there. And we definitely mid out here. I can see we have our tower out here. We're just trying to make a nice straight run. Probably going to be in the way once we get this too. Okay. So it's right around here, huh? Boom! Take that, sucker! Oh, 2 of them. Yeah, stay together. Makes my job easier. Alright, that's taking too long. Just pick one of them and kill one of them, so then you don't have to track 2 of them. Hanging out by that Mercer sphere. Go get our loot. Again, having the ability to go vertical, everybody, is an awesome power. Not enough space.
Look through the window and witness a thread.
Sounds good. We're on it. We're going to go ahead and witness our threads, everybody. I don't know what that lady's talking about. All right, put our Mercer sphere away, though. Man, we got a whole bunch of stuff on us here that we really need to get rid of. I don't need to carry my trigons. I have too much of everything in here. Motors. Those are already maxed out in the thing. Wire. See, what I do is I make stuff and then I take it out, and then it starts to fill up my inventory. I really need to drop this off so it'll auto sort all of that stuff. Okay, so the node is this way. We need to bring more power forward. We kind of put our marker down. We stop short of the actual node. Is it going to be... Oh, it's up here where this radiation is. Oh, and there's a radiation guy there, too. Okay, we're going to need our radiation suit stuff. All right, do we got any radiation... What are those called? Filters. What's the other one called? I mean, we go gas filter, and then the other one's called something else, which I can't remember. What happens when you spend all your time fixing up the stream and you forget how to play the game? You forget the names of things. I forget names right away, everybody. I'm a bit older, so what happens is people tell me their name and I forget 5 seconds later. The drawback of getting old is like having a hard drive that's full. Can't put any more information in there. Maximum information achieved. I don't see any in there, but here's the thing we can do. We can just go in, grab our equipment workshop, try to find a nice little spot. Definitely going to beat some more mobs down here. Run down here. Use this. All right. The heck are those things called? Iodine infused filters. That's what they're called. Okay, we need more gas filters, though. To do gas filters, we need fabric and we need coal. It just so happens that I most likely put some coal in here for just such an occasion. Oh, nope, I've used up all the coal from out of there, so I'm screwed. So we got to find some coal nearby, and how convenient that there just happened to be some coal right over here by our pole here. So let's go ahead and work our way back to our electric pole. And we'll just use some in the field. Now, eventually, of course, we'll have all the base resources running into the awesome sink and so on. But we want to just go over here, and then we can just go ahead and hold down V, and we can ping our coal. Right down there. Okay, very nice. Now, what I like to do in the very beginning of the game is... man, what are those things called? Another thing, I forgot what the name of it is called. But I make up a lot of these kind of drills, and I put them in the awesome sink the second I can. Portable miners is what they're called. Just drawing a blank on all this stuff today. And you see I have 50 of them, so I can put them in my hand here, and then we can put 50 of these down if we wanted to. I suggest at least like 5 at the very beginning. So you can just go ahead and do this. And, you know, put 5 of them down. Now, I don't need that many because I'm only going to collect a little bit of coal. But instead of me sitting here manually collecting the coal, it's going to go ahead and do that for me. Now I'm going to need some fabric, and I can see right over here we also have a bunch of stuff. We're going to go ahead and put those back into the awesome sink. That we have a bunch of stuff. Now, if you notice, I don't have my chainsaw on me because I keep that also in the awesome sink, so I can go ahead and pull that out and just use it when I need it. And then same thing with our solid biofuel or biomass. We'll just use some biomass. Or no, we got to convert it into the thing. We've got to use our packaged liquid fuel. There we go. Put this back in there. There we go. No? No, we got to make some stuff. All right, we got to make some of that because we're out of that. It's weird. We probably have 10,000 tons of that back at the base too. That's okay. We got some stuff to work on. Let's put it up here, and we'll just make some biofuel for our chainsaw. There's a lot of that laying around somewhere. I must have took the awesome sink off of it. And that's okay. We only need a little bit of this. And the reason why I want to grab this is, see these yellow flowers here? This is actually where you make fabric. You're going to go ahead and get some marsilia. So I just, boom, collected all the stuff. Oh, I forgot the trees do that now. It does that big boom thing. So I'm just going to grab the middle one here, and it's going to AoE all of this and grab all of that at the same time, which is going to give us some mycelia here that we can convert into cloth. We'll take this out, and we'll try to remember where the heck I put that thing. Was it back over that way? Might have been back over that way. But we need our coal is what we need. While we're doing that, it has grabbed a bunch of coal. Now, we don't need that much coal, so we're just going to grab it, pick up the miner. Over here, grab that. And pick that up. There we go. And then we will put this back in here. We'll put some of this coal in here so we're not too maxed out. Definitely need to clear this inventory of stuff. And we got a little bit of the resources that we need to try to do this thing that I've already forgotten what the heck I was doing in the first place. Why I got coal and all of that stuff for. Hey, Ems, what's up? Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Hey, Tim Rec, hello. Welcome. Thanks for coming in and hanging out, everybody. Appreciate you chilling in the channel. As you can see, everybody, we are running way out here and trying to tap into this node that's over here. You know what? The node may not be up there. We might not even need to do radiation. I think this is just this. Look at the sun coming up over the horizon, by the way. Very cool. Yes, this might just be this. Yes. Just our little guy there that we could or could not get. So our node may not be there. So what we're doing is we're looking for the oil, which is going to probably be in the middle of that lake right there. Kind of looks like it. I've been to the middle of this lake. Huh. Well, let's just go ahead and have it tell us where it is. Let's go. It's right here. Ah, yes, it is down here. All right, so we don't have to worry about that. Here's our pressurized oil right here. Nice. Okay, and how many nodes does this one have? Let's zoom in. We can also, you want to turn the highlighting off first before you remove it. Otherwise, sometimes it lingers. I am in the way. This is one of the things that I like about the map is that sometimes you can't get the thing under where you are, so you have to move out of the way. There we go. All right, so we have, oh, wow, we have 3 pure nodes and 3 natural nodes. So that's going to give us a whole lot of stuff there. So we want to get over here and, again, think about our radiation. Where did I put it? Over here. I'm going to take that out. I don't like to leave extra stuff laying around just the way I am. So what we'll do is we'll just put it over here because this way we'll have this when we need it while we're setting all this up. All right, so we're going to set that up there, and then we'll set up a crafting bench. Now our goal, grab all the resources, take the resources, run it back to our train line, which is over there, and then, of course, tie it into our primary base. I'm going to show you how to do that with awesome mega-level blueprinting. And, of course, they're modular as well. So, modular mega blueprints. I've told you, we're going mega today, everybody. We're going big mega. And we got our whole other line done, which is awesome. And we already have a bunch of our line already done, so there's no reason to reinvent the wheel and run it all a whole different way. We want to tie it into our current system because that is much more efficient. So we definitely want to use our efficiency. So we're going to go ahead and start with our extraction. Right over here, we're going to do our pressurized well. And then we're going to go ahead and just run some easy power over here. Run that to the well, get it started up. Let that fire up. Then we're going to go ahead and get our well extractors going eventually. It takes a minute for it to kick in. And we'll see it'll turn from red to the ability to put this down. There it goes. Yeah, there we go. And then we will figure out what these all are, which ones are pure nodes, which ones are what. And we will then balance them. And I'll show you how I balance, because pipes are like the sketchiest thing in the entire game. And so getting your pipes to work properly does take some finesse. And I'll show you how to get that done. All right, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And again, not even need the radiation, so there's no reason to mess around with that. But since we're already here, we might as well just make a few of them in case we need them in the future. So what we need is we need some gas filters, and gas filters, of course, need fabric. And so we collected a bit of our mycelia, so we can go in and make some fabric down here. We can make about 6 of them. By the way, you don't have to hold that button down. You just roll your cursor over it, hit the space bar, and that's it. You got to make sure your cursor's on it, though, so it'll just stay running. That'll save you some time as well. All right, not gas masks, but gas filters. There we go. We're going to make 3 of those. And then we'll go down to our iodine filters, which are right underneath them. No wonder they're hard to find. And there we go. And now we've got some iodine filters that we can use. Now, you don't have to put it in here. You can just keep it in your inventory. And then you can see that it will protect me against that radiation. So as I go up here, you can see them popping up right here. So it's protecting me against the radiation when I do get close. Okay, now we got to figure out which ones are which here, right? So these are all extractors, but it won't tell us what level these extractors are. So we want to go ahead and just try to figure it out by going to the one and say, okay, this one's 120. This one over here is 120. This one's 60, 60, 120, and this one 60. Okay, so 3 normal nodes and 3 of our pure nodes, which is awesome. Okay, now we also need our power shards, because I always overclock this, everybody. If you have enough power, just overclock all this stuff. It's not really doing you any good to not overclock it. Just throw it in there, overclock those, boom. Now you're going to get a lot more than 120. And again, we're going to max out the output here. And then we can take our chainsaw, put that back in there, put this in here, put this coal in here, because obviously we don't have any coal in there because we were looking for it earlier. These time crystals, we can get rid of those. All right, we're going to do a deep cleaning of our, that can go in there. Actually, what you can do is put these in order of how many they have, so it goes through them faster. So, you know, notice it went out of that one much faster. And then we have a little bit of this, which I don't need, so trash that. A little bit of plastic. I've already maxed out the thing with that. I can just get rid of all the plastic. Again, this is from me adding and taking away, adding and take away. We can also take all this stuff and put that in there. We're maxed out our barrels. In fact, what you want to do is to go in and take your barrels here and probably cut them in half by right-clicking, and then put half of those away so that when you get new ones, they'll just automatically stack in that one. I do the same thing in like 7 Days to Die, where I just keep half stacks of stuff. There we go. We got lots of stuff we can put in there. And again, just put the smallest stuff first. So it'll get those done first, and then that'll free up your slots faster so you can put more in there as you go. How about this? No, that's already good. We get rid of that. It's only 1, 2. And then we'll put all that back in there. Let's do this and this. It's because it's the same thing. It's trolling me. All right. Get over there. There we go. All right. It'll take care of that in the background while we're taking care of this. Okay. Now, what we want to do is, to make this a bit easier on us, is we want to go ahead and organize a bit of our stuff. And so what we're going to do is just make a little sign that's going to let us know what this is, so we don't have to look at it every single time. So I'm just going to take that sign, put it right there. And I'm going to look at what this is. This is 120. So we're going to go ahead and actually we'll go do our layout first. So we'll go here to our layout button in the bottom corner. And we'll say something like this. And we'll see if that's going to allow us enough to put the 120 in there like that and be able to see it. A little cut off. But it's actually not 120 because this is a pure node, and that pure node is being boosted by this over here. And this, you can see that we're doing 1350 per minute. So we're doing a whole lot. But we'll just go ahead and say it's a 120 node so that we know that that's a pure node. That's a moire. And then over here, we know that this one also is 120. I'm going to show you a little trick here too. I middle mouse button that, which means it's already done for us. See that? Very nice. You middle mouse button, it'll pick up the actual thing finally. It's taken them many, many years to finally add that function where it'll just pick up the whatever the other thing is. But they did do it, and big love to them. All right, this one is 60, so we'll go ahead and set this to 60. And again, this is definitely worth your time because you're going to end up looking again and again and again at these, and you're like, what was that number again? Okay, which one was this one? Was that the pure one? Definitely worth it. Again, you see I'm kind of setting them behind. I believe this one is a 120. Yes, it is. And then this one is a 60. Yes, okay. And then we'll just middle mouse button to 60. Put it behind here because when I'm looking this direction, I can tell you I'm going to be looking toward the node, and I can just see the sign at the same time. You can put it on top of it or behind it or really make it perfect if you want. Me, I don't have to look at what they are. We now know what they are, easy mode. Now me, I don't like to exceed 300 on my pipes. So when I go ahead, or when on my trains, is what the ultimate thing of this is. So I'm going to go ahead and run this out a little bit. And what that's going to do is you're going to see it start to go here. And we're going to see that the number went up to 300, right? Because this is 2.5 times that we did overclock it here. So it's 250% of the original. So 250% of 120 is 300, right? And then you have the same thing over here with your 60s. So we'll go over here to our 60s and we'll say first, this is probably better if we ran it a bit inward like this, because we're going to end up combining a bunch of these. Same thing on this one, like this. And then again, if we run this, we'll see it's 150 now instead of being 60. And if you just take it out, put it back in again, it's running the oil and going there. So now what we want to do is we want to set these up so these are each 300 each line, right? So 300 of each line is eventually going to go into one train car, and we're going to go ahead and let that run. Now, what we can do is we can build our train station kind of set back over here, and we need to think about the elevation of all the stuff that's between us and where our train lines are, right? So we've got this, and I can make it go down and go around stuff and do all of that. But on this particular one, we're just going to go over the tops of all of this. We'll build some supports. We'll go right over the top, and that'll reach us to that far side. We'll try to stay, to the ground and use our natural supports here as well. But what we want to do is we want to get a straight shot to where our trains are. And so the best way to do that is to figure out where the world grid is, right? So I'm probably going to use this as a starting point of my train station. So we'll just go ahead and take this tree out because I know that tree is going to be in the way. And then we'll go ahead and snap it to the world grid. Now the way you will snap it to the world grid, and my original base is snapped to the world grid, is you hold down the control. Notice how it flipped like that. And that tells you, okay, you're now snapped to the world grid. And there we go. And now what we want to do is also be able to transfer from the world grid to our blueprints. And my blueprints are using the 1 millimeter or 1 meter, not millimeter, 1 meter edge. And then we want to think about how far back do we have to set this back so that the end of our train line stops right there where that resource is. Now, of course, we can keep our resource going, and we can have our resource go all the way up to the top here and then dip across. So we can actually use this to continue going forward. So we want to think about that as well. Look at our boxy train running. We got our coal train. We got our quartz trains. We got so many trains rocking and rolling. And our line is right here, and it runs straight across here, goes here, and then goes around, and then goes like this. So we know that where we're at, we want to go straight down, do a spiral into that, and then it can use the train line that's already there. And then we don't have to do all the extra work of running all the line here and running it down, though we will run a lot of lines eventually that will crisscross all of this. I find it's better to bring the resources to the line than it is to make 500 lines, because that just use massive amount of resources and your most precious resource, which is your time. Also, you can see that we have some crude oil over here that we can tap into. Don't think there's any other crude oil here. And there's none over this way. This is all coal there. So what we really want to do is get all of this. And we can also make a choice that, hey, you know what we're going to do? We're going to get this oil, then we're going to cut over, get this oil, and then we're going to go straight up, and we're going to get all of this, and then we can just dip over, grab all of this. And again, we can go all the way over also to get our uranium for nuclear power and come all the way across, go down, create a whole nother side here, and dog leg that and do a whole sorts of fun stuff. So I feel like that's probably a good idea, is just to go straight over and then actually have this one be the main one and go straight up here. And then most likely I'll also create a central one here, create central lines to grab all these other resources. Now we're going to try to max the game out. There is a point in which you cannot build anything else, and that is our big goal, where we hit that max build limit. There is an actual limit, everybody, but it's a big limit. It's definitely got a lot of stuff that you can do. You can build very, very large factories. Okay, so now that we got this aligned to the world grid, we no longer need this one. We do need to work a little bit on how this is running. So I'm going to go ahead and use my little power trick here where I use the power pole. I grab this here, and then I'm just going to run it, let's say, around, and then we'll find out where this next one is. Hiding in there somewhere. Hello, little pole. There we go. We're just going to divert the power because we're going to be building right here. Okay, so now we want to figure out what we want to do here. Now, the first thing I can tell you is I want to move that tree because I can already see that tree is in my way. Totally missed the tree. It's a big, gigantic tree, and I missed it. Aha, I got it that time. All right, so again, we're going to bring the train station in here. We'll probably put the train station right next to it. The train will come in, turn around, go back the other way. And again, run perfectly back to where our spiral is going to be. So let's go ahead and figure out how we want to do our blueprints. Actually, first thing we need to figure out is how many cars do we need? How long have we been going? Holy mackerel. Okay, we got to take a break here in just a bit. How many do we need at the total capacity? So let's combine some of these in our head and figure it out. All right, so this is actually going to be 300. So we can change this to 300 now because we know that's a pure node like this. And we can also just copy that and we can paste it to the other one. So this is 300. That's going to be one train car there. This will be 300. That's two train cars. This right here is now going to be 150. Actually, I think we fixed it on this one. Yeah, 150. So we'll go ahead and set this to 150. And 150 here. Because those eventually will be 150, and so we'll want to combine these two. Like this. We'll aim them at each other a little better. And do a set of 300. Now your pipes actually go 600 at your level 2 pipes. But I find the throughput of 300 to be way better. Because this way it is loading at that 600 rate, or close to 600. But you always have that ability to just get that 300 in there if you need to, right? So that means you're running 300 into one train car, 300 oil, instead of trying to run 600. When you're trying to run 600, it caps out and it doesn't quite run 600. Plus you have, the point in which it pauses. It'll pause when the train's in the station, loading or unloading. So you have that pause time. Great way to overcome that is to use the 300 speed, but use the 600 pipes, right? So a great way to overcome it. All right, and you'll see me do that here in just a moment. So this is already 300 there. This one here, we'll just pull out here. So we know we counted that one. That one's 300. So one train car, two train cars, three train cars. Over here, this is a 300 right here. So this is going to be, again, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then this will be its own. So this will be number 5. And again, once we pull that out of there, we'll see it goes up to 150 because we have it overclocked. So 150, we good. Okay, so again, we'll make that note again in our head because I keep forgetting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we need 5 train car stations. Normally, I put down 3, and then if I need more, I will add more. But we'll put down 6, and then fix it from there. And then we'll make this go along the terrain, up and down along the terrain as we go. We want to set a starting point right here. So we want to think about, okay, is this where the train's going to start? Is this where it's going to merge together? What's going to happen right here? Well, let's go ahead and try it and see how it goes. Now, I have a bunch of blueprints for this, everybody, that go along with train tracks and all that stuff down in here. But I also have it in my bar, and I have it where I can just go ahead and create it, right? Same thing with the train station here. I can go ahead and just press number 2, and I have my mega modular blueprint here that I can go ahead and just line up like so. Boom. And we've got the start of our modular mega blueprints. And again, I pre-made these so they all snap together, kind of like Legos. And you can also auto-connect them as you're doing it, right? So not only do they snap together, but they also auto-connect. So that was our first one, and then our next one here is our actual freight. So this is a freight platform, not what I need. I need the actual oil platform like this, and I can just go ahead and do this. Now, of course, I want the oil platform to be closer to where I am extracting over here, right? So I probably put more in here. So I probably want this to go forward by about, let's say, 2 more forward so that it kind of lines up. And then our actual train station itself will go off along the edge a little bit. So it'll go beyond where the actual oil is. So that's what we were testing there, is just getting an idea of how far forward we want that to go. And then we'll just move this forward by 2 like this. And then I'm running it as 2 because that's how our train tracks are eventually going to be. Just simulating those train tracks later. All right, and again, we'll just do the same thing. We used our blueprint mode to take it out, by the way. We take it all out at the same time. Always hit H and then just double check that it is aligned. Misaligning stuff is the thing that will trip you up the most, I find. Okay, we got that in, and then we're going to go here, and we are going to use our oil stuff here. We're going to hit H. We're going to move that over. Notice that it says default right now. I can hit R and it will switch the mode to auto connect. See the little chain links there, everybody? They're just auto connecting the hypertube as well as is auto connecting the track right here. You can see that little symbol. So it's automatically doing all that work for me as well. So very, very cool. Very cool stuff. And then again, we'll want another one in the front here. So same thing, we'll hit H, or we'll just accidentally press the wrong button. I had it there for a split second. And now it's going to be feisty. All right, come on. There we go. Actually, we want to go, I think, the other way. There we go. Make sure they're on the same side. Then we can hit H to nudge them in there. And see how it's a little too high there? If you want to move in half steps, you hold down Control. And then they also added the ability to go up and down. If you haven't played Satisfactory in a while, that ability to bring your stuff up and down is such a godsend. I tell you, it's so awesome. Watch that. Bam. Move that right nicely into place. Auto connects. All of my oils on the same side. Go. Build that. And you're like, Kismet, how are you able to keep up with all those resources? I don't see you running back to get your resources all the time. That's because I built those first. I built the plates and the concrete and all that stuff to auto build and put that into the dimensional depot so I don't have to run all the way back because that costs you lots of time. And that you don't want to be burning your precious time. Okay, so now we have 6 of them here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. We don't need 6, we just need 5. We also need to connect the power here as well. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and make sure that we run a bit of power here from over here. And at least we can try. There we go. We'll run a bit of power over here so that we can work here without us falling down. We'll try to just sneak it underneath here for now. And eventually when we electrify the tracks will run the power and we won't need all of this other infrastructure. That's why you'll see me come back. I will take all that out. Look at this beautiful spot here though, everybody. Really beautiful spot over here with these little pools. This is way up in the upper part of the left side here. I really like this zone. It's also got some sand ore here. Just a little beautiful spot. You want to build yourself a little base there. Or run your tracks, get your oil, do whatever you got to do. All right, there we go. So we got that. So we don't need the last one. So we're going to take the last one out. Remember, all of these are where I can go in and modify the width or the length or take some of it out or add some in. They're all in that style where I can just do that and say, okay, I only need this many, right? And there we go. Now, also something that has been plaguing our builds is this problem of it not recognizing that this is actually connected to the train station itself. So I'll take that out and see if that works, but most likely I have to take that out again after I add the train station. So we have that here. Now, of course, I can also, by the way, put the oil on the other side if I want to. If I wanted to say, you know what, I don't want this on this side, we're going to go ahead and just take this out. We'll go into blueprint mode, and we'll show you it flipped. Now, the problem with flipping blueprints is that you can have an issue. I'll just do it here just to show you. And I can always rebuild all that, everybody. Don't worry about it. And say you want to have it on the other side, like this. The problem with flipping your blueprints is the fact that now these lines that I have set up don't line up to each other, right? So I'd have to do something like this, like that, and then down. And then now they're on the right side, but when my train's coming through, it's actually not going into the station. It's actually now opposite. So the way it comes through is going to be different. I'd have to loop back that way and then cross it back over this way and do all sorts of stuff. So I don't mind running those extra pipes over there. Plus, I'm going to be putting storage, and we're going to be running the pipes underneath anyway. So that's why I have it turned the way I have it turned. In case you were wondering why I did not put that on that side. There you go, all you smart peeps who were thinking that. Again, look how easy it was to take it out. Look how easy it is to put it right back in if you got your blueprints all rocking and rolling. Hitting H, nudging that into position, control page down, got my auto connect on, and we good. All right, now we're ready for the next start of it, and that is the actual train station itself. And we'll just hang out over the side a little bit here, hit that H, and we can see our train station needs to be nudged over. There we go, and control page down, auto connects all of my hypertubes and train lines, and you can see these are all custom built by me live here on stream. Very cool. All right, now we got that going. We're going to need a little bit more power over here because I can see my guy's dipping. He's dipping a little bit, so we'll bring this power up to the front here. Again, until we get this all connected in. Now, one of the things that we could do to electrify the track now so that we can work is to just go ahead and take our temporary power here and run that power connection right here and kind of back power this. Oop, I got the wrong thing. Actually, I got to get the middle of it. Oh, come on. There we go. We get our power pole. And then we're going to connect that right here. And now, all of this up here is now electrified. Now, obviously, having that right through the middle of our track, not going to be good. We'll fix that in a moment. But that will allow us to lean off the side here. And then, of course, finish this out with our mega turnaround. So we've got this turnaround built where we can go ahead and just put this right in here. And we can just go ahead and nudge this right into place. Look how beautifully that just fits right in there. Auto connects it. Auto connects all of the connections of all of that. Both sides of the train track is auto connecting. It has our hypertube exit right here as well. And boom, there we go. Then we can go right over here to our power switch. Name eventually we'll come by and we'll name all of these. I just realized I forgot to name my last one, I think. And then we'll go ahead and run this power up here. And now we have power running and we have our hypertube access, so we can use our hypertube if we want to. By the way, if you turn around the opposite direction, hold down W, it'll send you back the other way. I'm going to hit E, so it puts me back on the exit here. And then we come to the junction. It'll put me down in the exit. There we go. Very nice. All right, like that. Looking good. We have that up and running. Now, it automatically also has the start of the supports underneath here. On certain ones. On this particular part here where the train station is, that I kind of do manually because it's going to be wherever I'm at in that moment, and I'm going to kind of eyeball how I want the supports to be based on the supports, the line runs that are coming in. And again, we'll get to all of this running over here. And again, we want to make a backlog storage over there. So let's get that going first. We got a guy down here. That's a cool effect. Grab him. Punk. You ain't got nothing. You ain't. Uh-oh. That's not good. All out of those. We got to get some more explosive rebar. And take one of them out. And you see, I'm just moving out of the way. I'm trying to act like I'm going to go that way, and then he'll shoot in that direction. Anybody else wants to die? This is a dangerous part here in the forest, everybody, because you can't see what's coming. That stuff just pop out of there, and that was a perfect example of that. I love how when I'm talking about stuff, it just happens in that moment. That's why they call me Kismet. Because sometimes it just works out. All right, now I'm out of bullets, too. Let's get some ammo. Luckily, we have it running into the awesome sink, and we have thousands and thousands of ammo. All right, come and get me. I'll just sit on the ground here until he pops out of wherever he went. Who knows where he went to? 'Cause he'll be back. They always are. No? All right. Let's look for our rebar. We got some more explosive rebar? We do. All right, now here's an even easier way. Instead of hunting this guy down, you can just clear this stuff out your way. Some explosive rebar. Widen this out for any sneaky mobs that are trying to come up and get in your business. This is so fun and super satisfying, everybody. All right. Where are you hiding, guy? Aha! Oh, it's a big boy! Oh, that's a big boy. Now that guy right there will throw stuff at you, so you got to stay moving. Just keep moving left or right. Big boy got owned. Thanks for that. Getting those hog remains. Okay, so we got that done. Here we go. I can't remember why I came over here. To get that little slug guy. And then again, I take the slugs and I put them right in the Dimensional Depot right away. Mercer Spheres, Summer Sloops, right in there. So they're in there and they're safe in case you die. Then you're not losing all your precious stuff. Or you don't have to go track it back down again. Okay, this is good. Now, what we want to do is just backtrack this track all the way to there. Build our spiral from the bottom up. And then this can tie right into that other line, and it can be used, that line can be used to take it all the way back to my primary base. But before we do that, we're going to do something even more amazing. We're going to first go up real high here. We're going to do this thing called saving. Far away fun. There we go. We're going to save. Now, it's auto-saving along the way, but I do like to do a little manual save every now and again, just in case. And so we're going to come back to that, and I can just have my character floating there for just a moment. What we're going to do is we're going to pull up some words on stream, except for in an extreme way, everybody. I'm the only one that you will find running dual words on stream. That's right, 2 of them at the same time. One for YouTube and one for Twitch. That's right. I am the only one who ever engineered how to do that. I custom wrote how the boxes are so that you can play. If you're on YouTube, you can play on this one. If you're on Twitch, you can play on that one. And this is something fun for you guys to do while I'm AFK. I do have to get up every now and again, just walk around for my health. Otherwise, my doctor is going to backhand slap me again for sitting for 20 hours and not taking a break. You know how it is, gamers. You know how it is. All right, let's see if we can get this up and running, though. Just thinking about it. All right, there we go. Then we're going to go over here. We're going to start up the Twitch one here. Get our sound on. There it is. All right, Twitch one underway. Now let's get our YouTube. Again, they're going to be a bit out of sync, but that's okay. That's okay. Look at that, everybody. That's a technical feat that no one's ever done before. Dual words on stream. So again, on YouTube, you can play words on stream here. If you're on Twitch, help out M's over there. Again, you can earn prizes and rewards here in the stream. Everybody, I do thousands of dollars worth of giveaways every single year because of my awesome sponsors and, of course, viewers just like you. Of course, hitting that subscribe button over on YouTube, hitting the follow button over there on Twitch. You can also support the stream by liking and commenting and all that fun stuff as well. If you do want to play along, remember, you can't use your phone, everybody. You can go ahead and use your phone to get that barcode. That'll take you to either my YouTube channel with this barcode or that barcode over there will take you to the Twitch channel. Wherever you feel like you want to play along. I try to accommodate everybody here in the stream, everybody. I go next level. You won't see this in any other stream, everybody. No one else is doing this other than Kismet. So there you go. All right, I'm going to take a little bit of a break, and then I shall be back for more fun. Watch as I am the only one also on any platform anywhere that has his very own Fallout Stealth Boy. Here we go. I'm back, everybody. All right, let's see if we can help you guys out. Get some words here. All right, I'm going to help out up here on Twitch first. What do we got? Tone. Oh, you already got tone. Corn. Corn. All right, there we go. Now I'm going to help out on YouTube. Look, I'm helping out all my peeps. Let's go. Come on, YouTube. Let's rise up. Saul. Lulls. Lays. Ooh, good one, Ems. Oh, Ems playing both of them. Yuls. I can't think of one word. Lucy. Allie. Because you can use usually. Am I typing is the right thing? Yeah, there it is. All right, Allie. Yeah, all right. Because you got usually, and you have the word Allie and the word usually. Right there. All right, I'm still locked. I got to do Saul. Saul, see if that one's... No? Okay. I got to... Hold on. I got to stop the Twitch one here before it goes again. And then again, we'll help out on YouTube here. Let's go. Come on, you big brains. Come on. There's so many big brains in the chat. We can get this. I think Saul should be a word. Maybe not. Lina? I don't know. I'm starting throwing letters together. Slay. Ooh, good one. How about slays with an S? No, two S's. Lays. Lays, you already got that one. Again, I reversed the lettering on that one. But I think we got it. Hey, we got it there. Nice job, Chad. Nice job. Going to go ahead and give you guys a bunch of Kismets, which you can use for future giveaways as well. So awesome. Again, really fun, everybody. I might also do a segment. You guys let me know where, if you want me to let this run after stream. I have, about 10 years ago, I had this idea for a segment after my primary stream. So when I'm resting, the stream is still running. And I call it Sparkle Time, named after my beloved corgi, Sparkle the legendary gamer dog, called Sparkle Time. So if you guys want to see me do some Sparkle Time, bonus stream time after the stream, with some words on stream and other games that you can play, put the word Sparkle Time in the chat right now. You let me know, and I'll work on it. I'll work on running. And those will be bonus streams. Don't replace any of my streams. I'll be sleeping or doing IRL stuff. So you let me know if you want some Sparkle time. Type the word Sparkle time in the chat. So there we go. All right, back to some Satisfactory. I hope you guys went and got yourself a snack or something nice while I was taking a break. Again, I do have some medical conditions that do make me have to take a break. All right, so there we go. We have got our location already good to go here. Now all we got to do again is backtrack it all the way over that way. So we're going to go in and we're going to take out this now, and we're going to reverse engineer this. Now I have a whole set right down here. You can see that will allow us to get this started. So first thing we're going to do is think about our supports here. So we're going to go ahead and hit H. And we're going to bring this support down using our page up, page down. And we're going to put that right in there. There we go. Now I have this set up so that it will transmit between there from here to there on the next one. So we should be able to put this right here and nudge that into position like so. And it will connect between those, running that in there. So we use number 3. Right there, and it auto-connects all of that. Then back to number 4, and again, we're going kind of reverse here. And we want to turn this around the other way. There we go, with the arrows pointing the other way there. Let's try that again. Let's go ahead and lean out here. There we go. Now again, if the tracks are right next to each other, they will connect, or if they're 1.5 away from each other, then they'll connect. Because if they're any closer than 1.5, it can't make a track there. So make sure you have at least a gap of a 1.5, or they're absolutely just sitting right next to each other, which is what we're doing here. And you'll see it alternate as we go. And so there we go. Got that in there. It's also building in the supports underneath here where we're going to put the supports at. You saw it on that one. This one here is the support wherever you see that pole. And then we'll put our support one in right over here. And then we just rinse and repeats. The support one's probably the toughest one. It's kind of would have been hard to do that ahead before they had vertical nudging. Very, very useful though. And again, you see I have it set on auto connect. And now I'm going to go a little bit faster. I hope you don't mind because I think you got the gist of this. Let's go. Boom. Again, I usually come back, do all the supports later because that's just a faster way of doing it. We're aiming right at the edge. Looks good. And we're going to get this done in no time. This is how I play off stream, everybody. I play really, really fast. And by the way, this is actually slowed down. I'm still going a little bit slower than I normally would. Because I want you guys to be able to see what I'm doing. Because I've watched too many streams where I was like, hey, what the heck was that guy doing? That was pretty awesome, man. I wish I could know what the heck that was. But if you ever have any questions, everybody, you can just ask. You say, Kismet, what was that you just did, man? You did something awesome. I missed it. I was, eating my snack or I looked away for a second. All of a sudden, some awesome thing happened. Again, we're just backtracking right here back to our start point. And we're just alternating. We're doing a nice flat track. We also have blueprints that allow us to do angled track if we need to go up and down as well. And we can use our page down, get that right into position nicely. Now, if I do have stuff in the way, I have my explosive rebar, which I actually like better than the Nobilis, which I just go ahead and apparently miss the tree, but just clear away anything that's going to be in the way of my tracks or be close to my tracks. That guy's going to be a pain, so we're going to take him out. Got owned. Oh, somebody else around. Whoa, got me before I could grab it. Who is it? Oh, over there. That's a radiated guy, too. He is hard. Whoa, that was a close one. All right, getting crazy up in here. All right, best take that guy out anyway, because he's going to be the next guy that's going to be shooting at us. So we'll go ahead and take him out. That's a radiated hog, by the way. Where did his thing go? Right here. Again, notice I'm using the electricity from the tracks because it's backtracking. Because we ran the electric across, then we connected it there, and it's going down the tracks, which is how I'm able to get and float like that. All right, so we got this done. Now we are on our next one. Again, very easy once you have the blueprints already figured out. Again, you don't have to build them just like mine. You can build your own style, but just making sure that they work together. Best thing to do is to build one and then test it a little bit first before you build 500 of them. And really make sure it works. And go from there. That's what we did. We did a lot of testing before we went crazy here on all of these tracks. And again, the hologram mode is probably the best thing they've added to the game. It is awesome. Because I'm using the hologram mode a lot right there, where I'm just kind of hitting H. Like that, unless it does something weird way down there. H, there we go. And then it just holds it in place, and that allows me to nudge it and get it right in position. We're going to have to go up a little bit here. I can see we're going to run, or we could go around if we wanted to. We could dip over to the side. Kind of feel like I'm going to show you a little bit up ways. Now, when you get to the support, that's the best time to start working your way up a little bit. Now, I like to go at the minimum amount up. And yes, we're getting radiated a little bit. The minimum amount is the 1 meter lift. And so you want to start it early enough so your 1 meter lift does go up above. And again, we have also our 1 meter angled track that we can just do this. And it looks like it's a little low there. Let's bring that up a little bit. There we go. And you can see it's also auto connecting into there as well. And that means it's going to bring the power. We may have done this just right. Now, sometimes I run it and I realize that it's going to run into the thing, and that's not good. This over here is not connecting properly, so we probably should have done 8 first, then 7. Let's go ahead and take this out. We're going to do 8 here. And we're going to turn it this way. There we go. And then we'll do that like that, and we'll bring that up just a bit. There we go. A little too far for that, but that's okay. Then we'll go 7. Now I'm referring to my buttons down below here. This way these will fit together on this side. Ooh, a little too far. Oh, I got to connect the track too. Get my tracks connected. Notice that it has just enough to where I can put a segment there. Works pretty great. Then we're on 7. There we go. I might hit the button. It's already moved its way out of there. There we go. And then I think we're going to make it. Looks good. And we can go ahead and use our explosive rebar here to clear these guys out of the way. We don't have to come through here and get gassed every time we come through. I just usually shoot all the ones that I see and see if the gas completely dissipates. There's one over here too. Oh, can't get him. Can't get him. All right, we're going to try to get him from back here. You don't have to be right up on him, by the way. You can get him from back there. So I can elevate because he was on a tree. All right, looking good. Do we need to go up any more, or do we want to flatten out? Looks like a little bit more. So we'll go ahead and go a little bit more here. Again, using our angled track. Hitting H, page down. Get it lined up. Nice. And again, referring to the numbers down here, number 8 is the angled track. And we're going to nudge it like so. And then page up, or page down. Is that how I had it before? I can't even remember. I can't even remember, but I think we might be just good enough. Here to go one more. And like that, we'll go with that. And then we can just go ahead and flatten out right here as we go across this here. So then we'll go back to our other ones, which we have right here, which is going to flatten this part out. And this took a lot of pre-thought. to get this stuff all lined up. And then notice this again, the hypertube is connected all the way back automatically. And so are the tracks. So how do we know the tracks are connected? Because I'm floating right now. Because it's bringing the power back down the tracks here. All right, we got some stuff we got to clear here, though. Luckily, we got just the thing. Fix-It does not approve of nature blocking productivity or efficiency. Really? There we go. That one, I don't think I'm hitting that one. Yeah, aim a little lower. There we go. Yahtzee. Sometimes you got to aim a little lower. Oh, whoa, there's something out there, too. We're going right toward the node there. Oh, that's nice. We're going to need that later. So we're actually aiming pretty close to that node there. We're going to definitely use that. Okay, back to what we were doing. Rotating our stuff. And we'll come back and do all the supports again at the end. Now, that's the wrong way for that to go. We need the arrow to be facing the other direction. There we go. And something. Oh, because we transitioned. Yes. So what we want to do on this one is actually turn the auto connect off. And then we're going to do this. And then we're going to kind of manually fix this part here because we're transitioning from an angled to a flat area. And you'll see that the power goes off there. And then what we'll do is we'll run this up. We'll look and see how much we have here. We have a full foundation here. And then we want to make this one a half foundation. Again, you can build this into the blueprints as well. But I usually just go in and just kind of manually do these transitions. Like this. And that one's a little too far forward. Do that again. And you want to go half foundation. There we go. And now we made that transition to a flat edge. And we have our support. We have our first one here. And now we're on our second transition this way. And we are going to turn back on our auto connect. Now the one thing you want to watch out for is right here, which is your hypertube. Because we didn't have it auto connect, we want to make sure that we go back and make sure all that stuff's nicely connected. So we don't find out later and come flying out of that hypertube, which is totally what's going to happen. I love how just randomly I'm going right toward this node. By the way, you can see my entire base over there doing its thing. Again, look at all the towers just coming out of the mist there. Very cool. So weirdly, just kind of randomly went right here. But again, we could put a station here as well and then have it grab all of this Samor node. But we do have a spiral over there. We're probably going to stop in between right here and do a spiral here. So we can get this too. We'll make a train station probably off that side. It'll come back. Also use the spiral to go down and to connect into our pre-existing track. But let's keep going here. Again, we're going to go ahead and add our... we did our first one, and then our second one, and then now we're on support. And come on. Sometimes it gets a mind of its own. So weird the way it's snapping. Snapping in a weird way, but we'll make it work. Okay, I kind of feel like we can get one more in there, and then we'll probably rework this in a bit when we get our spiral in. Because we're going to have to match up the spiral to how this lines up here. And remember, it's all on the same grid. So if we do it just right, the spiral should work pretty well. And so we got to go down there, and we got to make a spiral. Let's go. Look at that over there. Whee! Look out, coming down. Whoa, bad guy. Oh, got him. Got him. All right, so right here is where we want this spiral. We want the spiral to end up going right there. So we're going to need probably to bring that down first. Yeah, to find out where the outer edge of it is. what we're going to do is try to go this way, and we're going to have a little bit of problem going this way because what we really need is some of these power lines that I have run up here. I don't think I'm going to be able to grab it from there. Let's see if I have any power lines that I've run along the edge here that I can use. Yeah, right here. Instead of making like a train station and have to put it off of that, I'll just use one that's already pre-existing. And then we'll just put this in here to help us climb. There's a Spidey. Later, suckers! Love that move every time. Oh, there's another one. Later! Yeah, I did have a power up here already. I can see the power. I can see I went up and over there. But all of this was not tied in. So I can get up here. All right, there we go. So we're just adding some power here so that we can float up here. We're going to need to run some down so we can align where the edge of this is. So we can align this edge, align this whole part, align the finished part so that it's aiming at this. So when it comes up the track, boom, it'll just go straight into this track. So the best thing to do is just use some walls. Grab the walls, run them here, and just run them down. Again, the hover pack works really awesome for this. Oh my gosh, I think that's already going to be perfect. Wow, okay. I love it when a plan comes together and it's super easy. Take out some of that. A lot of spiders in this spot. All right, clearing this out a bit. So we're going to build it right here. Let's go ahead and get this spider to come after me first. Come on, big boy. Let's go. Come on. You got this. Later! Later again. Spider's funny. All right, I'm just going to kill this one because he's just going to jump back and forth. See, that's the scariest part when they disappear like that. Now I go up higher and it's hard for him to find me. I can also just take out the trees. I can kind of see where he's at. But he'll be back. They always are. All right. So let's go ahead and get some foundations now. We're going to take our foundations and work with this over here. Just to give us a kind of a starting point. Run that across. Run this here. If we did this right, then it should perfectly line up to our walls as they're coming down because we use the world grid. Like that. How nicely that lines up? Very nice. Well, somewhat nicely because you can see it's a little bit elevated there. But that's okay. We'll make it all work in the end. We'll make it all work out. So we got a very large spiral to build there. So what we want to do, of course, is to find the center of where we want our spiral to end up. So if we come in here, or if we're coming out of here, and the spiral is too wide this way, like this, we'll want this to come back this way, come down the spiral, and then go and connect into here, or I could just go and connect over that way. Depends on how the spiral ends up. Either way, I can go ahead and connect it in the track so it can go back that way because you want to know the directions of how your trains are going. I know this one, the right side is the thing, kind of like we use here in the United States. You're on the right side of the road, where people on other states, it's the reverse. They drive on the left side of the road. Hey, I didn't come up with the system. Don't blame me. So I use right to go and then left to come back, depending on how you look at it. So we're going to go ahead and run this in here like this. By the way, I kind of feel like that's the real advantage of self-driving. I just thought of that. If it's self-driving, you know, if you're from another country, oh, there he is. Somebody just hit me. If you are doing self-driving, it'll automatically be on the right side of the road, or the correct side of the road, to be very clear. Not just the right or the left or whichever it needs to be. But it'll know which side of the road to be driving on and will drive you on the proper side of the road. Unlike humans who get confused and start driving on the wrong side of the roads. Even if you are from that country, sometimes people are driving on the wrong side of the roads. Definitely got hit by something. I don't know what it was. No, we figure it out. So everything's locked and loaded. Okay, so we're coming down. So this is going to be the return, and that'll go that way. This will be where we need to take this one where it's coming down here and diverting it, maybe just a straight divert where it comes off and up and then ends up in there. Might have it come up and over and then back down and flatten out. So our spiral needs to be on this side, and then it needs to be offset. So again, that the starting point is over here. So we'll go ahead and start. Now what I do is I color it in so I get an idea of what I want to do. So now I got to remember, it's been a while, of how far it is. I think it's 3 back because it's 6 across or 7 across. So I think it's pressing the wrong buttons here. There we go. I think it's yellow, and then it's blue 3, and then purple's the center. And let's see if we've got enough to get all the way here. 3, and then this is the outer part. Yeah. Yeah, it's 4 on one side, 4 on another, and then here in the center. So what we want to do is actually move this over because this is going to start here. So this is going to be here, and then this is going to be more foundations here. And then this will be 1, 2, 3. This will be our center here. Then we'll have, we're going that way. 1, 2, 3. Hard to remember this when you haven't done it in a while. Okay, there we go. There's our actual center. And then this is going to be our starting point here. And then we'll go ahead and set this back to standard. Fix it. Oh, we got it as white. Why do we have that as white? That's a good question. Deal with it later. Okay, so here is where the center of our thing is going to be. Again, we were trying to figure out the offsets. So 3 this way, 3 this way. And then this will be the outside edge. You want to figure out if it's going to run into something, if something's going to be blocking it. Is there a tree in the way? Is there a mountainside in the way? I think it'll be fine because we're going to start on the low side over here. And then as we go this way, it'll raise, and then it will raise up over the top of this. And then this won't even get close to that. That'll end up here. So let's get started. Now, it just so happens that I also have a setup over here that does my spirals. And you can see this is A1 start spiral. So this is going to actually start our spiral. And we're going to put this right here like that. By the way, if you do forget, you can go in and look at the blueprints themselves. I think I put some notes in there. A1 start. The blueprint is used to stack on top of a starter spiral. And the other one, this is an offset of 3 out from the center block, 7 width total. Oh, okay, nope, I did it wrong. In total with both all 4 directions. So it's 7 width total. I did 8. Okay, hold on. I did it too far because, again, this is 8. On that side, this would be 9, so that's too wide. Though I could do it. I could expand it and make it wider if I want, but I'm making it the minimum size. So glad I looked that up. So it's 2 blue and whatnot. So it should be, again, 7 across. So you're going to have 3 on one side, 3 on the other side, and then purple in the center. And this is why we double check these things before we make 15 of these and go, oops, we did the wrong thing. Right here. And then this here. And then this is going to be this. And color all that out. And here, color that out. All right. So now 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and then this would be number 7. Because 3 and 3 is 6, and then 1 more would be 7. Okay, that's what we want. That looks much better. Okay, now we have our starting point. So what we're going to do is we're just going to pick up these ramps, and we're going to put them in here to match up to our starting point. And we're going to need 1 more, it looks like, right over there. Now, what's going to happen? Again, it's going to come out of here, and actually we'll just have it come straight. And probably come straight over a little bit, come in here, curve into here, and then go up. And then this one's going to come down, and then go this way, and then just kind of merge into here. Probably we'll kind of snake it a little bit just to get it to hit that one straight. And then we'll rework all this corner and do all this stuff again. But we want to get our spiral going. Now, the reason why we have the yellow on the outside is to tell us where we're going to put the piece. Now, when I first started doing the spiral, I put one here, then I put one there, then I put one there, and I put one there. But they did fix it where you don't have to do that anymore. They actually fixed the outer spiral. The outer spiral now works if you know the trick, which I'll show you. But all we have to do is start with our A1 start, and then we have our A2 repeat, which is the one that actually goes up on the top of the spiral, which we'll get to here in a second. But we are going to also do our B2 start, which is right over here, and it's going to sit right in between there like this. Now, if we did this correctly, what we should be able to do is take our track and run it right up here. Now, I like to go ahead and just do a nice little half track here, run this down, and then again, half track or half foundation in, half foundation from the start, half foundation down here. It creates a nice, even, smooth thing when it comes down. So that gap underneath between the foundation and your track is not really high. Really great way of fixing that by just doing kind of a little 1.5 segment on those when you're changing elevations. Now, again, if I did this right, I can click this and I can go all the way around, and it should just automatically build us a beautiful, perfect spiral, everybody. I know, pretty awesome. Now, this one says it's too sharp. So we're going to have to figure out what's up with that, because normally it does work. So what did we do? We do it too close there, or did we did it too close over here? Somewhere we did it too close, because this used to work. So we're going to have to figure out what's up with that. No, it shouldn't do that. It should be able to go right in the center. Oh, did they make some changes? Did I... Oh, it's definitely between there. Maybe that goes 1 more out. Maybe this has got to go 1 more out this way. Maybe that's it. See, I can't remember after so much time. Again, what it's supposed to do is just supposed to go right there. So this got to go out just a little bit further. So let's go ahead and just take this out. And again, this is why we test. Get all this down first before we do it. So yeah, it was I was correct in 3 blue. It's just that I need to put it. I need to put that, but it's not centered though. It's supposed to be 7 wide. 1, 2. But this center should move. So we're going to do this. And we're going to say the yellow one is not part of the thing. That's what it is. The yellow one's not part of it. So this is 3 and 3. And then the yellow one's on the outside. Like I had it. That's how I had it before. I had it right before. All right. See, look, I messed myself up. I did have it correct. Okay. But it's okay to make mistakes, everybody. You just go ahead and keep at it until you get it the way it should be. And I was right. It was 3. Like that. Okay, we'll get this right. We'll get this right. Okay, now we're looking good. Now, B over here goes right here. Like this. There we go. And then we will do the outside one, which is usually the most awkward one. Ah, right when I clicked it, it moved. Like I said, the most awkward one. And then this one. There we go. Now we got it. Nope, that looks not right. Yeah, it's not doing that outer arc properly. We got issues. We got to figure out why it's not doing it now. All right, let's go read my notes about it again. A1 spiral. Oh. Didn't mean to click on it. That's why you leave yourself notes, you'll forget. Spiral outside. This is offset of 3 out from the center block. 7 width total. In both, all 4 directions, dual track. 3 out from the center. Huh. So here's the center. 1, 2, 3 out. Definitely something I'm doing that's causing it to be off. Is it halfway in the foundation? Yes. This is lined up. Obviously, we've done this a bunch of times, so something is definitely different. And it's not working like it was working before. Well, we got to adapt. I kind of feel like it's saying 3 out like this. And again, I go watch myself build it in previous playthroughs or previous streams. Let's just take this whole part out. We'll just do this side here. I don't remember how I did this. So this is a 2 offset, and this is 2, and this is an outer one. So 3 per side, which is what we did. You know what? Here's the thing to do. Let's just go look at the other one. Let's go look at the ones that worked. I kind of feel like it's a 3 offset, and then the yellow one's on the outside. And let's just go look at this one. We have it marked just like that over here, I can tell you. Okay, so, we got it marked in yellow this time. So we have the center one, it's 2 yellow, and then yes, so that's like I had it the first time. Okay. So it's 3 out, but it's in the center of that. So 2 out from the center, 2 out from the center, and then you split that center line, 2 out from the center. I should probably change the way that that's described. So it's 2 out. And that's funny because we had that in there, and it said that we couldn't do it. And that's not good when it says that kind of stuff. Which means we might not be able to make that now because they maybe adjust the... I don't know if they did an update to Satisfactory that's causing that not to work. But you can see we're using the same exact blueprints right here. So, we have our center line, 1, 2, and then we have blue on the outside on this one. So 2 yellow, 1 blue, and it's splitting between the yellow and the blue on both sides. And they're centered. And centered. And that's exactly what I did. Well, I was right, but I was right, and then I was right, and then I was wrong, and then I was right. I'm the one that came up with it, so you think I would know. But again, when you stop playing and you're busy building back up your stream, which is what I've been doing. Oh, hey, here's this thing. What we got in here? Yeah. Let's throw this stuff away. We got too much stuff. We'll just make more. Grab all that out of there. So yeah, so now we know. And again, I feel like we should probably label that blueprint better. Once we run across a blueprint, or if I remember, we'll change the description of that. So it's better described. Yeah, see, that's how I have it right now. Just I have the colors different, but it's center 1, 2, and then you split the 1, 2 between the thing. Okay, well, let's try it again. So this is B1 start, high spiral. Let's try this again. Should be right here. We're just going to take these out just so we can start the tracks this way at halfway. Yeah, see, that's not working now. We know it worked before. We did it. That's slightly offset. That's too bad. Oh, man. Messes me up big time. That's definitely been adjusted. The cool thing is they actually fixed this outer one too, because now see how nice it goes around and it follows the shape of this one. But yeah, that's a problem. Let's try to go the other way. See if we can work around it. We'll start here. Now, see, it just says I have to offset it a little bit now, when it didn't do that before. That's too bad. That is too bad. They, it's like the arc is not allowing me to fix that arc. And we could start slightly offset, I guess, and then fix it here. I really don't like that. I really don't like that change. That sucks. So now I got this little curve I have to start with so that this will be perfect when I go this way. Then what we do is we have the one that we stack up on top here. We want to make sure that we look on the top here to see which way the arrow needs to go. The arrow needs to go to the right. So that white arrow is going to go that way. And then this one will then spiral up to here. Again, sometimes it's really awkward. You have to kind of turn your character that way to get it to go where you want it to go. And then, okay, that still works. See, weird. It won't work on the first part, but this is the same thing where it's going half there to half here. So very awkward that at the very beginning it won't do it. I kind of feel like I could finagle that into doing it somehow where I don't have that offset. Yeah, there's definitely got to be a way to fix that because that sucks. Yeah, it's taking into accommodation, which I don't think it did before, is the elevation of it. I don't know why it's now not doing that. Obviously, I've done tons and tons of them over there in the same exact fashion. But once we get it started, everybody, then we're good. Now what we do is we just repeat over and over again the same thing. So what we'll do is we'll use this one here, which is our A2 repeat, and we'll just keep stacking them on top of each other. And in fact, we'll just go ahead and do blueprint. There we go. Allow me to stack them up like so. And then we'll go over here and we will use the B2, which is the repeat one. And then that's going to allow us to stack those. And notice the arrow is pointing inward. And, oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Again, once you get this all figured out, everybody, it's much easier to run spirals and things like that. And again, once you have the spiral going, it's just a matter of running. Oh, there it goes again. It's on the inside circle that it won't do, which it didn't have that problem before. And then this one will go out here. See, new problems cause bigger headache for me because now I got to go and work around something that worked perfectly before, now not working. It's too bad. That's too bad. That was working great. Yeah, see, I could have just done that, but now I got to offset it a little bit. We'll do what we got to do. We'll just offset it out. Every other one, we have to offset it out for it to work. That's going to affect the way that our train runs. Could cause it to do a little bit of porpoising, which is what this is why I'm doing this in the first place, to eliminate that. But I can only do what the game lets me do. It'd be nice if you could just hit H on this too and override whatever the limit it says that it is. That's too bad too, because that worked really, really nicely. I could just go to the center there every time. Now I got to go out just a little bit. All right. Yeah, we'll make it happen. And just keep running your spiral, and you'll see sometimes I'll put it in the center, and sometimes I'll put it as an offset. We'll see how the train, how good the train works when the train comes up, as well. Oh, we got to put in some power or something because I can see my character is going all over the place. Again, look at that spiral building up. Very cool. Okay, we got to connect our spiral here to the actual track so that we are getting our power. So we're just going to bring this right from here, and we'll just put this in. We'll rework all that in a bit once we have it down the way that we want to run it. And so we need to get this one to end up over here. This way. So we're going to need to probably go straight first. Again, this won't affect my current one right now. So I have to go like this and then curve it so that it flattens here. And then we'll see what we can get this way. Nice. And then there. All right, see, and then it'll come out from there and then go this way. And then it will come back down this way, and then we'll have it go up. Or no, this is the way out. Oh, that's this one. This one's going that way. Now this is coming in and going in here. And then this one is going out, which is the other side. All right, right side coming in, left side going out. No, this is out. The one I have now is out. All right, sometimes you got to think about it for a minute before you get too far into it. So yeah, this is 100% going out. So this, of course, is going to make this more difficult. Always the way it goes. And again, we'll just try to get this to curve. Again, see how awkward it is sometimes. It's so awkward. We need more foundations. Now, one of the best things you can learn in any game and in life is to improvise. When things stop working how they used to start working, well, all you can do is adapt to that new change. So that's what I'm going to do. Because we know it's working because we have a whole bunch of these already pre-built that I had already done. So we can go ahead and line this up here, and then there we go. All right, so yeah, that's going to be a return. So this is it coming back down, and then as it's coming through, we'll have this go up and end up on this other side. But all we really need right now is just to electrify the tracks so that we can keep building upwards. Or we could run power along the side, but really just want to keep this stuff running. Again, this was perfectly built to prevent porpoising of your trains. But now that it's a little bit offset, we might have a little problem with that, so we'll see. And I might just go on the inner track, I might just offset it every single time a little bit out to see if that helps with that. But I really want to see if it causes it or if it's not going to be an issue with just that minor move. We'll find out now that they've kind of hosed me over. They gave me the hose. See that? See how that doesn't go in the center like it used to? I got to go out a little bit. That is a tragedy. I had that perfectly down. Perfectly down where it worked wonderfully. All right. This way. Back those up. And then more B2 repeats. How easily I got this set up. Very set up, very nice. Very easy to repeat. And build as big a spiral as you want. And again, this is A2 spiral. And this will take us right to here. And then we should be able just to go straight right into there. We'll angle that up. And if it doesn't angle up in there, we'll just push this part back a little bit until that matches up. right there. And again, look at this cool spiral right here. Getting it going on. And sometimes you have to go back and look at it so it'll do it properly. We're almost there. We got a ways to go. We're just going to do the inner one first, since that's the one that's being the biggest pain in the butt. We're just offsetting this side out a little bit and then bringing this side in the center. And then that's going to line up, and then we'll take this and we'll just elevate it up there. Probably won't use this top one because it's up too high. So we'll just dismantle that one. And now we're at the end here, everybody. All we got to do is run that outer spiral. And normally I run the outer spiral first because obviously the inner spiral is going to get in the way of your outer spiral. And it used to be that the outer spiral was way tougher, and then they fixed it so it's properly arcing now, where it will arc this far in a single half arc. Because we're doing half arcs here as opposed to doing quarter arc, which would be just, we'd have it on all 4 sides. But here we only have to have it on 2 sides. And so that does help it a lot. You can see I'm kind of going in the direction that I'm running the track as well. That really helps. And you see this outer one works perfectly. Works very, very well. Very, very well. All right, there we go. We got ourselves a Kismet perfect spiral there, everybody. Beautiful. And we have some stuff that goes in the center here, which is all of our supports and stuff. We'll get into all of that later on. But right here, we want to go ahead and see how this works out by getting into default mode here and checking our stuff here. Oh, I just dawned on me. That's not my spiral. That's the original spiral. Where the heck is my actual embellished spiral? That's not because the other one's embellished. This one's not embellished. It's doesn't have the stuff on the side. It's like it reset my keys, huh? Or it's in a different one. Yeah, I did that whole thing and then just realized that it's not the one that I'm looking for. These are not the droids you're looking for. Yeah, there it is. Oh, okay. Well, we're going to have to redo that whole thing. But that's okay. We got this figured out at least. Never be afraid to rebuild stuff, everybody. It'll be fine. So right here, we want to back this up, and that's where we want that to end up. And so we'll back that up, and we'll make that perfectly. Just make it where it goes down into there. But we got to redo all of this. So we're going to go in and take all this back out. Because, yeah, it was in a different setup. I forgot that this was the original high spiral, which we used. I'm just going to take out all the blueprints first, and we'll come back for the track. Maybe that one will work fine. Maybe this one is the one that needed the offset. I can't remember. It's been a while. We're going to take all that out, and then we're going to hit, go to R, so we're in the regular stuff. We're going to hit G to just take out track, so we don't accidentally take out anything else we don't want to take out, and we'll just run over all of this right here. Try not to hit our actual track in the background here. And if nothing else, you've kind of figured it out and said, okay, yeah, this does work. I can make this work. That's the number one thing you want to do is get all the difficult things figured out as to how to do your offsets and all of that. And this, I'm going to definitely fix this if I can get away with it not doing that offset. Again, it might have been that old one that we did. That was just a basic one. And then this one is going to be our more embellished one. And you'll see the difference, everybody. Actually, I should just take these out for now. Much more embellished. All right, so there we go. So now we got our spiral, which is already set. And we'll take all those out. I love how my brain took that long to remember that. All right, so right there. It's got the railings, it's got the hypertube, it's got all that in there, including some embellishment here with some cable that goes through the center and some glass stuff here, and it all colored up real nice. All right, there we go. Now we're thinking. All right, so this is A2 that goes on top of there. We've got B, which is the one that starts over here. And we'll see if this one works a bit better. Let's go. I kind of feel like it's going to have the same issue because it's the same kind of offset anyway, but we'll see. But let's go. Survey says, nope, does not have the same issue. Is it flat? It doesn't look like it's flat, though. Hold on. That halfway into that one doesn't look like it is. Hold on. Let's get this just right first. Oh, actually, we should go the other way. We got to line it up properly first to get it started. So it should be halfway into the foundation. I'm going to back that up just enough. We're going to take this out, and then we're going to back this down half there. Now, we'll get this one, and we'll see if it's going to work. Yeah, it works beautifully. All right. So, yeah, it was just that other one that needed a slight offset. But this one is perfect. Notice the difference, how this one is centered, and the other one had to be offset just a little bit. And this one also has all the supports built in. So I was like, wait, where's all my supports? It's supposed to be part of the blueprint. Now, again, we just do the same thing again, everybody. Now, you've already seen me do it, so I'm just going to do it a little bit faster. I hope you don't mind. I'm going to turn off of blueprint mode, by the way, because it does act super awkward when you have it in blueprint mode. So I just kind of aim at the top of that thing there, and then I hit H to nudge it into position. Right there. Make sure that it is going there, that you have your hypertube connection up above. And now, again, we have the same thing where we can just go ahead and repeat. So now I'm on B1 start, and then this is B2 repeat. Right? So basically they're modular blueprints. You have your number 1 and number 2 kind of thing. And then we'll just do, say, one side here. Again, you should be able to do this in blueprint mode, but you can see that it's like way above it because of the hypertube there. But it is aligned, so if you do bring it down, it will somewhat align to it. But you can see it's kind of offset, so control and then page down to get that right. So I don't use the blueprint mode. I just go ahead and use the default mode and then move it into place like this. And you're going to see it's a lot more embellished than the last one. It's funny that I went that long before seeing it. But then again, that's how life is, everybody. Sometimes you don't notice the thing. I was helping my daughter earlier, and she had a little water gun. And she was trying to use it, and she said that it doesn't work. It's like broken. And so I went in there, and I was like, I'll help you. Yeah, bring it over here and whatnot. The instructions had told her to put the batteries in backwards. The instructions itself was wrong. So I was like, no, the little spring always goes to the bottom of the battery or the flat side of the battery, not the part with the little nub on it. So the spring always goes to the flat side of the battery because that's the way it's been my whole entire life with just everything. And so we did that, and it worked. There you go. Helping out my kids, everybody. It's not her fault that the batteries were wrong or the instructions were wrong. And they 100% were, which is pretty messed up. Pretty scary that some engineers somewhere don't know which way batteries go. Okay, now here's a little trick here, everybody. We're going to go ahead and just pick up this one here, and then we're going to zoom in the center line, and you're going to see it matches up to my supports. Much nicer. There we go. Very nicely embellished. Okay, so now we got that. We're going to come back to our hypertubes as well. And now this is working properly again. I was like, what the heck? I knew there was something weird there. I think it was trying to tell me, Kismet, you've got the wrong blueprints. That would have been super useful. But here you go. Now we know. And again, you want to kind of turn in the direction if it's going weird like that. So you can get it to go the way you want it to go. Come on. Again, I'm just going to physically turn. Oh, it's not doing it now. Okay. We'll get this. Go this way. Aha, there we go. Looks like we got a ride on the back of the other line here to get that to go the way we want it to go. But we'll get it done. Again, look how it's perfectly centered now. Nice. I like it. And again, the outer part is the tougher of the two. So that's the one we really want to get done. Again, if I just turn my character physically in the right direction, it should just let me go. Again, we'll do the outer track first. Get it right in the center. Now, the whole point of what we're doing is to eliminate the up and down motion of the train, which slows your train down. Again, called porpoising. We don't want that to happen. We want it to be nice, smooth ride, going at maximum speed. It never degrades its speed, even when it's going up like this. This is why you're using a spiral in the first place, as opposed to just using a straight up track. Also, spiral takes less space, so you can go up pretty quickly, as opposed to going over a long distance to try to go up. And I've built a lot of those as well, going along long distances. But this is looking beautiful. All right, a little worried there, but we got it solved. We got the issue solved. Let's see, number 10. So we want, and oh, we got to connect in the power again because we're getting up high enough where we're away from our bottom power here. So this one is the one that is coming out of here and is going to curve back into here. But I seriously doubt it's going to let us do that, so we're going to have to widen this out. See what we can do here. Look like that. Okay. And then we'll go this way. It's not going to let us do that, but we can just reverse engineer this to eventually get where we want it. Make sure it's nice and straight so that when you go to run it to the next part, it'll be straight out of here. And then this will go straight and connect in there. Very nice. All right, so again, it will come through, go through here, or actually it's going this way. It'll come down, go through here, and go back that way. The one on this side is the one that will go up here. We might actually make this go past. Yeah, we could have this go up, over, and then come back down into there. Or we could have it go past and go under, and then have it turn back up and go that way. This is going to be the trickiest side over here to make that work. But we electrified the track, so now we can go and finish out the vertical part of it. Let's get that keep going. And again, which way is this going? Arrow inward. And again, this is a tutorial if you're using my blueprints here, everybody. On how to use these blueprints properly. Even I forget. Because again, it's very easy to forget when you're busy working on other stuff. You come back to it and you're like, okay, how did I do that in the first place? It's weird how humans are like that. That sometimes you're the one that came up with it and then you don't even remember. At least in my case. But I always give myself the freedom to make mistakes, everybody. A lot of people don't. They don't give themselves the freedom to make mistakes. You beat yourself up and you say, well, I made a mistake. I can't believe I did that, blah, 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 blah. Now me, I go, okay, I don't remember. Let's figure out how I did it before. Let's solve the problem. Once we have the problem solved, then boom, we move on. That's it. Don't linger on it. Don't linger on all your past mistakes, everybody. They're not going to do you any good. Move on. Move on to the next thing. You made a mistake, big deal. You learn from your mistake is the most important of any mistake. Hopefully my daughter learned how to, which direction the batteries go now. By default. And then now she knows forever. And that would be awesome. Because she won't have to learn it the hard way like I did. Okay, this one's arrow out. This one's arrow this way. There we go. She won't have to learn it the hard way like I did, because I did the same thing as she did. I put the batteries in and they weren't working. I was like, why is the thing? It's telling me to put the batteries in like this, but that's not how the batteries go. So, Alright, we're getting there. Nice. Okay, let's put our tracks in. Oh man, this is going to be awesome. Let's go ahead and work on our center some more. That's just easy. That's just zooping. So the center is looking like a nice support there that supports the spiral. It doesn't really support the spiral. Oops, cut off my jetpack there. It doesn't really support the spiral, by the way, because again, this does not have physics where the thing's going to fall down. And then we'll just do our outside one first because it's going to be annoying. Again, we're just going to go in the same direction of the way it's running. And that should help us a bit. Told you that spider was going to be back. Where'd you go, Spidey? He's down there somewhere. He'll find me. He'll find me again. I love doing this, everybody. It's so relaxing. Gaming for me, even if it is a high tense situation, I'm always relaxed anyway. Like if I'm playing something like PUBG and the whole thing's on the line, I don't care. Because I'm of the age, everybody, I'm not trying to prove anything to anybody. The hardest person to prove anything to is yourself anyway. It's to like who you are, to be enough being you. And I'm enough being me, and it's taken me my whole life to get to this point. And frankly, I'm tired. I'm exhausted from trying to level up myself as a human being. It definitely is not easy. But it takes time. All right, there we go. Very nice. We're in our final spiral. Very nice. And then we're just going to go ahead and take this, turn in the direction that we're going to run it. Try it again. Come in and grab it, and we'll just go in the direction. There we go. Again, if you didn't know that, everybody, you would think that didn't work. But since I do know that, I know that it works. All right. Now, also, we don't want to use these. We want to use the glass ones. So we're going to go ahead and do this. And then also right here, we'll go ahead and, again, pick these up and just use the glass ones and run those until they match up underneath there, and we'll take the whole end of this off and rework that back to match up. Okay, there it is. We just got to do our other side, run our hypertubes. Look at this. I love this effect of the spirals. The funny irony, everybody, is I have a really bad vertigo, so when I'm actually on these spirals, they make me really dizzy. But they're cool, and I don't mind making cool stuff even if it makes me dizzy. Just for all of you, everybody. Again, my job is here to teach you all this cool stuff as your official Fix-It corporate trainer. And again, if you're off screwing around and being inefficient, you get lasered from space. That's a different department. That's not my department. My department is to make you as efficient as possible, and then also be a mega builder like this. Again, look how nice this is once you get it set up. You get it set up, and it's working smooth. You are styling and profiling. Glad we noticed that it wasn't the right ones. It was the older version of that spiral. There we go. Very nice. And now we will rework a bit of this. Take all this out. And all of our railings here. Take those out. And then we can just use our control. Fix that up. Another row here we want to take out. So we can get that to go right there and right there. Okay, and then we're going to take this one out because it's not, not that. Take this out. It's not matching up to the edge. So we're going to pick this up, and you're going to see now it's going to match up to that down angle. Notice how they're really long when they're going on the down angle as well. Fix that up nicely. And then the railings on the sides are different from the railings in the center. Gives a little bit of contrast. There we go. Very nice. And then do we take the basic wall out? Yeah, I think the basic wall is for structure. And so that just helps us line it up. And then we just take those out at the end. And then we have these support poles. Wow, I forgot that part. Again, I'm the one that built it. That was really smart of me. That was me being really smart for once. Again, it just allows us to make it nicely embellished. Without the things. I wonder if I took those out on those other spirals. Now that I think about it. That's a good question. That's definitely just support, and then now you can see that the spiral doesn't need the stuff. And those are just for alignment, so you can align it easier to the ones underneath. Instead of trying to use the pole to align it, you're using the walls. And then the walls just come out when you're done. And you've got these central pole lines that are supporting all of that. Again, very specifically telling it I just want to take out the walls, so I don't accidentally get something in the background, or just by hitting G there, it says dismantle filter, is walls, so I can get all these over here too. And I'm going to miss some because the tracks are kind of in the way, but we'll do what we got to do. We'll hunt down those ones in a minute. Get as many of these as we can. There we go. And any more? Yeah, right here. Hold down control to get multiple of them. And all those walls out there. I feel like we got to go back and remove the walls. I don't remember removing the walls on the other ones, but I might have. I might have left them there because we were still working on them. But that looks awesome. What do you guys think in the chat? Let's do some GGs in the chat for our awesome spiral. I think that's one of the biggest spirals I've done so far. That is awesome. That is amazing. All right. And then we're going to run this up. We're going to get right here where we hit in this edge, and we're going to back this up by 1 foundation, then up here 1.5. So that's nice, smooth edge. Same thing here. Going to back it by 1 foundation here, up 1.5 foundations, and then smooth edge there. And we have that completely connected. Then we can also work a bit on our hypertubes. And we might work our hypertubes on the way down. So we'll go here. Now here's what I want to do when I do this. I don't want to just do this. I want to go ahead and turn it to curved mode, which is a really cool mode they added. And you'll see that because they're perfectly symmetrical across from each other, it matches the arc of the tracks. Again, another great Kismet tip there for you on how to do cool stuff like this. Now, do you need your hypertubes to go around in a circle? Absolutely not. The most efficient hypertubes are the ones that actually just go straight down and straight up, because that's going to be more time efficient. But this actually will help you on the way up, but actually hurt you on the way down. Because on the way down, obviously you're just going to go straight down, which is going to build momentum. Where on here, it's going to be slower on the way down, but on the way up, your momentum won't be slowed so much because you're not just going straight up, right? When you're going straight up, it's going to really slow you down. Now, of course, at the bottom, you can just build yourself a nice hypertube cannon and you don't have to worry about it. I feel like that's what I want to do, is build a hypertube cannon every time I go into a spiral here. And just attach it, so when you're rolling up at the very beginning or the very top or the bottom, you're coming through and you're hitting that hypertube cannon. That would be a good one. Oh, and we've got a thing here we can go ahead and get rid of. Again, you saw how fast I made it once I got it down, once I remember what the heck I was doing. How I built this in the first place. More walls back there to get rid of. Extra foundations as well. Okay, that's all good. All good here. We have this here. Now we want to tie this into our regular hypertube. So we're going to go ahead and take this out right here, and we will put a junction. Now, the right side is your default side. So if you're coming this way from here, you'll automatically go right. So, or is it left? Automatically go left. Yeah, no, it's automatically go left. So if you automatically want to go out that way, you would connect this side to the left and then run this up or under or however. So that would go there. Now, in my case, I'm going to be working out here, so I want this one actually to be the default one. And then this one over here is going to be the alternate one because I don't need to go out here right now. And again, we can make it curve, or we can just use the auto mode to reduce that curve a little bit so it just gets right on the track. And this goes up there. All right, that's all looking good. And that's done. That's GG's. That's all good. Now, again, we can come in and we can embellish it. But the most important thing we want to do is we want to test it coming in. So it's going to come in. And again, I feel like I'm just going to send it across there. And then how do I get it here? Maybe run it under. Maybe run it down and then under, and then it comes up and over. Maybe circles back to get this side over here. Could have it go this way and circle down, under, No matter what we do, we need these trees out of here. Yeah, I kind of feel like right through there looks like a good way. All right, let's see if we can get that figured out. So we wanted to go all the way to the edge here, and then we wanted to turn and curve down into there. So we want to go ahead and have a minimum angle, so ramp 1 meter. And we're going to try to get this to go under here without hitting the top of that. We'll take this out. Now this track is actually going to be in the way. Yep, no, it's already going to be in the way. So that's not going to work. Maybe we can turn this track a little earlier. So let's see if we can get this. Oh, we already had it at 1.5. We already had it here. Yeah, I don't think that's going to turn too much earlier, but we could try to finagle this so it's not hanging over the edge and in the way of our other train. So that's what I'm working on right now, just trying to angle this in such a way. Really, we could just angle it like this. That works for me. And then all we got to do is just let it automatically figure out the angle here, which it will do. There we go. And so all I did was I kind of moved this back just a little bit, this angle here, and then reduced the arc of this angle and tried to make that arc work so it goes that way, so we can then come in from this side, go that way, up, 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 down, 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 through here, return that way. Okay, and then we want to take this and we want to get this to turn. This is going to be the trickiest part of this. We might have to take a little bit of that out, but I think we could get that in there. Ah, I took out the track instead of the thing. I hate it when it does that. All right. Not what I wanted to take out. There we go. Trying to take out the foundation. There we go. And then we'll use our angled one here to bring that down. Like that, and then this one we'll put flat. This one, we'll take this one out. We'll angle this one. We'll make this one flat, just so we kind of match it up nicer, so we're getting that nice transition. And then this one will be angled. And I'll go a little bit above that, but that's okay. As long as it's not clipping through here. And it can clip through there all day long, but it's not going to stop the train or anything like that. It's more of a aesthetic thing that you don't want to see that clipping through there. I mean, players are more concerned about clipping than the actual people who make the game, because they just assume the players don't want it to be clipping, and they're 100% right. They're 100% right. I do not think we're going to have enough clearance there, but we're going to give it a try. Yeah, not enough clearance there. We can't try to take out this edge, but I think it is going to hit those tracks. So if we move it further out this way, we're going to have a thing. We could have it come down and widen so that this is further back. Let's say 2 further back. Again, you want to figure out all this logistics first before you build all this out. Figure out the logistics of how your train is going to go under that thing. And then you can figure out all the arcs and all the stuff that makes the track work. So that looks way better. Let's go ahead and see if our train... Now you can see I'm just running the train, but I can take out that edge so that it is not touching when it goes through. Just take this part out. Yeah, it's still touching just a little bit. So one more back. Over here. Oh, down one though too. So this way. No, this way. This out. This down. Another one. And then this out. You got to go down one more so you can clear that stuff. And then this is going to be flat. And that through there. This is the troubleshooting part, the logistics part, which is, I find, super fun. Super fun trying to figure it all out. Ah, look at that. Beauty. Beauty. All right, so that train's going to come through right here. And then it's going to turn and try to go up into here. Now, this is going to be a really awkward junction here for the train because of the way that this is going. But we could try to make it work if we just kind of work on this angle. So I'm going to take all these out. And we're going to try to work on a straight angle first and see if we can get away with it. If we can, then we're good. I think we can if we do it just right. And we rework all this. We could do half blocks on that as well. So we got that in there. This was just to get the elevation down of where we wanted to start that elevation. Right here. Probably do a flat one here. Give it that flat feel. Maybe some angled ones here. Flat one here. This one angled. Nope, got to go down by one. That one's down one. Now here's the great thing. You can aim at the middle and it goes down one. And that will allow you to line up the bottom one. Down here. Like that. Again, giving it that feeling of getting that going. And then we actually have a piece that can go here. Remember where that piece is. I think it's one of these, like this one. Oh, I think it's the other way. It's not inverted. It's the non-inverted. Up. Nope. I guess one I already picked. That's the other one. Where is it? Over here. There it is. Inverted ramp corner. Whoop, not that big though. Inverted ramp corner will give us one that. Am I just seeing the clicking the same one? Up corner ramp. Stop that. Stop clicking the wrong one. Will give us a little edge like that, which I actually want to use over here. Oh, I should have used it on the thing. Oh, it's way below it anyway. Come up, it cuts that, but if I go here, it's too low. So I want to use a thicker one. Again, this is all cosmetic, everybody. It doesn't really matter. But again, see how now it looks like it's holding it while it's going into that downward arc. That's what I was looking for. In fact, we could use this one to go the other way. Let's just put one of those over there for a second so I don't have to hunt it down again in the list. And then we can take this. And now take this one and flip it. Don't like that either. We'll just do this. All about aesthetics. Again, it's clipping a little bit there, but we're fine. I don't like any of that. Got to pick your battles, everybody. Pick your battles of what you like and you don't like. I think I like this better. Maybe even a little taller. Wish I was a baller. Use a little 2 there. Then we have a 2 meter and then a 1 meter in the corner. Now we got it. Now we got it. So there's like a 2 meter drop there that has to be compensated for so that we can get under the thing. All right, so we got it. GG's. Got it done. Got it. Let's see. Beauty. All right, she's going to come up. Nice, sweet, gentle turn there. A little bit of a higher turn here in this 2 but will be great going into the spiral. That'll be all good. Now, we got to get it from this other side over here. We got to bring it down so it runs into the other thing. Man, time is flying by, everybody. Flying by over here, big time. So we want this to come off, and we want it to run off the side. So we're going to go ahead and take some of these railings out right here. And we're going to divert it over. So we want to go ahead and, say, flatten it here. And then, great trick, by the way, if you want to cut this in a certain spot. Oh, it already is cut. But if you want to cut this in a certain spot, you can put your block signals there, and it will cut it right there, like that. And then you just take the block signal out, and it's already pre-cut. And now you can just go ahead and add it. But it also will help you just add it to the track as well. So yeah, that's not enough. So we're going to go forward just a little bit more. And we'll go here. Now again, the hard thing is to get it from here, out of here, like this, kind of wiring out and then getting it to go over there properly. What we're going to do is just go like this and see how it looks, like that, and then we can make it work, right? We can go ahead and work the foundations to match up to that. So we can work backwards and from having the track already there. And we want this to be down a little bit. There we go. And then we can take these upwards. Yeah, I'm not liking that at all. Nope. Don't like it. So we want this to flatten out here. Say for 2, so it gets past this lip. Or really, this could be flatter right here. I don't think it needs to go this far. Let's take this out and see if we flatten it here, if it'll be fine. I love working out the details. Very, very fun. All right. Up to there. Put this train in. And see, I kind of like run it myself by running along the track and see how it runs. And then especially run it in the direction that it's going to run. And then run it to the closest edge and put it in. And then just look at it. See if it's got the clearance. If you don't want it to hit, it can just hit the thing, everybody. As long as it doesn't hit another train, it'll be fine. It'll be just fine. Okay, so we want a better looking angle here because this sucks. This sucks the way that was going. So I don't like it. Not going to do it. I'm going to create a nice smooth edge here. I'm going to turn my zooping on. Nice smooth edge goes up here, and I will build supports for this. And if I have to move this back, I'll move it back. But I want it to eventually line up to where it's at the same level right here. So we're going to have to go a couple more. Yeah, right to there. And again, we're just kind of working our way backwards now. So now we're going to flatten out. And we're going to take all this out because we are definitely going to need to back this up. And then we have our track, which is going to be super easy to run now because we got it nicely set up. Okay, now this is where we want to figure out how we're going to do this. Yeah, right to here. So we'll just go ahead and run this like this. Beautiful. All right. Very nice. Like that way better. Way better. And again, we'll come in and we'll add all of our embellishment stuff later. You want to just figure out the logistics of how you're going to get the train through there. And we'll back those railings up. We'll take this railing out. We'll just add railings here. And here, we'll add one here. Safety first. And this can probably go through here. And that there. I kind of like those railings there. I'm going to leave those there. How about here? We can get one there as well. Like those railings, like all of that. Okay, side railings. Oh, we don't have our angled glass ones, so we want to grab one from over here. Keep the look of it all the same. So we want to use our angled glass. Oh, we got to take one of these out first. Again, grabbing it from over there. Put that in. Just do that. Then we'll just grab these. Now I'm just matching the style. Looks good. And then take all those out. I work with a lot of temporary stuff first, and then I come back and I make it so after. And again, this one's going to be too tall for that. I don't think that we have a roof. It's going to be too easy, so we just use the 2 roof. There we go. And then we need a flat one, which we can get from right there. Or not. There we go. Oh, that's a 2. We need a 1. Okay, there we go. We'll leave this as is. We might come back and embellish all of that as well, but we'll leave that as is. And now we'll get on our train and we'll give it a test run. Oh, why am I so weird like that? That was a weird camera angle. All right. Let's give her a test run, everybody. Again, if you want to know if it works, you'll know. All righty. I'm going to have to add more block signals too, so that when I'm on the track, I'm not blocking my other train that's coming through here. If you have multiple trains, you want to cut up your trains a bit more. Oh, I forgot to use my junction. It'd be faster for me to get out. Get out and just take the train out. You gotta press the button for it to switch the track. That's super useful. Just go make another train. Okay, let's switch the track. There we go. See the little arrow changed. Now it's going to go this way. Okay, and we shouldn't clip. Just watch for clipping. Perfect, perfect. All good. And up the perfect spiral with no porpoising. Look at that. Look how smooth and even that is, everybody. That's like butter. That's butter. So sweet. So sweet. All right, so we're going to get this up to the top here. I can't remember if I finished out the top part here. We'll find out when we get there. The guy with vertigo making things spin. Always a fun irony. Wow, that is quite the spiral. All right, yep. Transition's really good. Let's see if we get all the way to the station. Gained a little extra downward momentum there, so got up to about 140 miles per hour. A nice straight track here. Again, we're going to do all the foundations and stuff later. And this is the opposite direction of the way the train goes. Nope, that's not how that's supposed to come into the station. It's supposed to come in the other direction. So we got problems. We got that reversed. Got that reversed. That's my bad. That's okay, we'll fix it. Again, just solve one problem at a time. If you solve enough problems, everybody, you got it done. That's definitely the wrong way that train's supposed to be coming in there. Supposed to come in here this way. That's why I test every track, test everything I build. I test it, see if it works, and most of the time you'll see those red flags. You'll see something like that where, wait a minute, nope, I'm coming in the train the wrong way. Why is it coming in the wrong way? That's because I have the tracks switched at the bottom. And that happens, you know, you get things switched, you get it backwards. Happens to everybody. But we'll fix it down here at the bottom. We'll switch the way that we have the outgoing tracks. Gaining that speed on the way down. Nice consistent speed on the way down. Instead of the train slowing way down. I'm going to slow down the train so it'll be a template. So I know my train directions. So a train that's going this way, like that, and then the other train is going this way. So now I got to match it up to how this is going. So this one goes there, the one that's coming out of here goes this one, and then this one is the one that's returning that's going onto this track, which actually makes this easier in the long run if you think about it. All right, so we'll take this out. And we'll have this track come up and go into here. So we want to turn this a bit earlier than we did. And we already know how to make it happen because we already did it just a minute ago. So we'll have this come down. And we'll just move this forward until it hits this. Easily fixed. All right. And then this one is the this one's the incoming one. And that one goes this way. And that goes up. And then this one's coming back, which then just needs to tie into this. So we can go ahead, just take this, run this up here, and decide where we want to tie it in. I'm kind of feeling like right about here, maybe it can tie in. Now it's a little forward. Yeah, so a little forward here, so maybe here. So we take our block signal, like I was showing you earlier, and we go ahead and put it right on that spot. Drop the block signal. It's going to cut that in half at that spot. And then we will go ahead. And this is messing with my other train, by the way, right now. Because I haven't had to put a lot of block signals. There we go. See, now we can just do that arc. And it can go ahead and use that for outgoing. And we got it fixed. All right. Good job. Good job, everybody. We got it. Again, just solve every problem as you come up to it. And you'll be fine. All right. So we're going to take this one out. Now, by the way, whenever you go into a junction like this where it's splitting and whatnot, you want to put yourself a nice block signal there so that that whole track is not being stopped by the train that's up here. So we're going to go ahead and put a block signal here. Let's see which way this block signal is going. It's going that way. And then we'll put another block signal on this side. Let's go left side here. Yeah, so this one's coming in, so that one's green. And this one's coming down, which should be that way. And then we can take this one out. And that should tell us whether that's good. Now, if you want to see the colors of your stuff, see how these two lines are the same? Not really liking that. They should be separate, so we're going to need another one. Here comes our main... Oh. I did have that right. Huh. Yeah, this is the outgoing. This is outgoing. This left side is incoming. All right, well, here we go again. So we want this to do what? This is going down in like this, like we had it. So that's going to go that way. We had it reversed, like we had to go in this way, but it's actually going to go that way, merge up, and go, because the left side is the side going that way, and the right side is going this way. We'll get it figured out. Now, this actually makes this easier again. We can just do what we did originally, and just kind of go over this way like this, and then have it come in like this. All right, there we go. We've got it figured out. Actually, that's easier. Now I don't have to move all that stuff. Even easier, we just had it reversed. And we want to have a nice down angle here. So this looks like it's supporting it, but it's not blocking. I feel like that's probably good enough. Then maybe put one of these corner ones on there. Which one is it? This one. No, that's going to be in the way. All right, that's good enough. We got it going. Let's see. So we want to test it again. So we want to get in here like this. And so we now know that that side is inside and the left side is the oncoming. Which is kind of weird because I could have sworn it was the other side, but I don't remember. We should probably make another junction here. Let's make a junction back here. And we can try it from way back here. And we'll take all this out. And we will try to figure out our directions here. And this one's just going to let me... Good enough. We'll just do that. Let me test the hypertube as well. So I don't have to go all the way back over there to test it. We'll just test it here. We probably have a power line running along here somewhere that we can just utilize temporarily. Just to do some testing. Okay. Let's go test our hypertube. By default, it's going to have us go left, which is good. Now, if we fall out of the hypertube at any time, then we know the hypertube is not working. And we got our train direction finally sorted out. I should have just watched my train there. And got the direction. I feel like that's one of the hardest things to figure out. It'd be nice if the actual tracks had arrows that point in the direction in which the trains are moving. That would be awesome. Kind of like the vehicles have now in 1.2. Now we're playing 1.1 still. We're playing the release version, so when 1.2 comes out, we'll probably wait for it to update a little bit first, and then give it a shot. Definitely back up your saves, everybody, before you try a new updated version. Hypertube looks like it's working great. It'd be great to have a hypertube launcher down here. I like to test it without the hypertube launcher first, or the massive accelerator that will boost you through here really quickly. Because sometimes those things will make the game glitch, and then you might get knocked out of the thing because you're boosting it. So you want to look at it normal first and see if you fall out of the hypertube. If you don't fall out of the hypertube, then you're fine, and then you can use your boosting, and hopefully you won't break reality. You won't break the reality of your game. Look at this. Look at this awesome view. We're getting way up here. Like one of the tallest areas in the game. I normally build way up, by the way. I build way up high, kind of like where the thing is for the space elevator there, that little thing here, this thing, that thing. The reason why I do that is because I'm above everything. And then all my trains run perfectly flat. I don't have to do spirals. I don't have to go up and over terrain and all that stuff. And that's the smartest thing to do, I think. Just have it way up there. And just say that you put some jet packs on the bottom or some thrusters that hold it up. And you're supplying those with endless energy to hold those thrusters up. And then your whole base is just floating over the top like a spaceship. And then you never have to worry about mobs or going up and down terrain and whatnot. But in this particular one, I did say that we are going to go along the terrain, and we'll do it more on the lower side instead of just being floating above everything, which is just totally easy mode for sure. Now, this should automatically dump me in the station. I shouldn't have to do anything. It should automatically just put me right into there and stop me right here. All right, nice. Okay, hypertube working that way. Let's go ahead and test the end of this hypertube here. And it's already tested on the way back. I'm just going to use the hypertube to go back and see if I can, if my train directions are correct now. My other train's already running, so it's the default direction, and I had it flipped. I think I had it right, and then I flipped it, and then it was wrong, and then I had it right again. I just had to have the right train direction. Again, you're going to run into all of these issues. Just fix them as you go. No big deal. No biggie. And we're not going to go too long today, everybody. We're going to just try to get this one done here and then rest up a bit. We're going to come back and do some Fallout later tonight as well, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Not going anywhere right now. We got more to do. More epicness. And again, as you're going down, by the way, see how I'm starting to gain momentum? So I'm going faster and faster on the way down. In fact, if we were going straight down, we'd be going massively fast. This is not good for somebody with vertigo, everybody. But it's just kind of fun. It's just a fun thing to do, to make a spiral hypertube. It's less efficient than a one that just goes straight down and straight up, but it's fun. And we built that into our blueprints. Notice I changed the direction, so it'll take me this way. And then launch me over here. All right, that is confirmed working. All right, now I don't actually need a hypertube here. I was just testing it. And so we don't want to make it harder on ourselves. We'll just go ahead and make that nice and clean like that. Okay, now we got to test it. Okay, where is our current train? Oh, we got a problem over there. Far oil train is stopped because it probably can't go back this way because we have a train on the track and it thinks that is part of that track. So we've definitely got to fix that. And again, whenever you go into a split here, you do want to put a block signal like this. And that should... Oh, no. Not there. Back a little. Oh, it's on this side. This is the incoming. It's on this side here. So that train I have right there is slowing that down. And then it's right side, left side, and then it's E for quick switch direction. Or no, I switched it to a path signal. That I don't want. Sometimes getting these signals to go the direction you want it to go is really annoying. See, that one's going that way. But I want it to go up. I had it there too. Like that. And then I want it to go and switch sides. Like that. There we go. And then we'll switch sides on this one, which will be going this way. And we'll do that. We'll cut up the track a little bit. Okay, that one's good. This one's got issues. Again, it should be able to get that going. Let's take this one out. And then we have one over here we want to take out. Some of these are blocking the ability for this to run. Yeah, that one's good. Okay, so those are all good now. And again, we can look at how our track is. This is cutting up the track so that it can go this way without being blocked by this train. We don't want it to be blocked. That's our biggest thing. Again, normally when you're going into a edge here, you want to have a block signal so that these two tracks are separate. So I guess I could put one along that edge there. And that should... Nope, that's messed up that track. Oh, I'm dropping stuff too. Ah. Yeah, there. Oh, we got block signals up at the top too that we have to look at. So what can we do? And normally when you're going into the curve or into a break, that's when you want to cut this. But it's saying no, I've got some other block signal somewhere that's interfering with that. I think I have one over here. So it's coming in this way, and that's all good. And that's going the wrong direction. Because it should be going this way. Aha, okay, that's our problem. We're again, we're reversed. Let's take that out. Let's take this out. Let's take this one out. And so this is going this way. I took my train out too. The other one's going back the other way. Here's a great way to fix this, everybody. Just disconnect it from your current track. Somewhere like this. And then your train should be able to run on that track because there's no other trains that are blocking it. Let's see if the train pulls out of the station. Just thinking about it. Let's go ahead and break it here too. Restore it to the way it was. And see if that gets our train moving again. No, it is completely stopped. So we got that disconnected. We have these disconnected. This block signal in the way. Yep, that's what it is. It was that block signal right there. All right, it's back up and running. Now, again, you just try to restore it to the way it was before you started messing with all of the connections, and then it will tell you which one it was. So, again, we fixed it. Now, we're going to wait for this train to come back, and we're going to double check that this is the incoming line. We also have block signals up here at the top that we have to deal with at the train station itself. So we'll wait for that train to come in, though, to verify the proper direction. Again, this should be going here, and this should be going the in direction. Yeah. Where is that train? Oh, right here. I got so many trains, I don't even know where trains are. I can actually just click on the train. In my trains. It's called Far Oil Train. Where are you? Right there. All right, there it goes. It was going up the spiral. And then it's going to go down the spiral right here and then come to us. Fix my railings here while I'm waiting. Will not let me snap that in there. Awesome. Nope, can't move it either. Okay, way to make that awkward. Okay, so incoming train this way. Now the train's gone by. We'll do this. Oh, we got to fix all this anyway. We got to take all this out. Yeah. Go to there first, just so it has a nicer arc. Okay, so if this is the incoming run, we put a train here. And we get on this train, and we go up this spiral. It should take us right through the train station properly. Let's go test it again. Test it as many times as it takes to when you do it, it actually does it properly. And again, you'll make a bunch of mistakes along the way. I'm just really good at fixing mistakes very quickly. And I'm also very diligent, so I will just keep testing it until I get it right. And that's what it takes. That's how this kind of stuff works. Oh yeah, that looks right. I can tell you already. Left side coming into the train station. I could have just remembered that from my actual train station itself, because my train station, left side comes in, right side goes out. And I can make a reverse version of it if I wanted to. But I'm trying to keep them all consistent. All right, so it comes in here, grabs all this oil. Yep, look at our train signal is not right. So we're gonna have to fix that train signal. And we'll look at this other train signal too. That train signal is fine. It's the far train signal that's having an issue. So we probably need to put another block signal in this direction so that that one will be working properly, because this is all one long track. Especially if we have multiple trains going, the train will stop at the station, and then if this is all one track, it won't move forward. Unless you want it to do that. Unless you want them to be really spaced out, which I also will do, where I'll make them really far apart from each other. So it's maximizing. One's picking up while the other one's dropping off. One's picking up while the other one's dropping off. You get the idea. Look at this. Maximum speed on the way down. Put my camera up a little bit so we don't have to see the hypertube. The hypertube is not exact. It's not perfectly arced with the with the track, but it does a pretty decent job, and we're not running into it, so it's all good. Ghost righted it. I ran off the rail on purpose because that's fun. All right, there we go. And then we'll go ahead and put our track back together. And we know what direction this is going, that way. And we'll go ahead and take this back up the end. Doesn't hit any of that. It's all good. And then this should Switch back on here, and we should have a block signal that's saying, hey, this is... actually, we should have this back just a little bit so we can use the block signal back a little. And now it's too sharp. Of course it is. And we'll do this. Let's have it back a little bit more so when you're putting that block signal in, you got a little bit of space. Just put that block signal in there, and of course it's going the wrong direction. I don't know why sometimes this is all turned around the wrong way. Alright, there we go. Now we got it, I think. Okay, good. And then we got this track separate now, and we can see that this color of this track is separate from this track. Again, when you go into a merge like that, this one here, this left side track, needs that block signal. And I might have also fixed our block signal up above, but we also have another problem here, that this pink here is showing that that's a separate block signal as well. So we don't want this to all be the same. Oh, here it comes, coming back. And do we have the train under there? I can't remember if I picked up the train or not. Again, you don't want all the tracks to be the same color, or it's just one big track, or you don't want. And again, if we want these to be spread out, then that train's going to have to go all the way to the station before this one goes, or to wherever the next block signal is, and do it. So I can cut up those edges so that this doesn't wait for that to get all the way back. So you can just have it keep moving forward as that one's moving forward, but they'll never run into each other, because if this one's on the track and this one comes up, it'll stop at the block signal behind it. If it does come to a stop or is going through a station or whatever it's doing, going up the spiral. It will wait for it to finish that part based on where you put your block signals. Okay, so we got that solved. And again, I feel like we need one going into this here, but we already have one here. So once this is gone here, we're good, but this will cause this to wait all the way back there if there's a train right here. And we don't want that. We want the ability for it to choose right here. To come all the way from over there to right here, and if a train is still on the track going left, it can go ahead and go. Or even better, if we put it up here, we put it up here, we want to put it this way, then this is already cut. So once it gets past this little spot here and it's already over here, then this can just keep going. And it won't slow it from way back there. But if it is on this, it will stay way, way back there. So we might want to go ahead and just make it where we cut this again. And then this is a whole nother segment. And so it can come up and stop here if it's waiting for this still to go here. It doesn't stop it way the heck back there, which you don't want to happen. You don't want to stop that way back there. And the same thing with this. So when this train is merging onto here, you don't want to stop the train way back there. We could stop it right here instead. So as it's coming back this way, we could go ahead and throw a block signal here for this direction, and then one here for the other direction. Just so, again, to cut those up, so when it makes this transition here, it's not waiting for the train that's coming this way, so they can go up this spiral. This whole train on the other track will be waiting forever if you don't cut those up a little bit with those block signals. That's really what block signals do. They cut up your different tracks. It'll make this whole transition in here much better. And again, whenever you're in a transition or you're waiting for another train, you want to really utilize your block signals. Okay, so now we got this. Now we want to test and make sure that this does transition, because otherwise sometimes it'll just slide off the track if you don't have it connected properly. It does. All right, does a good job. And again, we don't need to go all the way back with it. Come back here, trade. And we still got to work on all of that down there too. We'll get it going. Only need to work on what I'm working on, if you know what I mean. All right, this way. And we will test it again. Again, if you have multiple trains running on this track, cut it up into smaller pieces. Now we're going to test the whole thing again. We're going to go up, we're going to go all the way around, and we're actually going to create the actual train now. That's going to run on here. So inner is up, outer is down. Hold down spacebar to brake before I get to the actual train station. There we go. Then we can go ahead and take this out now. We don't need that anymore. Notice that I still have the electricity. My character didn't just drop out of the sky. And that's because we have all the train tracks connected now. We don't need those things anymore. All right, so now we want to get this going. Now this is going to be oil over here. So we're just going to go ahead and make this like a carbon steel right there, because that's cool looking. Or maybe even make that, I feel like making the front of the train red. The rest of it carbon steel. Okay, now how many of these we have? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Did we not take our 6th one out? Apparently we did not. It's okay, we'll take it out from the back here. There we go. Take that one out, and then we'll go ahead and fix this gap, because we only need 5. There we go. Now, we also want to double check that we're not going to have this glitch that happens when you combine the fluid platforms, and you don't actually start with your train station, because this one's a train station, this one's a fluid platform. So I'm going to take that out, re-add this back in so that we just don't have that problem, like so. There we go. Now that should properly connect to that. Hopefully, we'll see. And then we need a bunch of train cars back here. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now you want to have a block signal back far enough that you can add trains to the back of it. Like we see, we have a block signal here. For every 4 of these, you want to add another train. Now I like to add 2 trains. So these are like what's known as push-pull trains. Sometimes you can have a train going this way and this way on the same train. So this train is making it go this way, and this train is making it go that way. In this particular case, all the trains are going in the same direction. And this is called a loop train, where you loop it back. And you can, and we're using dual tracks instead of a single track. On this one, we could have totally used a single track, because we're really going to have the train going this way. We can also have it where when the trains are coming together, one will go out of the way, and then the other one will come through. And then when it goes past, it'll go this way. We can set it up that way. But in real life, the reason why you do that is because of cost. If you have a single track for a really long way, that's because of cost. But in the game, there's no cost other than the materials, right? So you got endless amount of materials, so you can run double, triple, quadruple tracks, which in real life would be too overly expensive for anybody to do. So I run dual tracks because I can. It's very, very useful. Okay, so again, for every 4 of your cargo, make sure that you add an additional train station, or additional train engine. There we go. Then we'll do carbon steel on these, because that's going to look cool. Right over here. And then over here, we'll make these red. Okay, now this train needs a name. And this train station needs a name. What do we want to call this one? Let's see. Let's call it... I'm going to call it mid-oil. There's more oil over here we need to get too. Yeah. And right here. So we need to dip over and then straight up, and then we can also dip over and get that one. I didn't see that one earlier. We'll get that too. And again, we're just working our way up now. We're very close to getting all the oil, because that's pretty much the rest of the oil there. And I've already tapped all the other oil. Unless I'm just not seeing it. Oh, that's it. There, and all of this. And then we'll be ready to work on our coal, getting all the coal. Oh, there's a dismantle thing here. Where is it? Oh, it's right here. Right here somewhere. I keep putting stuff in and taking it out, and putting stuff in and taking it out, and it's filling up my inventory. Again, we're going to go drop all this off. Back at the base. Okay. We're giving this a name. So we're going to call it mid-oil for being in the middle of the map. Mid-oil. Doesn't really matter what you call it as long as you remember what you did call it. Mid-oil pickup, by the way. Pickup is a very important part of that. We know that we are coming here to pick up the oil, and then there's one that's going to be the drop-off one. And then we're going to go ahead and open up this train so we know which train we're on. And mid-oil train. Now, if we have multiple trains, we can call it 1, 2, 3, or whatever we want to do. I'm just going to call it mid-oil train to match the station. Now, this one doesn't actually have its own station on the other end yet. But we know that it is going to start here in the mid-oil pickup. So we're just going to, we're going to go ahead and put that in there. We're going to save the changes. So it'll remember that. And then what we can do is actually start it from the other end. And then we'll go ahead and roll into the station, pick up any oil that we have in there, which we'll eventually get in there. And then it will then come back to us on the other end when we make that other station. So we've got to get our oil in here. Let's get our oil going. Now we got all the logistics of that worked out. So again, we're going to go right here. We're going to take off this edge. All the way down. Over there. And we'll take out this one. I think we went out 3 there, not counting this interior one. We're going to have to take that part out. And we'll just zoop this in. Get rid of that one. Put that under there. All right, easy. Now, this is going into the thing, right? This is a pickup over here. So we got our 3 lines, which is input. And then these little arrows mean output, or at least it looks like an arrow to me. So we're just going to use our blueprint that we made for our fluid buffers. And we're going to line them up right over here. And we're going to put them in the center of our 3 different things here. So we have enough room for our pipes. Line that up. And again, once you get one lined up, they should all snap to each other because they're the same offset. So that's good there. And then if you hold down over here, you go to blueprint mode. There we go. We can see the other blueprint, and we just put it right next to that blueprint. I don't even need to look at the inputs now. I know if I just put it right next to that one, that they should all line up, and we'll see. Oh, this one needs some more foundations. And you might be going, Kismet, how'd you do the blueprints and all that? Well, guess what? You can go back and watch the whole entire playthrough on YouTube. Exactly. Hit that subscribe button, too, so you know when I go live. It's going to be super useful. Showing you all these cool tricks today, including how to problem solve your own stuff when you forget, because you're older like me. All right. Now we're going to go ahead and run that in. In, not out. We're going to run it in. Oops, not like that. My bad. Other way. There we go. And then up here, running that in. Up there. In. Probably should just do all the bottom sides first and come back and do the top sides. Oops, nope. The reason why you do that is so you avoid that, where I'm doing it the wrong direction. You just do it the same thing all the way down. There we go. Getting into the groove. And then this one the other way. And those are all good. And then we'll go ahead and paint those two. I think I forgot to paint my other ones earlier, but we can always go back and paint them up nice. Now, this is not really what you would want to do in real life, everybody. It looks cool in the game, but that's black, and you got oil in there, and you don't want to put a lot of heat into oil because that's bad. You know, you don't want to heat up oil because it makes it go boom, so look out for that. All right, now we want to go ahead and get all of our pipes run under here. We're going to go ahead and just kind of clean up this forest of stuff in my way here. Clear this out a little bit. All right, good enough. Now, what we want to do is we want to go ahead and run the oil up so it comes up and then pumps into both of these, fills both of these up, and then uses gravity to come down into there. So we're going to go ahead and run these down. Now, it used to be where this worked really well, but now you got to kind of finagle it. So we're just going to go like this first. Well, actually, we could be making this easier on ourselves by using our middle mouse button to pick up the color of this one. So when we're bringing it down, it will, or up in this case, really, it'll have the same color. We don't have to come back and color it later. Now, when you're bringing stuff up this far, you're definitely going to want to have some pumps. And we'll put those pumps back over there. And now that we have that on the edge, see how sometimes it doesn't color it right? Stuff bugs me. That stuff bugs me. Big time. And we're going to try to just line this up to the center there. And this one, again, we're just going to kind of bend it to our will and make it line up center. No matter which way I rotate it, it's always the way I have to go all the way around anyway. All right, good enough. We got them all centered out. And then I'm going to run it right under here as far as we can. I like to hit it right on the edge of the foundations. That's just me. I'm old school in that way. How's that look? That looks good. All right, same thing here. No longer need this. Notice I don't drop like a rock. All right. And we're cooking now. Okay, now we got all of our inputs. We'll come back now that we've run all these pipes, and then we can now put our supports in between the pipes. That's why we want to do all this piping, do all this work first, and then, well, no, okay, the pipe's in the way, so I'm going to move the support over here and put the support in that spot. That's why I don't do the supports first. Otherwise, those pipes will end up being in the way like they usually are. All right, so we're going to go ahead and take the first one in the row here and try to combine these, or combine all these, into a way in which we could just run this nice and easy, nice and straight here. So I'm going to go ahead and start with the first one here like this. And again, we have 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Good. And then we want to just go ahead and give it that look. And then we're just going to pre-connect these on this end. It'll give me the thing. Nope, don't want to give it to me. Okay. There we go. And then we'll just run that right down in there. And then this one here. Now the problem is you could have those touching, which you don't want, because of the next angle is going to be right through there. And so you don't want that clipping through there if you don't like that, like I don't like that, so that's not going to happen. So now we're going to move this over here, and we're going to run those up. So we can run it down a little bit, and then we'll run it up. So run it down to here, and we'll run it up here. Auto, there we go. Oh, we forgot to color it, no problem. We'll just come back and fix it. And then, same thing here, down. Back up. Down. Back up. And then they don't clip. Very nice. Again, we could fine tune that so the angles are all the same and whatnot. Like this one could probably go up by 1. Right here. And then you'd want all these to go up by 1. And just trying to match those same angles. All for aesthetics, everybody. That was all for aesthetics right there. Perfect. That all looks great. Now, we want to go ahead and route all these over here. So this 151 is going to kind of be on its own. So we'll go ahead and pick up our piping here. And since this one's the furthest one this way, I'm just going to run it around here and run it into the bottom one. Very nice. And that's actually going to start working right now. That's going to start putting that together. Now we can go ahead and readjust how we have these. And we're going to turn this away. There we go. Yeah, got to move our sign. Doesn't matter where I put these signs, everybody. They're always in the way. Come on. Middle mouse button, that sign. There we go. Nice. Then this one's combined, so we can go ahead and just junction it. I'm just going to junction it up so that it's using its vertical space. There we go. Then we have this one. And we're just going to run over here. Same thing. Except for we're going to bring this one up. Run it up there. And again, we're trying to avoid it touching like that. That was just from me eyeballing it, everybody. And we're just me eyeballing it there. We'll go here and we'll turn it a little bit. And then we'll go up. Now, if we want to make this part right here a little bit nicer and we want to kind of clean this up a bit, that's when we want to use our stackers again so that we can keep this nice and clean. We can also do it right here. So we can go ahead and just take our stackers here, and we know that we're going to have 2 on the low side. So we're going to do 2 stackers here. And then we just backtrack now that we know how we want that to go. We want that to go there, and then this one to go up on the top. And then this bottom, this middle. And then these will just color in again. And then this one here, we have 3 of them coming in. So same thing here. We'll go ahead and just adjust this a bit. We're going to take all this out. And I guess we could turn that. We'll just leave it like that. And we'll go ahead, run this here. And then what we're going to do is do this. And on the back side of here, we will go ahead. Actually, we'll just middle mouse button those over there so that we can see, get the same color. Rotate it just a little. I'll just make a bunch of extras. And then we don't have to do all of this, right, where this is all over the place. And then this one here, again, is just going to go to there. Color that in. Then we can color all these in, too, now that we've got those squared away. And by the way, if you log out and log back in, this will get fixed. So if you see that, just do that. Do that, it'll fix it up. All right, over here, again, same thing here. We're going to grab this, but we're going to clean it up a little nicer by just bringing it up. Say to there. And then this one up there. And this one to there. That one to there. And now that's backlogging a ton of oil right there. Now, of course, we're going to need our pumps. I always like to put my pumps right here at the very beginning. Also, very often I'll flatten out the beginning, right, just so you can put a pump on it, and then I will go up. So we might want to go ahead and do a little bit of this first. Just flatten it out first, and then bring it up just a little. Try to match that angle, just to make it look nice. We'll color all these in. And then we'll put in our nice level 2 pumps. And it already has a bit of ability to help with the head lift. So that'll help out. But what you really need is you need power. So wherever this one is running the power, you want to go ahead and bring your power over. Tap into that power. And now this one is good to go. Or you can just go ahead and put it at an angle like this, which is not my favorite. So I'm going to do the same thing here where I bring it out just a little bit. Enough to hold that pump. Just so you know it's always going in this direction, because you always know it's going that direction, because once it goes into the pump, it doesn't backlog behind the pump. So once it gets in there, you know it's always going to go that way. And because if it's like this, it's going to back channel into the pump itself, because remember, fluids have a natural need to go down. So you don't want to have that arc if you think about it in terms of the direction of the fluids. So we're going to color that in as well, and then just really easily take that right up into there. And there we go. We cleaned it up. I don't know. I feel like making that Caterium looking. And there's all of our oil running over there. Now we got a little problem on this one because this one's pretty close. So I might move this back a little bit here just to make this a little easier. Just clean that up, make that look nicer. That one's already straight, so I don't have to worry about that one. This one will go here, bring it up a little. It's in the top one. This one's in the bottom one. Old habits die hard. Keep pressing my button to get the thing instead of using the existing colors. There we go. Now again, you got to make sure it's long enough so that your pump can fit right there. And I suggest to put a pump on every single one of these. You don't have to worry about it. And then also, we're going to need a much nicer pole. Now, before I put down higher level poles, everybody, I find it usually crashes. Getting it going. There we go. And save that. I always like to save first because that's the point in which it usually crashes. So I'm going to just err on the side of caution. I'm going to put this pole right here so we can then split this a whole bunch of times into these pumps. Okay, and then over here we need a pump as well. Put that up there. Get our coloring. Color our pumps however we want. Those are all good. This one needs power. Just missing it. Awesome. Okay, now we want to see green lights on every pump. So green light there. Green light there. Have an orange light. Why is that not flowing? Maybe it's already full. Already full. Okay, because we got to finish this connection here. Ah. There we go. Now it's flowing. Now we should see it green. Aha, there we go. Green. See, that was an indicator. Said, hey, Kismet, you forgot to connect that in part. Now all this is going to go under here. It's going to go into this massive backlog of oil. So we should start seeing some oil coming through here. A little bit up here as well. Notice that I don't have a pump up here because what we're going to do is we're going to let this pump a bit and kind of get filled up. And then we're going to see if we need to add another pump. Oh, look at that. It's already separating. We can see that it is actually going up there. And if we need another pump, we'll see that it exceeds its head lift. And there's a pretty significant head lift here since I went under instead of just coming across the top. But we are seeing it start to separate, so that's good. That means we're getting some oil in here. We should see it start to put oil in here as well. We can see it's coming through. Don't know if it's actually going in there because it doesn't look like it is. Let's go ahead and just run this again and see if we can get this to work there. Actually, I'll pick up the color from here too. Yeah, weird that it's not loading in there because it is a fluid buffer. And we have fluids going in there. Those fluids should be flowing through there, which you can see that the pipe is full. I hope these are all not bugged. Let's go see. Okay, that's got some in there. This one's got some in there. All right, now if they're bugged out, everybody, I just pick them back up and put them back down. Yeah, these two at the end here seem a bit sketchy. Let's go ahead and take this out. And then we can't take it out with the train on there. So we're going to go ahead and take the train. And it might be because the train is there too. It might be making it where it doesn't go in. So first thing I'm going to do is just take the train out with the train backlog there. Then I'm going to go ahead and check it, see the thing. Then we're going to run it again to see if it starts to work and see if it was a train issue or an actual, so yeah, it's an actual blueprint issue. Putting them down again. Then we're going to go ahead and try again. Aha, there we go. Now it's working. Get that carbon look on there. Showing you all my tricks, everybody, how to solve that problem, because you might have that problem too later on. You're like, Kismet, I can't get my darn trains to work because the darn fluids are not flowing in there. But now you know how to fix it. You take it out, put it back in, because we know we have oil, and we know that oil is flowing in there, and the other ones are working and filling up. So we definitely want to make sure that that is filling up each and every one of these. So you want to double check all 5 of these. And some of these are almost full. They're about halfway. This one's 3/4 of the way. Very nice. And again, each of these are 300 except for the last one. One of them is 150. Now, which one is the 150 one? But all the rest of them are 300. So I don't really need to label those. But we do need to label the 151, which is the one that is at the bottom. And that one's running to the last train, way over here. And it's probably a good idea for us to label that so we know which one's the 150 based on, because down the road we're going to need that for production. So we're going to go over here. Actually, we should have just picked up the sign. Would have been a smart idea. Because we combine those two 150s together to create 300. So we'll grab this 150. And where do we want to put this sign? Good question. I don't think I can move this sign too easily, but I think we could just do this where we get it over here and we just page up. We'll say something like that. Works for me. All right, now we know which one's 150 and we know the rest of them are 300. Because 300 is the most I ever do now on any of my fluid trains. Because I'll just make more containers because that makes it more efficient with the 300 because it never hits that max. And I'm using 600 pipes with 300 in each pipe. Because it's going to backlog crazy tons of oil anyway, everybody. And you want to actually let it fill all of the pipes first before you start to do all of this. So you want to let it run and let this fill. You want all these pipes in here to be completely filled. And you can see it's still working on it. Over here, same thing. This is still working on it as it goes. Now, we're going to need to go check our head lift. We're not done yet. I want to make sure our head lift is good. So I'm going to start with the one that's furthest away. And we're going to go see if we need another thing. So our head lift is about 15. So this one is fine. All good. This one here is even closer. Its head lift hit about 18 there. But it's not 50. If it's over 50, then you know you got trouble. But it's Looks like about 18 average. We'll leave that, or on the high end. Really all you care about is the high end of it anyway. So this one was about 10. Yeah, around 18 or so. You got to kind of watch it for a minute too, because it's got to pump its way up and down as the thing is pumping over there. That's about 12. We're good there. And had we put the train down, by the way, we wouldn't even need the pumps. It would go down into the train station. We could have just lowered the train station itself and had it down below this level. Remember, fluids flow downwards. There's no head lift down. The reason why I call it head lift is as it's going up. Very, very important to know that. All right, that's it. Done. GG's. That's all good, everybody. All good. Liking it. Liking it, liking it. Looks good. We'll let that do its thing, and we will go ahead and run our way back. Because what we need to do is we need to do a mid-oil drop-off on the other end so that it can make its way all the way back to that other side. Now, I can take the train, but I can also just take the hypertube, and the great thing about the hypertube is you can just walk away, everybody. Now, if I have it set up properly, and I'm going to be watching it as I go here, it should take me back in the direction that I want to go back toward my original base. If it doesn't, then I can adjust it so that it will do that automatically. So like right now, if I want to go make myself a PB&J, I could just go ahead and start this guy going and then do it. Now also we could have made a hypertube launcher, which would have massively made us go way faster, which eventually I feel like I'm going to do at each station, especially these stations that are really far out here. Really launch you through the tunnels. But again, you want to test it without that first. You want to test all your stuff. Make sure that's working properly. Make sure you're not getting knocked out of the hypertube. And then that's not causing that. See, that it's actually the hypertube itself. Round and round we go, everybody. We're getting it done. Now, don't forget to hit the follow button or hit the subscribe button if you're over on YouTube. Hit that like button over there. And feel free to leave me a comment of your favorite a structure that you like to build in 7 days or in Satisfactory. All right, let's see which way it ends up sending me. Oh, wrong way. All right, see, it's going to send me that way, which is the way I don't want to go, so I can go back and fix that so that it sends me this way. And I do have an exit there if I need to. I just realized I put that in there for working on that stuff. This is going to go the wrong way. I want to go right. Going to need to work on that junction at some point. What I want to do is be able to go from there and take me all the way back to my primary base. All you got to do is hit E to change your mind. And it's really when you get in that part, see, this one's actually good because it's going to take me to the left instead of taking me that way. Left is typically the default direction. Bunch of birds. You can see we're doing some elaborate stuff, everybody. All this with just 20,000 power. 20,000 power running all this stuff, everybody. Look at this. We're coming by. You can see all my other factory back down there, too. We put some spaghetti in for you guys. I know how you love your spaghetti. Got that in there. And this. Boom. Right here at this station. Very cool. Kind of feel like we want to go ahead and use our hypertube launcher now. Just to get where we're going a little faster. Whoa! Now we're cooking. Oh. Definitely want that to exit somewhere else. There we go. That guy's where we're going. You can see we were building the hypertube launcher over here last time. Look at this, everybody. We got all this going. Now, our other train already has the path that takes it over here. So what we can do is just piggyback on that same path. We're just going to need to cut the track up a bit because if we have multiple trains on the same track, we'll want to cut it up a bit so that they don't get in each other's way. But we're going to do the same thing. We're going to have it come all the way over here. follow this same track that we've already got, because why rebuild the structure if you've already got it going? And it's going to come through. It's going to merge in here just like this other train is doing. And then it's just going to go straight into the next oil drop-off over here. And you can see we're putting all of our oil drops off in a row. We'll have all of our oil here. We'll have all of our coal over here. Then we'll utilize all of the oil and all of the coal in the entire game to build the biggest power plant that you've seen for oil anyway. Now, the thing about oil is it's actually in stages. So you'll have oil, then you'll go to fuel, then you'll go to turbo fuel, and so on until you get to the highest end of fuel. And then that fuel will massively give us so much power that we can build every single thing in the game. Now, every single process in the game. Now, I could already do that. I could also do nuclear power, which is going to do that. And we might do some nuclear power. I've done it previously many times before. My favorite is the fuel power, because the fuel power is one of the kind of cleanest power you can do. You wouldn't think so because of the oil, everybody, but it's actually one of the cleanest powers in the game because it's both powerful and doesn't have that much of byproduct. The byproducts are actually fairly easy to manage, especially when you're making plastics and things like that. You can just run those extra byproducts. You can convert them and run them into the awesome sink. Where nuclear power, you cannot run it in the awesome sinks, though there are ways to get it to the point in which you can run it in the awesome sink, but it is quite the undertaking. But again, we're going to run every process, so we will get to nuclear power eventually, but I don't know if we're going to build it at the level that we're going to build our fuel here. And again, look at that over there. That's what's running the entire thing right here, by this massive amount of fuel over there. All right, so we need another station over here, and we're just going to have it go right off the end of this station, so it can just come right through here and extend on. So we're going to need some power, though, underneath here as we go further out into the water. We're going to go right under here. We're going to find our little connector we got under here. There we go. And we're just going to connect another one under there. We're going to use our very large towers. Connect this down to our tower, and then just take these towers, which are very large. Nope. There we go. And they actually sink pretty far down in the water, but what they're going to do is allow us to kind of see the terrain of the underground water here. Oh, look how deep that one is. Oh, man, that one's way down there. And I'm sure nothing bad's going to happen when you run electricity into water. I'm sure it's going to be perfectly fine. Look at this one. This one goes way down over there. I'm sure everything's going to be fine if we run electricity into a giant ocean. Don't do that in real life, everybody. That's not going to be good. Okay, so we want to go ahead and run it through here, and we want it to end up over here. Now, what we want to do is just build the same thing that we already have here, but we need to make sure that we mirror what we have on the other side. So as the train's coming through, we're going to need 5 of our places for it to lock in. And we're going to just go ahead and use our stuff here. We're going to probably just take off the tip of this here, just so we can use this for alignment. Like this and like this. There we go. Then we're going to go ahead and get our blueprints here of our mega modular blueprints. And we want to get our entrance, which is right here. I always forget which way this entrance is. I think it's this way. There we go. Now we want to line up the input here to this one here. So we're just going to nudge this left and kind of backlog a little bit so we can see that this is lining up to that one like that. So this one comes in and lines up. There we go. So that can just go nice and straight into there. Then the next one is going to be our fluid platforms. Again, we will attempt to get them to go in there. Turn my blueprint mode off because it's so dang awkward sometimes. And the other way. Boy, speaking of awkward, holy mackerel. Come on. Get me out of the way. And then again, we want it on the left side because we're going to build it over here. So we want to make sure that we have it on the right side. So there we go. We got one going there. Now again, we want to turn this on to auto connect, so it connects this and it connects to our hypertube. GG's. And we're going to just kind of manually connect this and manually connect that back the other way later. We'll get all that going later on. We're going way out in the water. Now you can't go so far out here, by the way, everybody. You start taking radiation damage. We'll see what happens. We'll see if we hit that outer edge. Okay, very nice. And we got to remember to take this one out because we don't need the last one. And we can just take this out. Run this to there. Very nice. 1, 2, 3. Oh, look at this one's elevated. Or this one's sunken. One of those is bad. Let's take this one out. Yeah, see, there was a gap there. That gap should not have been there. I think I missed the little gap. I was trying to get this to line up. So awkward. Ah, it's because I paged down and had a little half gap. There we go. Now we got to go, and again, auto connect. And GG's. Again, always be looking for those little issues like that. Okay, nice. And then our station. Station. I always think of that, everybody. Oh, man, I forgot the name. With Keanu Reeves. Or Keanu Reeves. However the hell you say his name. Bill and Ted. Station. Bill and Ted 2, by the way. That's the original Groot. All he says is station every time. All right. Boom. All right. Well, hey, we didn't hit the radiation edge. Look at that. It's a miracle. Very nice. Very nice. Oh, see, look, we're losing power there. We shouldn't be losing power there. Something's funky there. Something's funky chicken. All right, we'll work on that. Pop that on. Turn in our hypertube. Hypertube is red. We are not getting grid power. That means we got to go over here and fix this. Now, eventually, everybody, I'm going to run out of power because, again, I'm not adding more power as I'm adding all of this stuff. And I just want to see at what point that we're just going to go, Meow. Too bad, Kismet. You have run out of power. You're going to have to start building this power station over here to get it going. We'll get it going eventually. All right. Again, just put in these little embellishments, these little railings. And now what we can do is we can take this and run this into there. And take this and run it. Come on, the other way. There we go. Over here. Don't really like the way that that's going. Really want to make it go wider. So, might want to just take this out. Make this line up better. Make it nice and straight. No reason to divert it if you can avoid it. I want to go nice and straight. Again, wherever it's straight, everybody, it doesn't slow down. You don't want it slowing down if you don't have to. And we can take all this out. Taking out one at a time. Old school. We used to have to take all that stuff out one at a time. Sometimes I catch myself doing that old school one at a time stuff. It happens. Yeah, let's just take this out so we can put this over here. Oh, wait, we're now using the wrong foundations. Wrong, wrong, wrong. All this wrong. See there. We're using glass foundations for our line runs here. Wherever our train is running. There we go. Kind of like a set look. Finish that out. Again, see, this one can turn around. It doesn't have to go all the way here. And then this one's good. And then we need to tie this one into this one in case we wanted to keep going here. So I'd probably put a reverse junction here. And then left side would circle back and right side would go on if you wanted to. It's kind of a tricky thing because there's a double junction there. I would probably put the junction further out here, because then you have enough time to tap the button before it puts you the wrong way. So maybe we'll just do it here. And then we'll get our hypertube. And then we can choose to go this way. Let's make sure that we put it on auto. Back that way. So as we're coming through, we can choose, okay, we're going to go this way, and then it will give us the option of left or right, and by default, it'll go back that way if we want, but if we want to go here, we can hit right, and that'll take us there. And our block signals are working, so that's good. Always good. Now, again, we don't want this to have to wait for the train to let it go. So we want to get our block signals and look and see what we got going on here. So this one, when it passes that point, it'll free up this track here. But this right here, you can see, is completely covered. So we don't want this blocking this entire thing. So we're just going to go ahead and put that block signal there. See if it does any problems. No. And then this over here, same thing. This whole thing needs a little bit of love, because this whole track run here is nuts here. Look at this. We need one here. And then we've got one there, but it doesn't seem to be cutting that up. You know what? We'll just add another one here. Yeah, that block signal doesn't seem to be doing anything. Take that one out. See, now you can see that's in a different color. This is all different color. If there's anything on this, these trains will stop and wait for all the exchange here. Again, I just don't want my trains to have to slow down because there's another train in the way, but we also don't want them to collide with each other. So that seems good. That's all fine. It'll figure out all the logistics. Am I dropping stuff again? Let's take a pit stop over to the spot over here where we'll get rid of a bunch of this stuff and have it auto sort all this for us. Concrete, I don't need to keep that. There we go. Get rid of that box. All right, we'll go ahead and take a look at all this stuff over here. Now all we need to do is tell that train. Oh, wait. Whoa, almost forgot. We need to tell. Oh, and we've got to put our storage too. We got to tell that train to unload over here. Almost forgot to tell it to unload. And we might have to take the things out again if it comes over here and it gets glitched out. We'll see. And we also got to give it a name too. Man, we got more work to do. So unload. And we should probably go check the ones on the other side. But by default, it's on load. So the real tricky one is the drop-off one. Because if you take this out and put it back in, it's going to go back to load again instead of unload. All right, so mid-oil drop-off. At least that's how I like to name it. Makes it nice and easy over here. All right, now we're going to go ahead and test our train. We're going to find our mid-oil train here. Where are you at, mid-oil train? There you are. And then we're going to edit its timetable. It's already got the pickup here. And then mid-oil drop-off. We're going to go ahead and save those changes, and we're going to turn on self-driving. Right now it says it's operational, so in theory it's going to pull into the station way on the other side, load that oil that we've been letting run all this time while we've been over here working on this, and then it's going to bring that oil, in theory, back over here and drop it off. Now it's doing this little thing here, but maybe when it first unloads it'll be fine. I don't trust it, so I'm going to go ahead and take this out. I'm going to go ahead and put one back in here just to make sure that this one is properly connected to the station and the rest of these are hopefully connected just fine. We'll see. Now, while we're waiting for that train to show up, perfect time to go in and put in our storage over here. Again, our big goal is for it to bring the oil over here. Oh, went a little too far on that one. Put this one back over there. We're going to bring these out and bring it all the way back this way. Then we're going to go 3 this way. Soup in some more of these. We could just make a blueprint for this, but this is actually a little bit bigger than the actual blueprint. So we'll do that. And again, we're cooking now. We are cooking. Put a 1 in the chat if you guys can see and hear me, just to make sure that everything is still working. Now again, this is an unload. And again, if you notice, these are always facing the same direction, because this is just either going to load that way or it's going to unload the other way. You can just have them facing the same direction. Okay, so there we go. Looks good. And then again, these are all just going to match up to each other. So you can go to kind of blueprint mode so you can see where the other line is. Again, I kind of feel like if you hold down control, it should automatically snap. And it really doesn't snap well to other blueprints yet. Hopefully they fix it one day. I find it terribly awkward. All right, there we go. Now we want to go ahead and put in our piping, which we'll most likely have to fix later. But we'll go ahead and pick up some of this piping back here. I kind of feel like I got silver going there. And again, this is out, so this needs to go here, and we'll get our verticals in. Let's just do all the bottom ones first. That's going to make that easier, because we're going to just do it consistent direction. There we go, and then we'll do the top ones in the opposite direction. Okay. Or we'll do the top one into the wrong port there. How about that? There we go. We'll get this. And if we're really lucky, this will just work on the first try. Because again, we already have all the other infrastructure in place. All the other lines, all the lifters and all that stuff. We can actually check in on the train as well. We can figure out where our train is. Mid-oil train right here. So the mid-oil train is now going by where my sulfur is. Or my nitrogen gas. And then coming down here where the sulfur is. And it's going to go this way. Now, of course, we have the far oil train, which is the train that goes way over here, going in the opposite direction, which is what you want. You want those two trains to be opposite of each other so they're not blocking each other when they're in that kind of exchange part that's about halfway down the tracks by the waterfall. Look at it going up the spiral, everybody. That's cool. The far train is going up the spiral. The other one is at the thing. It's actually waiting for another train. I wonder what train it's waiting for. Might be waiting for the far oil train. It shouldn't have to be waiting there. That's something I probably should look into. Yeah, I was waiting for the far oil train. I need to definitely fix that so it's not waiting. And these trains, because it's waiting because it's coming up the spiral and then it's going to go through the station and go up. Where this one's actually going to go through the station and come down. So there's a block signal that needs to be put there because it should have been able to get ahead of it and get into the spiral while the other one's coming up the spiral. So I'll put one kind of at the top of the spiral on the way going that way when we go back to test all this later on. And again, it should... oh, that's my sulfur train there. Oh, where'd my other one go? I lost track of it. It's being sneaky. Where is it? Oh, it's mid. Oh, there it is. Okay. It was being sneaky right there. So our mid-oil train now going to go into the roundabout. There it goes. Or the spiral. Spiral its way down. Make its way over here. And the fact that it's even moving tells you that you potentially did it correct. That's potentially working. Now, again, there's always something you got to troubleshoot, whether it's block signals or your electricity or some of your stuff gets glitched out, especially when you start building at this massive mega level that we're building here. It's just got a lot of stuff that it has to track. And the fact that it even does it at this scale, everybody, is pretty impressive. That's very, very impressive, the massive scale of this game. And all the things you can do. Oh, I can see it there. See how it's like in orange over there because I clicked on it? It's making its way through. And we're going to see if it unloads. We better double check all of these because I think I took this one out. Yep. Oh, man, almost forgot. Check them all before the train gets here. They all good. All right, come on, train. Dazzle me. Get that effect off of there by acting like I'm going to take it out. All right, is it going to unload? Oh, there it goes. Oh, only 3 of them are unloading. Oh, there's a problem with these 2. Oh, yeah. Those need to be replaced. Or maybe just the one in the front needs to be replaced. Because I think this has oil in it. We'll check it before it rolls out. Yeah, it's got oil in it. It's just these are glitched. And that's why you always watch it first. Now, once it pulls out the station, I can go ahead and rework these here. I'm just going to take them both out. Put them both back in. You're going to need to rerun all your lines. And then hopefully when it comes back next time, it's got that working. Never trust that it's just going to work the first time. It rarely ever does. But sometimes, if you're lucky, especially in simpler systems, it'll work the first time. But most of the time, you're going to have issues. I like these are slightly off, too. Yep, these are slightly off, but that's okay. We're just going to roll with it. Roll with it. If I feel like coming back and getting it. Yeah, we offset it just by a little bit. The first one we offset, which made the rest of them get offset. All right, but that was successful. We did get 3 out of 5. And they are loading right there. Now, one of the things we'll need to do is, because these are outputs, is we're going to need to put our pumps. So let's get our pumps in here. We need to do that on that last one, too, because I don't think I finished doing that over there. Now, it's got a little bit of a head lift here that'll help it get past the pump. And then the pumps will get it where it needs to go. Making sure it's going in the right direction. There we go. Kind of did some deuterium there for fun. All right, now we need our electrical. And we could probably just get away with a super powerful pole here. Like this. Yeah, and 1.2 we'll be able to chain all this stuff. Everybody's going to be awesome. Going to be awesome. Hey, thanks for the ones in the chat, everybody. Appreciate it. Give you guys some Kiscats for backing me up. Okay, got all the power run, but it's not actually run because we need to take this and we're going to run it underneath like this. And we need to find the station power over here. And then run that so those pumps are going. And we want to see all them green lights all lit up. Yep, green light there. Green light, green light. Now, this one actually doesn't need it as much as this one here, obviously, because that one's so much higher. But we're going to check every single pump to make sure we... this one here not pumping. Oh, that's because these two are not going to pump because they don't have any oil yet. But they are yellow, so that's a good sign. We'll have to wait for that train to come all the way back again. Again, it makes me want to make a faster train, right? Look at it go, man. It is way the heck up there. Dismantle crate up there, too. It is way the heck up. That's pretty far, man. Wait till we do this one up here. I think we're going to dip over first. Then we'll dip up, get this one, and then we'll also dip over, get this one. We'll get all that oil. And we'll have every bit of oil in the entire game. Then we're going to start collecting all this coal and bringing this coal back. We'll try to get every bit of all that coal, especially the coal that's already nearby where we already have our stuff. Like our mid oil right here is next to this coal and these two. Maybe even bring this one up. We can bring these 3 up here. Maybe bring this one over to here. Connect it with this and this one and put it all together there. Over here, same thing. We could take all of these and either bring them down or take all of these and bring it up here, or just have this go straight across here. So just have all of this go to the center and make a train station right there that just connects into that track. And then we can just run all that coal there with a turnaround, so it doesn't have to go all the way to the oil. I can just turn around here, take that coal straight back. And again, we're going to be running multiple trains on those same lines. There's our lake oil, our mid oil already on the way back. Again, all we want to do is see it unload all this oil, and we not only did we do this one, but we also finished the other one. We've got some supports and things like that to do, and some embellishment stuff to work on. But really, we just want to get the functionality of it going first, so we can be in here backlogging all of this. Now, oh, actually, while we're waiting for this, we can go ahead and get our other one going over here. Oh, yep. That is true. I have been going for a while. We got to get our other pumps on this one going. When in doubt, everybody, put some pumps in there. Should have colored all these lines first. Okay, so same thing here. Oh, actually, I should have done the higher end power pole. Every time I upgrade that, it makes me nervous that it's going to crash. Because usually it does. Like that, and run that under. Running it over here to our train station power. See all of our pumps come on. Again, if we go up here and we look at this top one and it doesn't have any in there, that's because our pumps weren't pumping it up there. Now that we have that going, you can see now it's working. Awesome. Let's go back over here and see if all of our pumps are doing their thing over here. Yeah, I can see them already. All of our pumps are good. They're not colored, though. Color them in. There's a lot of oil going right here, everybody. Look at all this oil. This oil is from really far away. A lot of oil here, and you can see these are just maxed. I could have made like 15 of those, everybody, and it would have been full right now. Because it's just going back and forth right now and bringing that oil in for this big long one here. It's like an 8-car one. And then also we have another 8-car one over there that eventually we'll bring over. We'll have all the oil in one spot in the game. And we'll just keep running it over here. Again, we want to see this with our own eyes. But this is running this in here. We know this one's working because we can see all of these are going, but probably a good idea to just to go and double check that these are all filled. They sure are. And you can see the far oil didn't really give us that much oil, so time-wise it probably wouldn't be as effective to go get that one and just get the bigger ones first if you were in a hurry. Me, I'm getting them all, so eventually I got to get it anyway. All right, here we go. 5-car train here. With about 1,300 oil. Oh, I didn't set it to unload. Hold on. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn self-driving off. See, like I said earlier, very easy to forget to set it to unload. Set the load right now. That's why it's not loading. Second I saw it do it again, I was like, I know exactly what that is. Okay, let's back it up. And then we're going to tell the train, we're going to edit the timetable. And we're going to take this off, and we're going to say, okay, I want you to go to the drop-off first, and then the pickup, because this way it'll just go in here, save, turn on self-driving. If we get out of here, we should see these last two. Should roll into this station because this is the drop-off. And then these should auto do it. Because I don't want to do it manually. You want to make sure that it's auto doing it. I mean, I can manually tell it to dock, but you want to make sure it's auto docking. Like that. Okay? That's exactly what that problem was. And that's working. That's good. That's GG's. More oil on its way. And then we'll take a little ride, a little free ride on the way back, and see how it's going. Again, one of the things we'll definitely need to do once we have all this oil is make sure that these trains have a nice, fast path. I might even take these trains here, all the oil trains, and have them bypass all of this other structure here so they can return back to the oil as fast as possible. Because you don't want to have to wait for the quick wire train. You don't want to wait for all this other stuff. Because this is your actual power. Your power trains should always be your priority. Because they are actually generating the power that makes everything else work. Well, look how it automatically figures out its own path. Isn't that cool? I'm not doing nothing, everybody. It's figuring it out. And it knows how to get all the way from here, all the way back to where it started. Very cool. And that one over there is doing coal, by the way. That one went past down there. That's my coal power at the very beginning of the game. And we got some super builds right here, and then some mega builds. That one there. We get to the top here, we'll take a look. As you can see, those ones there. Those ones all embellished and have angles and all that stuff. Where this is just a square block. The reason why buildings are square, everybody, is it's the most efficient shape. It gives you the most square footage. That's why places have square buildings. Only people with excessive money make round buildings. If you have lots of extra money and you just want the aesthetics of a round building, like Apple, if you have all the money in the world, I guess you can make a big round building that reduces square footage. And it looks like a spaceship. Now, see, this one actually goes through this other station. So again, I could have this bypass, so it's not in this station here. This is the nitrate station. But it doesn't stop here, it just goes straight through. But if the nitrate train is there, then it will stop the train, right? I'll have to wait for the nitrate to load and then get out of there. But if you have them all paced out from each other or spread out from each other, they'll actually never run into each other at this far distance. Like right now, I only have 2 trains. So the 2 trains that are on this track right here will very rarely ever be in each other's way. But we'll see. And that's why I'm riding the train right now, is to see, because this one's going to get off of this track here in a second. And that other train, it's not going to be bothered by that other train. So it's going to go right into here and up this spiral, big spiral right here. I think this is the biggest spiral we've done so far. Again, I'm doing nothing. Just doing it all on its own. This is awesome, everybody. This is really industrial strength right here. You can do some big stuff in this game. That is an epic level spiral there. So smooth, too. So smooth on the way up. All right, out it goes. We just did all this today. We sure did. Got it going on. All right, we'll let the train do its thing. And yeah, where's this other oil at? It is up here. Again, we could go up and then go across, or we could just go straight across because there's other oil here that's just straight across in that direction. Let's go ahead and ping it. Takes a minute because it's way out there. There it is. Okay, so yeah, almost directly east. So again, if we want to take this and have it curve out, go like that, we'd have to watch out for this terrain. Let's go up a bit, see how the terrain is. Kind of feel like that rock right there is the only real big thing that's in the way. I feel like we might even be able to have it come around the curve and then just go straight here and kind of avoid that by going straight and then have it come back this way and then tie back in to the output. So maybe just have the train run right across here. We'd have to get the elevation of that one over there. So we might want to just grab some foundations. Gotta be a little bit over. See, you eyeball it, and then you realize, wait a minute, now I gotta be a little bit over, because that's gonna run right into that. So we definitely want to be over, and we got to be up a little bit too. I say we go over even one more, just to use that as a support for our line runs right there. So we probably go here. So we'll come out and we'll turn, and then we'll go here, and then this should be a straight shot. I see that we have some power poles down here somewhere. I see them running. Grab one of these. There we go. Yeah, so across the top of here, this is going to be in our way. I think we can get rid of these now, if I remember right. Yeah, they float away like balloons. See, now if you didn't know they do that, they do now. Uh-oh, it's going to go up there and wipe out our station. There we go. But yeah, I think we can make that go through there. We might have to go up a little bit when we get to the other side, or we could go to the other side, figure out what the elevation is, and just bring it all the way back here as well. That's probably a good idea. So look at all this down here. What's this all about? Whenever you see those, there's something usually hiding in it. You see all this stuff guarding it. Why this explosive rebar is so awesome, man. Again, it's the first time I ever even bothered using it. And so we have a little slug friend there. Yep. Little slug friend hiding under there, and so you don't really know where it's at. So that's why you want to just clear all that. Eventually I'll go around and clear that everywhere and the whole entire game. Okay, so we want to line this up nice and straight like this. I kind of feel like it's going to miss that thing. Yeah, it's going to miss that thing a little bit. Yeah. So we'll reverse engineer this by using our foundations. Yeah, it's got to go back a couple more. More. Nice. All right, right there. Clear the way, Kismet coming through. So cool that floats away now. All right, now we'll flatten this out like so. See how this goes. Oh man, that's perfect. And I'm just going a little ways here. I'm not going to run this whole thing. Just grab the pole. Nice. That's not going to be very useful just as a pole. Oh, there's some radiation stuff out here too. Where is that? It's right here. So if we put a marker there, we'll zoom in on it, and that'll give us an idea of how far it is from where we are. I don't put it directly on it because it's hard to get the marker back off again. But there we go. So now we can see where it is. Yeah, we can just go straight across there. This is perfect. This is perfect. So we'll go in and we'll put in our actual blueprints that make this all beautiful and embellished and all that stuff. Hey, get out of my foundations. Perfect. Okay. And again, we'll probably just make this go straight back and then curve out, come through, go nice and straight, come back, curve back, so on. Man, I feel like we got a lot done today, right? Man, we got a crazy ton done today. And we got to work on those foundations. Let's make some notes. Make some notes of the things we need to work on. Let's do it in the game. Elevator to the space elevator, mid-sized hypertube cannons, put cannons, base of spiral, all cannon routes or boost or no. Yeah, I like that. Oh, and we forgot to put all of our stuff in the main base. I forgot again. You know what? Let's just go take care of it now while we're thinking about it. In fact, let's build that hypertube cannon I was just talking about. Let's go. Let's get back to Fastway. Hypertube, the mega hypertube launcher. There we go. Again, I forget which direction the arrow is supposed to go. I think it's supposed to go the other way. I think it's supposed to go this way. I'm going to make this one where I can get to it this time. It's going to swing a little bit off the side, but such is the way it goes. We can always come back and fix that all up. And the arrow goes this way. Oh, you know what? We could just run this under. That's what we'll do. We'll just run it under. Nice. Okay, we got that going there. We got that going there. And then we want to do what we did on the other one. And transport... and this way. We're going to also come back and really clean up the hypertubes itself, because it has a lot of little small segments because it's auto-connecting itself. But we're ready to go. Here we go. Holy moly, we cranking. Oh, going the wrong way. Oh, no. I should have made that transition, but I didn't. Well, we might as well just go all the way to the end instead of slowing down. It's faster to go to the end and come back using the other hypertube launcher than it is to stop and go back the other way. Though I could have put a brake right here and put a hypertube launcher here. I think I'm going to do that on all these spirals. I'm going to put a brake in where you can stop there, get off of there, and then do it all the way back. But man, we get over here fast. And this is on the other side of the whole entire map. Again, those are hypertube launchers. They are fun. All right, here we go again. Game's struggling to keep up. There we go. This is why you want to have it on the default, always going in the direction you want to go. I think this one, I got to fix that one. So it takes me always back to my base. So if I go this way, straight to the base. Then when I'm coming the other way, I can make my choice whether I want to stop at those stations. But you can see that's so much faster than waiting for it, everybody. Again, using those hypertube launchers are fun. And I switched that one. That's another one I probably should work on. We'll test all this stuff later and fine-tune all of this hypertube network stuff. Okay, let's go do it before I forget. Again, these are all my resources here, stacked. So if you like doing copper, right? So you start with your ore, then the ore goes to storage, the raw ore. Then that raw ore is then converted into, say, wire. Wire is then converted into cable, so on and so forth, and it just works its way up. You can also do the reverse. You can just run your stuff to the top and then have it working its way down, which is very efficient if you're going to run it wherever you're going to run it. But let's go ahead and head over here to the main part of the start of the game. And I love to do a mixture of all the different techniques, everybody, where you build a mega base, where you bring everything into one place. You also do remote bases that basically do certain function, like plates or concrete. And then you enjoy some spaghetti, everybody. Tasty, tasty. That's where you just run stuff willy-nilly in the moment. Oh, wait, I need some coal to be over here. I need some oil to be over there. And you're just running stuff just to progress the game. And this is how I get through the game faster than anybody with that 20,000 power, and that's all you need. And there's my 20,000 power sitting right there, everybody. Again, it's bringing in the oil over here, and then it's converting it into fuel, and then into turbo fuel over there. And, of course, we have our concentrated coal over here. And the train that's going straight that you saw over that way, that's going through that kind of opening, that's bringing that coal from over there, bring it over here, turn it compact coal, turbo fuel. That's all we need. And, of course, we have our space elevator right here. And we have a sorter over here that I've had in here stored since the beginning of the game. What I can do is I can go right over here to this box, and I can drop all my loot in there. I say store all. Bomb. And it's going to take all of that and sort it out, right? And this one here is easy. We can just take care of that one ourselves right in here. It's going to run it through here. Now, if it can go into these boxes, it's going to automatically go in these boxes. If it's already full in those boxes, it's going to go ahead and go into overflow, which you can see right here. This box is full. So it's going to go into overflow, and it's going to go into these overflow boxes. And it's going to fill those up with all the extra stuff. Now, I can also run it in the Awesome Sink, but I usually find that at some point I'm going to need some of that stuff, or I might need some. So I do keep a bunch of extra overflow boxes in case I do build excess stuff. And if I don't want it, I can always come in here and say, you know what, I got too much whatever it is, and I can just hold down Control, and I can take the whole thing and drop it in there, like say rods here, right? Boom. Now I just threw all those stacks of rods away, and then, you know, whatever extra rods it'll run through. But basically what it does, you want to build that as early as possible in the game, everybody, because this way you just always have a bunch of stuff in your inventory. As you saw, I was dropping stuff all the time. It gets very annoying. But see, also the problem is that the Awesome Sink or the Dimensional Depot is full of a lot of those things. So I can't just pull it out of my inventory back in the Dimensional Depot because it already has some in the Dimensional Depot and it's filled up. So you want a place where you can just drop it. It'll sort it. If it has extra, it'll then put it in an extra box. Or you can just run it in the Awesome Sink if you're just making so much of it you don't care. Me, I usually just let it run in those overflow boxes, and if they get full, I'll just throw some of it away because it's making all this stuff here. Look at all the stuff it's making. And when I run out of that thing, it'll make more of that thing and then put that in Dimensional Depot. So wherever I'm at, if I need some, rods or plates or whatever it is, it'll automatically put it in there. I'll automatically have it available. I don't have to worry about it. And the same thing here. It is automatically making all these things, and then way up on the top, it's putting all that stuff in the Dimensional Depot, like wire and cable and modular frames and all that stuff. It's very cool to build vertically. Now this here is from the Fix It event, which is pretty fun. You can see all my trees in there, putting out a bunch of presents. And then those presents then run over here and get processed into all the different things, which you can see that we've used the same style, where you can see this is the tree output here. We've got the ornaments here. We've got storage here. That is actually not that storage. This is for the red ball thing. Let's go in and fix that. There we go. There we go. And you get the idea. So it's basically storing all that stuff. And the ones in red are typically storage in this case. And you can see it's all good. And then over here, we had all these filled up with fuel. And we can actually build a fuel thing back there. They also added a fuel truck, a larger fuel truck, which we definitely are going to add to this. And then these just go around. And then the same thing, you can see that mine are going around here too. And you're like, well, Kismet, you're not even using 1.2. How are you making it path like that? Well, I made one path, and then I just loaded the path on all of those cars, and then they just all follow the same path. And then the same thing with the presents. I added the presents in there. And then I took one present out, and when you take the one present out, it causes it to go around. You can see we got our big Christmas tree in there. And of course, Kismets, and of course, all of the awesome people, all my Vault founders here, showing the love as well. Again, that'll stay in the Mega playthrough for the whole rest of the game as well. So awesome. Looks good. And again, eventually we'll come over here, and this whole other side over here, everybody, will be taken out. This is all beginning of the game stuff. So all of this and all of these towers here will be redone, and all of this. And you're like, well, Kismet, why don't you just redo it now? Because we don't have the power to do that, everybody. Again, the power first is what you really need. You need your power so that you can then extend your stuff. Now, I'm actually pushing the very edge of the limits of what can be done with 20,000 power. As you can see, everybody, look, I'm using, but I'm really only using, because I'm so efficient, everybody, I'm only consuming around 12 or 15,000 power. Even with all these trains running, with all this stuff you see here. Now, it's not all running at the same time. It runs until it fills up and then says, okay, I've made enough of this thing. Kismet doesn't need 47 boxes of this stuff. He needs about, say, 20, and then he's good. If he needs any, I can just put some in the Dimensional Depot, make some more, and then once I fill up, I will stop running. And that's how I'm able to run all of this stuff and keep this stuff running on very little amount of power. But if I did turn everything on, it would be about 43,000. But really, I'm using, on average, you can see right there, around 15,000 on peak out of 21,000. So I'm not even close to maxing it out at this moment. But again, if I flipped all this on, or I took all the resources out of the Dimensional Depot and all the machines turned back on again, then we'd be in trouble. But also, we do have battery power, you can see right there as well. But eventually, all of this will be replaced. Once we have a lot of power, we can then build every single process to whatever level that we want to build it at. And then we can add our nuclear power, and we can just do all the different powers that we want. But I do love the fuel power. I feel it's very clean, very easy way to do it. And this is the first time I've bothered to even build at this level. And that's because, again, I was waiting for it to get released and have all the release features, which are way better, but especially the vertical. Yeah, your GPU is ahead of you right now. Exactly. Especially the vertical nudging is so awesome, right? And the hologram that you can move it. Those are such great additions, everybody. It makes me want to have that in every game. They have so much innovations in this game. I'd love it all to go into 7 Days to Die. I'd love it all to go into Fallout. The way that they build, the way that they do hologram, the way that they do blueprints, the vertical nudging and the horizontal nudging, all that stuff. It's just so primo, really thought it through and then implemented it in the best way. And that's why Satisfactory is a 12 out of 10. The only game I've ever called a 12 out of 10, everybody. It is exceptional in every way you can be exceptional. And I give them huge credit for that. For sure, for sure. All right. Now, that's a good spot right there, everybody, now that we cleared our inventory to pick this up. Next time, we're going to roll on out of here. It is time to get on the Kismet Love Train. Here we go. I say we get a bunch of stuff done and then we bail, everybody. We got all that stuff done. We crushed it. We got it done there. I went for a long time without a second break there, but that's okay. I'll rest up after this. I just wanted to get that done, and now we only have like I think 3 more spots to get oil, and that other spot's really close by, so we can just dip over there, build out that train station, build out our storage, put the thing, make a thing on the other end, have that start to go, get the other one next to that one, and then go get the big amount of oil. The most oil in the game is in the top side of the game. And then go up there and get all that oil. And that train is going to be a long train, everybody. It's going to be a massive train. We're going to build out a big boy train for that one. We're going to run it all into the same train station. So we'll run it from wherever it's at, run it in the train station, make a big long train, and then bring the rest of that oil in. And then we'll work on our coal. And then we'll bring our coal in. Now, here's the cool thing, everybody. Once you have all the oil, you could start up your power plant, right? You could figure out, okay, I have this much oil. I'm going to go ahead and start building it in sections. And that's the best thing to do. Build it in quadrants. So I'm going to build this quadrant to replace the current power that I have because I have a bunch of coal already going over there. Or I can just move the coal and the oil that I have currently running to the current coal and oil and move it to the new location, which is what we will do. And then that power will just completely run. Or even smarter, before you move your original power, is you make as much power as you already have over here in the new spot. And then once you have the power to replace this power, then you just turn this off and move it. Because then you never lose your power. You always have power every minute of every day. And that's what you want. You want to definitely build that new power the same or more than the original power. That's why we're getting so much oil so that we can have about the same as that other one over there. Because that one has a lot. So yeah, we'll get all that working and have a good time doing that as well. And again, thanks to all the peeps scrolling up over here. Thanks to all my Patreon supporters right down there, everybody. Again, here's my schedule right over here. We're going to be back later tonight, Wednesday night. We're getting back into the groove here in the channel, everybody. We're getting back into it. We're going to be back tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, working on Fallout 4, working on our mega playthrough, The Rise of the Tycoon Empire, where we go through and massively build up every single settlement, take over all of those various places, build special mega builds for all of you. We're going to get back to all of that as well. And have a fun time along the way. That's for sure. Also, again, help out the stream, everybody, by following these links right here that you're going to see pop up in the chat. Pop on over there to youtube.com/KismetBP. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button. Leave a comment. All of those things are free, and they are super helpful. You can also become a member over there on YouTube, as well as do super things if you're into that. You can also go to twitter.com/KismetBP. Hit the follow button over there. Also free. Appreciate that. Check out the Discord. Check out the website. But if you want to go above and beyond, really want to help the stream in the best way possible, you want to go over to patreon.com/Kismet. Very easy to find. And you will, of course, get those awesome blueprints of making your own perfect spiral like we did right there. And, of course, all those mega blueprints that you can snap together to build yourself an awesome train system. You can take mine and modify it and into the schematics and into the style that you want it to be, but then they would still be snapping together, and you could just change the way that they look, or use them as is, and build yourself massive train stations and massive trains across the entire game, everybody. Again, we've gone from one side to the other, and then now we're going vertical, and we're going to go all the way to the top as well, and we already have stuff that's along the bottom, so we're going to basically encase the entire game with our trains and be able to access them. Later on, we're going to be doing drones, we're going to be doing nuclear power, we're going to be doing all of the different processes. We'll also be adding teleporters where we can teleport all over the place. That's going to be super fun. They're also adding a new teleporter, by the way, a toilet teleporter that when you die, you will teleport nearby to where that little teleporter is as well. So we'll check that out in 1.2 as well. A lot of cool stuff to check out later on when they add that in. So again, that's it for me. I'm going to go ahead and shower you guys with a bunch of Kiz Caps. And then we're going to roll out the Kismet Love Train. And again, I'll be back tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Appreciate each and every one of you being here. I had a great time. Time just flew by. I hope it did for you. I hope you have the great rest of your day or evening or wherever you're at in the world. You have a great rest of your day. I'll see you then. Bye, everybody.
Hi, this is Norman. Thanks for watching. Hit subscribe.